Welcome to the Berserk Monster Manual, a new video series I'm creating to give you the rundown on every grotesque, cute and cuddly, or extremely powerful, or legendary creature in the story of Berserk created by Kentaro Miura. A dark fantasy tale that's filled to the brim with demons, monsters, and otherworldly beings. This series will be dedicated to taking each creature and giving you all the information you need to know should you ever encounter them. Dungeons & Dragons is a game that has always come with a monster manual giving the stats of the fantastical beast of its world, and consider this the Berserk version of that. And I'll also be diving into where the ideas for these creatures came about in our own real world as well. And we're going to start off with the trolls, because I've been talking about them a lot in my Berserk manga analysis series, so why not just stay on topic with one that's fresh in my mind, and we can talk about these cute cuddly creatures and all they get up to. So let's get started. Now the term troll dates back to Norse mythology and roughly translates to something along the lines of fiend or demon. In the original mythology, they were similar looking to humans and lived in caves with small family units isolated from the rest of humanity. In Scandinavian folklore, they are similar, also living in small groups away from humanity, but with the added fact that they are usually very old and very powerful, yet small-minded. Also with the Scandinavian folklore, they have a very similar look to humans, but with the added piece of information that the trolls were not Christian, adding to the fear that the people had for the trolls, and that they would also kidnap people from time to time. Trolls have remained in the consciousness of mankind for centuries in hundreds of stories and folktales. A famous one is the Three Billy Goats Gruff, a children's story about how three goats need to cross a bridge where a troll lives underneath, and in a lot of stories you'll find the trolls are living underneath bridges and stuff like that, which makes sense coming from the legends that they used to live in caves or dark places away from people. Trolls continue to be used in many forms of fiction. The movie Troll is a classic horror film, if you want to call it that, with a bizarre musical sequence that's kind of stuck right in the middle of the movie. And Troll 2 is one of the most famous so bad it's good movies ever made, even though Troll 2, they're goblins and not trolls in the movie, but, that's a whole other story. In Berserk, specifically, trolls are first mentioned in chapter 196, where a farmer warns Guts and company of a pack of them in the direction that they're headed. In chapter 197, we see a troll for the first time. Miura draws trolls as small, hunched-over creatures covered in fur. They also have a long snout similar to like a rodent with sharp teeth and don't speak any discernible language. Along with the folklore, the Berserk trolls also travel in small packs, but seem to have little regard for their own kind, because when trolls are injured, other trolls will eat their own wounded. Nothing goes to waste, I guess. But again, going similarly to the folklore, Berserk trolls ravage farms, eat livestock, and kidnap people as well. They have limited intelligence, but at least enough that they do contrast some of their own crude weapons, but mostly they just steal them from humans, sticking with simple ones like clubs, maces, and axes. They seem to act instinctively and in a ravenous way. Along with kidnapping and eating livestock, they also rape women without a second thought. Just a primal sexual desire, and they're powerful enough to do it by force. The most disgusting part about this is that the trolls can actually impregnate human women, but the infantile trolls basically rip out from the inside like a xenomorph from Alien and eat the human mother host alive shortly after. Highly doubt any details like that were in the original Norse mythology. Casca and Farnese witnessed this firsthand when they were taken to a place called Klippoth, where the trolls reside. In Berserk, trolls are what are considered astral creatures, meaning they come from dark parts of the astral world. Klippoth is like a dark, disgusting border between the astral and physical worlds. In Berserk, the troll's very existence stems from the collective human fear of monsters. Fearing and sharing stories and legends of these creatures creates this kind of dark energy in the minds of mankind, and thus trolls are basically willed into existence. It would appear troll strength does exceed that of a regular human, but they aren't impossibly strong. A small group of humans could kill a troll just like they would a wild animal. The problem is that trolls rarely ever travel alone and are always in groups or packs. And a pack of trolls is kind of like a horde of zombies. They can't be reasoned with and will simply overwhelm you with their numbers. But they are vulnerable to any weapon that would hurt or kill a regular human or animal. Swords, clubs, pitchforks, anything like that. So you got one in your backyard, just call 2 or 3 friends over and you could corner it and kill it. But if you got about 10 or more, it's all over and you will be massacred or worse. They're also vulnerable to magic and spells, as a pack of them are completely obliterated when Shirake creates a protective barrier around a church, and more of them are washed away when Shirake uses magic to control water elementals. The last time trolls were seen in Berserk is during the blast of the Astral World, letting loose all kinds of mythological creatures into the physical world, so we probably haven't seen the last of the trolls in the Berserk universe. And that will about do it for these cute little rascals. Welcome back to the Berserk Monster Manual, where we take a Dungeons & Dragons-like approach to this fantasy series and give you the breakdown on every fantastical monster, beast, and astral entity presented in Kentaro Miura's manga masterpiece, Berserk. And today's episode is the Elves. A brief history of where elves come from in our real world. The word seems to be Germanic in origin and translates to something along the lines of white being. I'm assuming by white they mean white like glowing and nothing to do with skin tone. They were imagined to be small creatures that could bring either healing or illness to humans, and were usually neutral to humanity as a whole. Old stories of elves usually describe them as magically powerful, sometimes invisible, and living close to human societies. Some even suggested that they would seduce humans sexually and then abduct them. For what, I'm not exactly sure, but I might be into it. Now, from what I've looked up, it seems as though the word elf got commonly interchanged with fairy throughout time, and through different stories. Which I think is very interesting because when we first see an elf in Berserk, he's tiny like I would imagine a fairy to be. And until Puck called himself an elf, I just simply assumed he was a fairy. But Miura actually took the original idea of what an elf was for Berserk, rather than what we think of elves in a more modern context. Elves seem to get bigger over time. We of course have Santa's little helpers, who are usually described as about 2 feet tall with pointed ears. And famously in the Tolkien novels, and then later in the movies, The Lord of the Rings, elves are more human-sized and become capable badasses that you would want in a fight. Along with that, most medieval and fantasy genre stories tend to have their elves similar to the Tolkien version. Tolkien didn't create the human-sized elf concept, but he definitely would be a pioneer of it along the way. Since then, there have been hundreds upon hundreds of fantasy stories and games involving elves. Some with the human-sized ones like Tolkien's, others have short 2-foot-tall sized ones. Dobby from Harry Potter comes to mind. But most of them usually include that elves live a long time, or are immortal, and are connected to nature in some way. In Berserk, elves are extremely important entities. We first see an elf in the very first chapter of the manga in the form of the character Puck, who would go on to be a main character throughout the entire series. Like I said, the first thing you notice is that Puck resembles of what we would think a fairy to be, but this is actually closer to the original folklore than any of the taller elves that we would see in more modern ones. They're small, have wings, and are humanoid looking for the most part. Like all fantastical Berserk creatures, elves are from the Astral World, an abstract world that includes many layers and levels that house both good and evil creatures, as well as dead spirits and the afterlife. Elves are descendants of the core elementals that make up the world of Berserk. There are 4 types that elves descend from: the sylphs, that of the wind. Those elves are called piskies. This is the classification that Puck and Avalora go into. And the others are from the original elementals: the salamanders, that of the fire; undines, that of the water; and gnomes, that of the earth. Many years ago, elves were prominent in the physical world and lived alongside mankind, but with the advent of the Holy See religion, it caused both hostility to beings like them, and also that in Berserk, if one's mind is deeply held in a belief that these creatures can't or shouldn't exist, they cease to be able to perceive the creatures at all. Elves become invisible to those who are deeply devoted to religious faith. With the Holy See on the rise throughout mankind, most elves left the physical world to return to Elfhelm, an island home for them. Notable places that once had elf inhabitants would be the Misty Valley and the caves near Godo's house. And even with elves being gone for hundreds of years, these areas are still basked in their energy a bit and provide a safe place from those looking to escape from restless spirits. To a degree, anyway. Along with not being able to be perceived by most humans, elves, like most astral beings, do become more likely to be noticed by children, as their minds are more open to the idea of their existence. But whether from children talking and sharing stories or just susceptible adults, stories and ideas about elves are still prevalent enough, the notable one being about that of Peikoff. Peikoff is a tale of a boy with pointed ears and red eyes that was picked on and bullied because of his appearance. Peikoff believed himself to really be an elf, and ran into the forest to find an area where the elves resided. When he did, the elves told him that he was not one of them as he doesn't have wings. Apparently, when he was a baby, his parents brought him into a forest to see if the elves could cure him of an illness. They were able to, but as a result, his eyes and ears changed. Running back to his home now, realizing that his parents are truly his parents, Peikoff discovers upon exiting the land of the elves, many years had passed in the physical world, and everyone he knew was long since dead. Unknown to humans who would share this tale, the time skip actually comes from the fact that time moves differently in the astral world than it does in the physical world. Time spent in the astral world can amount to many years passing in the physical. But similarly to the Holy See discouraging against astral beings, the Peikoff tale is one of caution that would seem to dissuade humans from looking for elves in the first place. The home of most of the elves is a land called Elfhelm, located on the island of Skelling, but as part of the astral world interstice, could only be found by those who are very susceptible to the fantastical. It's seemingly a paradise where many peaceful astral creatures reside, including unicorns, centaurs, and much, much more, along with humans who have devoted their lives to magic and the supernatural, most of whom have trained for years and have become very wise because of this. Elfhelm too also has a very different flow of time than that of the physical world, but has yet to be shown by just how much. The island does have a king or ruler in the form of the Flower Storm Monarch. Her name is Danon, very beautiful and incredibly powerful, also the size of an average human, but with very fantastical looking features. The extent of her power and abilities is unclear at the moment, but she does possess an ability to access the corridor of dreams, basically entering into the mind of an individual to mend and heal their mind and look into the deepest, most repressed part of their memories. It may just be an extension of the average powers and abilities that elves have of empathy. And leading from that, elves in Berserk have several unique qualities and skills. Obviously there's flight, that they have wings, but they're also shown to be extremely empathetic. They're able to pick up on your emotions, even those you're hiding beneath the surface, and understand where you are coming from mentally, and to an extent, what's going on inside your head. One of the first things we learn about Puck is that he senses the deep hatred and sadness within Guts' heart. And it's one of the things that motivate him to follow Guts in the first place. Just trying to figure out why Guts was doing what he was doing. As well, elves tend to feel the same emotions that we feel when they sense them. This led Puck to feeling frightened, cold, and uncomfortable many times. Elves also possess a healing ability in the form of elf dust, something that can be created by fluttering their wings. It seems to work on just about anyone as long as they are able to obtain some elf dust. Without Puck around, Guts would most likely have died from several of his injuries. But also just having a bag of elf dust, even without an elf present, or belief in elves, seems to heal injuries just as well. Judeau had some in the Golden Age arc and figured why not try it, whether he believed in elves or not. This also relates to the original mythology of how elves could bring healing and sickness to humans. And the final unique ability of elves is that they are able to make themselves glow and flash, relating again back to the original myths. This can light the way somewhere or just be used like a shining really bright light into somebody's eyes, which can temporarily blind and disorient them. Elves seem to, as traditionally, live hundreds upon hundreds of years, but we have yet to see an elf's death in Berserk. Given that Puck and Avalra, the two main characters of the story that are elves, often fear for their lives during big battles and moments, one would believe that elves can be killed by conventional means. Just being able to actually hit them would be the problem, as they are small, fast, and can fly. Elves are all good natures in Berserk, so there wouldn't be a reason to even try and kill them unless you were evil yourself, but I imagine with the right kind of firepower you could eventually get the job done. But again, for an offensive, elves wouldn't really be able to hurt you either, just temporarily blind you to make their escape. Their threat level is at an all-time low here, and that's assuming you could even see them. So maybe put down your Holy See Bible and take a stroll through the woods at night during a full moon, and maybe, just maybe, you'll stumble upon an elf's domain. Welcome back to the Berserk Monster Manual, taking the Dungeons & Dragons-like approach to the Berserk universe and creating a series dedicated to giving you the full breakdown on various monsters, demons, and astral creatures that exist within the world of the manga Berserk. Today we're diving into the Apostles. Now this is going to be a general overview, and there will be future videos dedicated to specific apostles at some point, but for now, you're just going to get the basics. The word apostle is Greek in origin and basically translates to an emissary or a messenger, someone who has been tasked to spread the word and teachings of another. Famously, apostles became known through Christianity, as the Savior and Messiah of that religion, Jesus Christ, had 12 apostles who he sent to carry his messages and teachings of his gospel and carrying it throughout Israel after the resurrection. And we can see how Miura has played on this idea in the story of Berserk, whereas the apostles, as far as most religions are concerned, are messengers of God or prophets meant to spread the word of these gods, well, in Berserk we have the God Hand, a collection of extremely powerful beings, presumably working for a god of sorts, manipulating events of the world and making sure everything flows within the way of causality, acting as the Hand of God. The God Hand reside in the astral world and are responsible for creating apostles, who then return to the physical world and do as they wilt, but with the knowledge that they are subservient to the God Hand and to not go against their will. So Miura is basically flipping the idea on its head, assuming that the god of the Berserk story, or you can just say the God Hand, are evil entities, and these apostles are messengers of an evil god and thus are disgusting and evil themselves. Miura plays with and twists the aspects of popular religions all throughout his stories, and the apostles are one of the first examples that we get of that. Now, an apostle actually starts out as just a human being, no different than you or I. To understand how they become apostles, we need to know about the astral world, a world of many layers that includes the afterlife, monsters, and anything conjured up by the collective fears of mankind all exist within the astral world. A magical item known as a BEHELIT is from the astral world. It's small and shaped like an egg in various colors and has a mishmash looking face on it. These are, all due to whoever rules the God Hand, destined to be sent out and fated to particular human beings, ones destined to become apostles. A BEHELIT has mystical properties and it's meant to be with its chosen person at the time that they need it most. So whether you come in contact with it only when it's time to be used, or you have it but lose it, it will eventually find its way back to you when the time is right. Now, a BEHELIT by itself is harmless. What activates it is your own despair. When one has reached an emotional breaking point, a pit of depression, rage, or intense desire for revenge, the face on the BEHELIT will line up correctly and create an interstice, an overlap between the physical and astral worlds, and grant you an audience with the God Hand. From there, the God Hand will ask you to sacrifice whatever is most precious to you, and in exchange you will be given extreme power and be practically immortal. It's basically symbolizing you giving up the last remnant of what makes you human, selling your soul, so to speak. And the sacrifice is almost always another human being. Your wife, your parents, your daughter, whatever it is that keeps your ties to humanity. And with that gone, your transformation will begin, effectively turning you into a demon or an apostle. The interesting part about this is that there's always a choice. A human has to choose and verbally say that he or she is making a sacrifice, committing to it. How many people have refused, we don't know, but it's safe to say that it's next to zero. Upon agreeing on the sacrifice and turning over, apostles are then free to return to the physical world and do as they please as long as they don't interfere or disrupt the plans that the God Hand may have. This is why you don't see them just wreaking havoc everywhere in their full demon form. They basically keep it on the down low more or less and indulge in the areas where they can. Once made into an apostle, they basically have two forms. One is they can remain looking how they did as a human, though most oftentimes their features are now exaggerated that make them look a little bit off. Like how ZODD's face is just monstrous even in his human form, or how WYALD looks more ape-like, or whatever the hell that this guy is supposed to be. I don't know. But this form is more like a mask than anything else. Giving up their humanity, this is really just a facade of how they truly look like, which is their full demon form, able to transform at will into a giant, strong monstrosity that often reflects their own personality and abilities. Apostles also do not age, and some have been around for hundreds of years, such as ZODD acquiring the nickname Immortal or Nosferatu ZODD. The personality of most apostles is simply amplifying the darkness inside of them. They will feast on humans and love causing death and carnage. But some are more sophisticated than others and can suppress their primal urges and offer much more intelligence to the situation. After Griffith is reborn into the world, he gets several new apostle followers that he puts in command of his new Band of the Hawk. Apostles like GRUNBELD, IRVINE, and LOCUS have immense skill and knowledge and aren't as carnivorous as some of the weaker apostles. Apostle abilities and powers vary from apostle to apostle, but the generalities of this include, even in their human form, they have enhanced strength and stamina. After transforming into their full demon selves, their power increases tenfold, and again, depending on which apostle it is, there are plenty of special intense abilities acquired here as well. Whether it's ZODD with just his brute strength and wings, or ROSINE able to fly at supersonic speeds, or the Count who can slither around like a giant slug, the skills are endless and will much be better talked about in specific apostle videos. Apostles also have the ability to create their own followers by manipulating living human beings. basically creating their own apostles called pseudo-apostles. And again, each apostle is different in their methods of creating them. The first one we see in the manga is the Count, who basically spits a small slug-like version of himself into the ear of a soldier named Zondark. I hate Zondark. And is able to control him. We also see it when Rosine is able to transform children into her sick, twisted version of what an elf was by putting them into cocoons until they hatch. And we saw the Egg of the Perfect World basically able to transform somebody by touch, effectively turning Mazgus and all of his torturers into winged-like angel beings. A very powerful ability, given that any apostle has the possibility of having dozens of followers themselves. Apostles, however, do still harbor some aspects of their human selves, perhaps as a way to show one's humanity can't be 100% lost, or perhaps just to show that remnants of that person still exist as their fault. For example, Rosine still cared about her friend Jill. She wanted to turn Jill into one of her pseudo-apostles, but it was coming from a place of genuine care, and she even protected Jill during the fire of the Misty Valley. And once again with the Count, he still had affection for his daughter and refused to sacrifice her to the GODHAND, which I'll get to how that happened in just a moment. So as one would imagine, apostles being the extremely powerful beings that they are incredibly difficult to kill. With the special abilities given to each one, the increased strength and remarkable healing abilities, taking down an apostle is no easy task. You could have a great weapon and be decked out in full armor and still wind up as dinner. The first apostle Guts ever defeated in the story canonically was WYALD. And this was Guts in the prime of his Band of the Hawk era, and it took every bit of effort and strength and battle technique he could possibly muster up just to put WYALD down, and he still didn't even kill WYALD. Apostles can keep living through normally deadly attacks and blows, though they do seem to have a bit of a weakness to fire, but only to a small degree. The very first apostle shown in the manga, the Snake Baron, was left to burn after Guts blasted him with his arm cannon and riddled him with arrows. The Count was cut up to the point where he was just a head squirming around, but was still living. And apparently, if the apostle still has their BEHELIT, or is able to grant access to seeing the GODHAND a second time on the verge of death, they can make yet another sacrifice to heal themselves. The Count was offered this by sacrificing his daughter, but whatever bit of humanity was left in him, he decided not to. And it was here that we got to see what happens to an apostle when they die. Berserk doesn't have a hell per se, but it does have this, the Vortex of Souls, which is basically just a swirling, endless vortex made up of millions of human souls forced to suffer for all eternity. So it might not actually be hell, but for all intents and purposes, it's hell. Selling your soul or losing your humanity damns you to this fate upon your death, and whether the apostle dies or refuses the second sacrifice, the souls of the vortex will reach out and literally drag them in with the rest of them, sealing their fate for all eternity. So, can they be killed? Yes. But killing them, man, if you don't have some berserker armor or a sword that's been drenched in enough astral creature blood that it becomes even more powerful against them, then I would just say turn and run, because it ain't happening. Welcome back to the Berserk Monster Manual, taking the Dungeons & Dragons-like approach and giving you the breakdown on all the fantastical and astral creatures in the manga Berserk. Today we're branching off from the last video talking about apostles and continuing into pseudo-apostles. And when it comes to them, things aren't as straightforward as it is with full-fledged apostles. Pseudos don't need a BEHELIT or a trip to the astral world to gain any power. They are basically chosen by specific apostles. Also, each apostle creates different kinds of pseudos and creates them in a variety of different ways. It comes down to the specifics of the apostles themselves. But the basic idea behind it is that an apostle can take a human and enhance them with some kind of demonic energy or power, essentially manipulating them and their appearance. In most cases, the pseudos become devout followers of the apostle who enhance them and follow their will and commands. But it has also been seen that pseudos receive power without an understanding of the apostle that granted to them at all. Also, depending on the apostles, the pseudos either lose all willpower of their own or completely retain their original personality. To talk about the differences, you kind of have to look at different examples because it's not the same across the board for every pseudo. The first example we see of a pseudo-apostle was with a character named Zondark. Stupid Zondark. He is taken by the apostle, only known as the Count, who spits a slug-like entity into Zondark and is able to control him and send him off to find Guts. The Count is also able to see and communicate through Zondark, basically treating Zondark like an extension of himself. It's basically like the Count using Zondark like a puppet. He can grow his limbs out like tentacles similar to the Count's true form of a giant slug, and also has crazy regenerative abilities. In order to kill the Count's pseudos, you basically have to find the slug head, or the head of the slug that the Count spit into the pseudo to begin with, and separate it from the body and destroy it. It would take a really good amount of skill to perform, but it can be done. Another famous pseudo we see in the series are the Elves of the Misty Valley. They are created by the Apostle Rosine. And Rosine wished herself to be an elf captivated with tales of elves as a child, and her apostle form reflects that in herself, giving her wings and a near elf-like appearance. She wanted to make more elves of her own, and she abducted children and throws them into cocoons which corrupt and convert them into tiny elf-like creatures. Though they're the same size as elves and may appear to look like one from afar, up close we see they have a much more insect-like look to them, and basically all have similar personalities of obeying Rosine and enjoying and having fun. But in this case, the fun is eating people, eating livestock, causing chaos, and abducting more children. They also like to play like adults, in which they act out war and rape, and kill each other in the process, which is fine because Rosine can just always make more. And if that doesn't disgust you in some way, I don't know what will. They aren't that powerful on their own and can be killed by conventional means. Squashing them works pretty well. The problem would be in their numbers, and if dozens of them came at you at once, they could eat all of the flesh right off your bones. Rosine's pseudos for adults are a little bit different. We can assume the same cocoon-like process happens, but with adults, they come out with the ability to transform into human-sized insects with enhanced power, and she uses them as the guardians to keep people away from her Misty Valley and her elves. They too can be killed conventionally, but are powerful, and again, if they attack you all at once, you're in for a real tough time in defeating them. Another set of pseudos we see are created from the apostle known as the Egg of the Perfect World. Granted, this is a very different type of apostle than the others, sacrificing himself as he didn't have anyone close to him to sacrifice, and seems to be stuck in his full apostle form, unable to turn into his human self. Assumingly, anyway. So all he has to do is touch you, and he can transform and enhance somebody into a pseudo-apostle. The man in the orgy wearing the goat head was transformed literally into a goat man, and yeah, his penis was turned into a snake too, but we don't like to talk about that. When the apostle touched Mazgus and his torturers, they grew into much more powerful versions of themselves with angelic-like wings. It's as if the Egg of the Perfect World basically gives you the abilities to enhance what you think about yourself. The goat or Mazgus feeling like a messenger of God, giving out his judgments and punishments, even being able to spit fire like that of hell to punish the heretics. And these pseudos seem to have no idea of the Egg Apostle's existence. Mazgus himself even thinks that his transformation was due to a devotion to God, and he was meant to save the people around the Tower of Conviction from the evil that was there. These pseudos seem way more powerful than anything we've seen thus far, and even took just about everything Guts had to defeat them, especially Mazgus, who was able to create an iron-like protection around his entire body, only leaving a few vulnerable spots for Guts to exploit. And after Ganishka, an already extremely powerful apostle, went through a BEHELIT-like process a second time, turning him into a godlike being and losing most of his sanity, he was stepping on his Kushan followers unknowingly, and through that they rose up again in the image of Ganishka himself, basically becoming mini versions of him as his pseudos. Mindless and basically trying to kill anything and assimilate more. Also hard to kill, especially with the sheer amount of them that were created at one time. And there are so many more apostles who we never see make pseudos. ZODD, IRVINE, GRUNBELD, RAXUS, LOCUS. It would stand to reason that they could, since most are even more powerful than the previously mentioned apostles we've seen, but it has yet to be seen if they just refuse to do it, or could it be possible that some apostles just don't, or can't. It could be connected to the type of apostle that they are. Elves, insects, and slugs are all multiple in nature, usually traveling together, and something like ZODD really isn't. I don't know, but let me know what you guys think about that. Could the other apostles make pseudos if they wanted to? But with this one, there's not much more to tell. Like I was saying, pseudos are very specific in how they perform and act, and their hostility all depends on the apostle that they were created from. But even so, in general, they still are some of the most dangerous opponents in the Berserk world. Welcome back, everyone, to the Berserk Monster Manual, giving you the breakdown on all the creatures in the Berserk universe, their powers, feats, and how to stop them, as well as a little insight into where the legends come from in our real world. Today's episode is going to cover golems. The word golem is a Jewish word that directly comes from Jewish legends. It originally translates to shapeless mass, and is defined as an artificial human being brought back to life through magic. Most stories of golems have them being created by assembling a mass of dirt or clay into the shape of a person, and then having them be brought to life through magic, though they tend not to have in-depth thoughts of their own, and mainly exist to be controlled and perform whatever task the creator wishes. As well, golems traditionally can't speak or communicate verbally in any way. The symbolism of a golem comes with the idea that you could view it as an innocent victim or a heartless villain. Though they are traditionally made from clay, further fictional tales about golems could have them made out of numerous materials. In Dungeons & Dragons, there are also flesh golems, stone golems, and iron golems. There's also a famous 1920s silent film just simply called Golem, and the plot revolves around a 16th century Prague rabbi that creates the golem, which in it is a giant creature made of clay, and he uses sorcery, bringing the creature to life to protect the Jews from Prague from persecution. I haven't seen the full film, but I've seen clips of it for years, and I'm actually really curious about checking it out. In the Berserk story, we first see a golem in chapter 199 when the main party reaches the tree mansion of a witch named Flora. This is the first time any of them had seen a golem, and it stands to reason that in the Berserk universe, they aren't very common. As with traditional myths, golems in Berserk are indeed created as silent entities that obey the commands given to them by their creators. In order to create a golem, one must have an understanding and proficiency in magic, of which in Berserk this is very hard to come by in the physical world. The golems here are also silent and carry out the tasks given to them without question, as they are not capable of complex thought. However, they also aren't terribly skilled or strong. The trick to a golem is they don't get tired, nor do they stop their command unless a new command is given. In other words, a golem that's commanded to attack will never stop attacking. And the original golems seen in the manga were made out of earth and clay, so every strike against them caused no concernable damage, as a golem has no vital areas to hit and doesn't feel pain. But also, being made of dirt and earth, anything lopped off of these golems can just be regenerated by the golem itself, gathering more dirt to replace its lost body parts. So if you were to fight an earth golem, your best bet would just be to run away, since it would mostly be a futile endeavor and you just wind up tiring yourself out. Golems can also use weapons if instructed. In the most recent chapters, a group of golems were created for training purposes using Viking armor and swords. But there is a loophole in defeating a golem, however. If you are aware enough to know, golems in this instance have a small talisman or charm embedded inside of them, something that binds them together and acts as their brain, if you will. Should that talisman be found and destroyed, the golem will fall back apart into its original materials. One of my favorite things in the story was it was Casca, the most least likely character at this time, that found the golem's weak spot. But golems are obviously not just used for combat and protective purposes. Flora had many golem helpers of various shapes and sizes, and they did tasks for her and around her mansion, as much as putting armor back together or even bringing her and Shirake tea. And that's just adorable. Much later on in the story, we are shown golems made of far different materials, again used for protective devotions, as it seems most people capable of magic like to keep the normies out, which makes total sense with all the heretic and witch burning going on. A witch named Morta, who is extremely attractive by the way, and her crew sent animated scarecrows and pumpkins to attack Guts' party as they entered the magical island known as ELVES. Apart from looking really cool, they also seem to work similarly to the earth golems, though it's unconfirmed whether or not they had a totem inside of them. As well, Shirake defeats them with magic, which it's also unspecified as to exactly what spell was used to stop the Golem Guardians here, or what goes into being able to stop them with magic. If you need to be more capable at magic than the Golem's creator, it's still open and left unconfirmed. The final reanimated creation we see, also from Morta, is a giant wicker man, made of wicker on the outside, but on the inside, the flaming life force of sacrifices locked inside and using an ancient taboo magic in order to control such an entity. It attacks as directed and ferociously. Here there is no totem, but the wicker man needs to basically be split open, and from there the souls inside will escape and dissipate to wherever in the astral world that they were called from. As stated before, it would be very, very rare to come across any golem in the Berserk world, but this wicker man takes the cake for the most insane and most creative thus far. And that's basically it, you guys. A very short and sweet video there. We haven't seen too many golems in the Berserk universe, but I always thought they were pretty cool. I hope you learned a little bit about the Berserk golems today, and thank you very much for supporting this series. It's been very fun to make. I have a whole list of crazy creatures to get through. So in this edition of the Berserk Monster Manual, we're going to be taking a look at the DAKA. And these cute little bastards don't seem to be based on any pre-existing fantastical entities, and are unique to Berserk all on its own. Though I feel like in appearance they do tend to resemble that of orcs, or at least it would seem reasonable that orcs were a beginning design concept. The DAKA first appear in Berserk chapter 232, and they are a creation formed from a lot of dark magic and overseen by the leader of the Kushan Empire, Emperor GANISHKA. So in order to create an army of minion servants to carry out his war endeavors, the Emperor, who happens to be an apostle himself, check out my apostle video for all the information you need on them, well, he decided to make an army of his own out of demonic soldiers that could be disposable and formidable all at the same time. They are a unique creation up to themselves, and the DAKA are created by a very, sick process. One that puts the human centipede to shame.
Oh no! Cuttlefish is about to come out of my asshole! Oh, here it comes! Oh, it's going to be a rat! Hold on, Kairu! I believe in you!
GANISHKA has taken dozens of other apostles and sewn them together, wrapped them up in chains, and bound them together by magic in order to create a man-made BEHELIT, or as I like to call it, the DAKA machine. So these sewn together apostles are left open in the center, which is then filled with amniotic fluid, you know, the shit babies float in. And the idea behind this is that since all these apostles get their power from the astral world, having a slew of them bunched together filled with liquid would create a conduit of negative energy, thus able to corrupt whatever was submerged into it. In this case, pregnant women, whom I feel would be safe to say none of them are having a child consensually. That's just a hunch there. But they are submerged into the fluid, which corrupts the child inside of them due to the swelling of dark energy, transforming the child itself into a little demon monster, or a DAKA. The baby DAKA, still inside of her, then rips out of its mother, discarding her dead body, and is then let out of the man-made BEHELIT, where Kushan soldiers grab them and place them in cages for the purpose of training them to be soldiers. Probably the most fucked up concept in all of Berserk, and that's really saying something for this series. Now, I guess you could say that the DAKA are, in a way, pseudo-apostles, since pseudos are created by regular apostles, dispelling some of their power or dark energy into a human. DAKA are getting their dark energy from a collective mass of apostles, so there's that connection. Also, in the very brief description of the DAKA given in the Berserk guidebook, it does call them a type of pseudo-apostle. The DAKA apparently grow into adulthood very fast. It's not explicitly stated how fast, but I would wager only a couple of days or weeks at best. As adults, they seem to be very simple-minded and only care about fighting and carnage. It may not be that they aren't capable of complex thought, but that they are constantly kept in check by the Kushan magic, and are fearful of what would happen if they disobey something as powerful as GANISHKA himself. DAKA are essentially your disposable soldiers. Send them in and don't worry about your casualties because we can always make more DAKA. This keeps the human soldiers safe and at a distance. DAKA have a humanoid-like appearance, but notable features like their rough leathery red skin, horns, and tusks protruding from their mouths almost looking like deformities. Also, a lot of images seem to have them with this look of lost sadness in their eyes. I don't know if that's just me, but I would say that this is intentional by Miura. DAKA are fully capable of using weapons, shields, and armor as well, and like with the other monsters in Berserk, they move in large numbers, which adds to the difficulty of defeating them. As enhanced demonic beings, they are of course stronger, faster, and more durable than your average human being. But they are also made of flesh and blood and can be killed by conventional means or that of magic. You would just have to be a really skilled fighter in order to take one down because they are bigger, stronger, and more ferocious than an average man. And since they're usually sent out like an army, it would be rare that you would face one one-on-one, and if you were facing off against one, it would be because you are in an opposing army or just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, which the protagonist's guts usually is. Just aim for the vital points that you would a human, the neck, heart, lungs, and hope for the best. But it's also good to remember that the DAKA are not naturally occurring beings here in the physical or astral worlds. They are unique only to the Kushan Empire and their methods of domination. After the fall of GANISHKA, the DAKA are not seen again, and it would be unlikely that they would be. I think the downside of the story is that the DAKA have such an elaborate process of creation, but going up against Guts and crew or the new Band of the Hawk, they don't really seem to measure up. That's not to take away how powerful these guys would be to the average person, but in the story of Berserk itself, they kind of fall short of what they're built up to be. But regardless, I still like the DAKA. They are cool in design and concept, and I really want a plush doll of one of these things. I think that would be awesome. Okay, so this is one I've wanted to do ever since starting the Monster Manual series. Today I'll be covering what I'm just going to call spirits of the dead or demonic spirits. There isn't an official term for these entities, but if you're a Berserk fan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And if not, fear not, because I'm going to explain it to you. They are first seen in Chapter 0b, where the spirits drawn to the brand of sacrifice possess a bunch of skeletons and attack guts in the middle of the night. Yeah, that's something they can do. But what are they exactly? Well, they are, as you would expect, souls of the dead. They are those whom have lingering regrets or can't fully accept the fact that they are dead. So they don't fully transition into the astral world. The astral world, of course, harbors what you would call heaven and hell, along with the collective thoughts and fears and creatures that mankind has come up with. So instead of passing completely into the astral world, the restless souls linger in an interstice, which basically means that they exist in the physical and astral worlds simultaneously, unable to fully pass from one to the other. Basically lost, or maybe you could say that they are in purgatory. I don't know if that's really the right word you would use, but you might even be safe to call them ghosts. The spirits are, like many astral entities, more powerful at night, and especially during a full moon. And they are also more likely to be seen by children or those open up to the idea to the supernatural. They have a tendency to want to attack or possess living creatures, probably as a desperate attempt to be alive once more, but their possessions are less personal and more ravenous, basically acting out pure aggression and negative energy. Also, when possessing a person, they can read what's going on inside your head and see parts of you that you try to suppress, and will force you to act them out. An example is when Farnese was briefly possessed. It was at a time where she was highly indoctrinated by her faith. The spirit inhabiting her had her sexually open herself up to Guts, and wished for him to split her open with his sword. Yeah. Or when Guts himself was inhabited by a spirit, it amplified his annoyance and rage he was feeling for Casca at the time, and had him choke her, a moment that left her fearful of him and has made his travels with her even worse than they were before. The spirits can also possess other living things, such as dogs, as it's been seen, and yes, horses too. And whatever spirit inhabited this horse just really wanted to show off. Don't worry, it didn't get a chance to use its newly acquired horse appendage before Guts chopped its head off. And there's been instances where spirits can possess non-living things like trees. I mean, I guess trees are living, but you know what I mean. There's also the aforementioned skeletons, and a panel of them possessing snow. These spirits are also particularly attracted to the brand of sacrifice. This is a mark given to people meant to be sacrifices to those of darkness. As luck would have it, the main characters, Guts and Casca, have these brands, and it draws the rest of the spirits to them nightly. For a long time, Guts never got a full night's sleep due to nightly visitors and hauntings from these spirits. This aspect also caused a pivotal moment in the manga, when Guts and Casca were at the Tower of Conviction, which had been a place where many so-called heretics had been tortured in various brutal ways over many years. And as you would imagine, this would lead to there being many angry and restless spirits culminating near the tower. This is a place where the Holy See religion punished those for heresy, and in the brief glimpses that we got to see, there are many horrifying torture implements that were used, all of which actually existed in our history, which is kind of scary to think about. When Guts and Casca are both near here, it causes a massive rising of spirits coming for their brands, which also rings in the incarnation ceremony. The spirits all collide and group up, basically making a blob-like wave of evil that engulfs and destroys the surrounding area and kills hundreds of people in the process. It becomes a mesh of blood and dead bodies and just filled with negativity and darkness, and destroys the Tower of Conviction, and in the process, basically compelled by the will of causality, forms the shape of the God Hand and the God Hand members themselves. Now, these aren't the actual God Hand members, but just imagine that the concentration of evil is so high that the spirits take those shapes to imitate the God Hand. We also have Mazgus, who believed that the evil spirits were all caused because of Casca, which he was technically right, but he thought it was because Casca was a witch, and he wanted to burn her at the stake to dispel them, which would have never worked in the first place. And the irony is that what he was doing, torturing innocent people in the name of good, is what caused the spirits to be restless in the first place, and yet he actually believed that he could still save them. Now, when it comes to battling the restless spirits, it gets kind of interesting. First, let's assume that they possess something or someone, and it attacks you. Well, it would have all the strengths and weaknesses of the thing that they are possessing, but whatever they are possessing is also much more ravenous and vicious than normal. So if they possess a dog, it's going to be the meanest, nastiest dog that you can imagine. If they possess a horse, well, watch out for that cock. When possessing humans, once again, they are more ferocious than usual, and will use their entire body to attack and even try to eat your face off like they're on bath salts. So if you kill whatever they're possessing, the spirit will then return to its incorporeal self, and won't be able to harm you unless it possesses something else, or tries to possess you. but attacking and harming the spirits in their natural incorporeal form would be futile, as they are already dead and have nothing to attack. If the spirit possesses you, it's up to your own willpower and inner strength to reject the spirit from your body. If you are strong-willed and focused, you can dispel them, but if you are weak-minded, they can take you over completely and make you act on your own inner darkness, whatever that may be. You can also keep them at bay through light and fire. As they are more active at night, sunlight will dispel them completely. So if you can, stay awake, keep a torch, and try not to get possessed yourself, and if you make it till sunrise, you've won. Well, until it's night again. Anyway, I hope this sheds some light on the restless spirits in Berserk. It's something that's been prevalent through the entire story and gave it some of its most iconic moments. Welcome back everyone to the Berserk Monster Manual, and today we're going to be covering the cream of the crop, your favorite group of all-powerful demons that help govern the fates of mankind themselves, the God Hand. Now, there isn't a specific thing in our real world that the God Hand is directly based upon, at least not in the way that trolls and elves are in Berserk. But we talked about apostles relating to religious apostles being like a messenger of God or a messenger of prophets. So if we want to look at it like a pecking order like that, above an apostle would be a God Hand. So you could look at the God Hand themselves as prophets, telling apostles the gospel and then sending them on their way to carry out that will. Or you could see them as angels, which they have been flat out called before in Berserk. And considering their designs that are inspired from the Cenobites of the Hellraiser series, that makes sense. There's even a line in that movie where the lead Cenobite says that they are considered demons to some, but angels to others. It really depends on how you want to look at it. And that same concept is true in Berserk. They are the highest authority of power when it comes to anything in the Berserk universe, and depending on whether you're looking to become an apostle, or if you're the sacrifice, that'll probably decide how you view them. The God Hand is still mostly shrouded in mystery, but what we do know breaks down like this. In Berserk, there are three worlds that overlap each other. The physical world, which is the world we know, the world of mankind. The astral world, which contains many different layers, including where dead spirits linger, where mythological creatures exist, such as elves and monsters, and each layer goes deeper and deeper until you reach the area where the God Hand reside, which is essentially the final layer of the astral world. Until you reach the third world, which is the world of idea, which is basically a collective consciousness of all living things. It's really abstract, and I'll talk in depth about that another time. But within the world of idea exists an entity. Whether you want to call it God or not is up to you. But in Berserk, it's been called the idea of evil. And this thing was spawned from humanity's collective desires to want purpose in life. So you could say that mankind created God, or a god of sorts. And then that god began spreading influence throughout history to give mankind exactly what it wanted. To help enact this, the idea needed something to help fate or causality happen in the way that it was designed to. Thus, the need for God's angels, or God's hand, was created. Now, before a bunch of people rush to their keyboards, I will have to clarify. The idea of evil was only introduced and explained in one chapter, and that chapter has since been omitted from the story as the author Kentaro Miura requested it to be. Most say he did that because he felt it gave away too much too soon, and because of where it was placed in the story. So the idea of evil is still considered by many to be not canon, though nothing in the story has contradicted it, so I continue to explain as if the idea of evil is a relevant part of the story. But if Miura ever decides he wants to change it later on, that could very well be the case. As of now, to understand the God Hand, we must at least have a sense that there is a bigger entity pulling their strings, and that's all that's really important. The God Hand are still created through the use of a BEHELIT, as the apostles are, but the God Hand's BEHELIT is a very specific one that has a deep red color and is called the Egg of the King. It is recognized by apostles as being something extremely important, and should it be discovered, they will take care not to interrupt their fate. But if we believe fate to be unavoidable, then the Egg of the King will wind up in the appropriate person's hand at the exact moment that they need it most. And it works the same as it would for an apostle. At some point, one chosen to be a God Hand will find a BEHELIT, and at that moment that they reach complete despair, the BEHELIT will activate, transporting them to the deepest layer of the astral world. How this worked for the very first God Hand member, I'm not sure, but for the rest, they are given an audience with the God Hand that do exist so far, and will be given a choice to sacrifice something important in exchange for greater power. But unlike the apostle sacrifice, which could be just one person, the sacrifice to become a god hand must be on a much greater scale. The one we are shown in the manga is Griffith, who was the final god hand member who sacrificed his entire band of the Hawk in order to become Femto. We see his transformation a bit from man into god hand, and this is how I interpret it, but it seems as though Griffith's human body is discarded, and he is taken to the world of idea where he is told to use the deaths of those he sacrificed along with the collective desires of mankind to create his new body. He appears to basically pull in power from the death and desire surrounding him, which in concept I think is really cool, and it shows how powerful collective thoughts and feelings can be. Now again, a lot of this is headcanon and how I specifically interpret it, but if I don't explain it how I see it, then I'd be skipping a lot of ambiguous detail, and I want to give everyone as full of an explanation as I possibly can. So after pulling in all that power, the God Hand is reborn, if you will, back into the astral world with a new body and incredible power. It should also be noted that the God Hand seem to have a body that is reminiscent of what they looked like when they gave up being a human. For the one we see in the manga, Griffith is wearing a helmet when beginning his transformation, and his God Hand form also has a similar appearance with a headpiece along with wings, which correlates to Griffith's symbolism of being a hawk. The God Hand was specifically designed to have 5 members. A hand has 5 fingers, so yeah, self-explanatory. But whatever the ultimate plan of fate is that they are trying to make happen, we don't fully know. We just know that it takes a lot of time to manipulate and make happen. So unlike apostles who can be made at any point in time when a BEHELIT is activated, a new God Hand member is only added once every 216 years. So for the first 216 years, there must have only been 1 God Hand, then 2, then 3, and so on. We only see them in the story when there's already 4 and creating the 5th. So as how it would have worked for the very first God Hand, Void, when he was created, that's still a mystery. Some have theorized that there's a previous 5 God Hand members that existed before the ones that we know, but it's all just theory at this point. The first God Hand member is the one called Void. Void again seems as though his appearance is based on what he looked like when he died, tortured with his eyes sewn shut and his skin pulled back. Void seems to do a lot of the talking and give some epic speeches along the way, explaining fate and causality to whomever shows up to be sacrificed. He also creates the brand of sacrifice and sends it out to those chosen to be so. It's a mark that's given to you, which means that you are an offering to those of darkness, and they will be drawn to you to try to kill you until you die. Void is also theorized to be the sage that was imprisoned in the kingdom of King Geyserik 1,000 years ago. Many say that he sacrificed the entire kingdom in order to ascend to be a God Hand, but it is yet to be confirmed. Next we have Conrad. He seems to be the most silent of the God Hand members, and is depicted as a large and fat entity with a shell on his back, and his face seemingly stuck in the same position, and also looks very infant-like. Next is Ubik, who is very small compared to the rest of the God Hand members, and floats and flies around as opposed to standing, which I guess would make sense since he doesn't have any legs, but instead just has about a dozen tentacles slithering around. He appears to be the most talkative and most manipulative of all the God Hand members, coaxing others into making their sacrifices. Then we have Slan, who is a straight-up succubus-like woman with bat wings and a high lust and sex drive. She is also manipulative and seems to get great sexual satisfaction out of witnessing violence and evil. The final member is Femto, and he is basically the only one that we know the history of. Femto used to be a man named Griffith who built a mercenary team from the ground up and achieved a very high status in the Kingdom of Midland. After losing his most valuable ally, Guts, he was distraught and acted on impulse, having sex with the Midland princess. He was then caught and then sent to the dungeon to be tortured for an entire year. After being rescued, he re-encountered his Egg of the King, and being told of the God Hand's plans for him, he decided to make his sacrifice of the entire Band of the Hawk, his whole team, in order to ascend higher. His first act on becoming a God Hand member was to rape Casca in front of Guts in order to enact some revenge and to show his absolute dominance over him. Of course, this also shows that even a God Hand still has some sliver of humanity left, and it's not all about enacting causality's will. But some inner, petty human emotions like spite still existed within Femto. Also with Femto, it creates all 5 members, which means the God Hand can then enact more of their plan of fate, which is to bring a God Hand member, in this case Femto, to the physical world to give humanity a savior or messiah-like figure that they all desire, as well as merge all the worlds into one, bringing every nasty and evil astral world creature into the physical world. What the extent of this, or what the next phase of their plan is, has yet to be seen after that. So now you know who and what the God Hand are, but what about their powers and abilities? Well, this is the most ambiguous section of their existence. Everything they can do we don't really know, and we've only seen bits and pieces of their power. But it is safe to say that they are most likely the most powerful beings in the Berserk universe. Warping reality is one thing that they've been shown to do on occasion. As Skull Knight tries to attack Void, Void creates a portal which the sword phases through and then comes back towards Skull Knight. Later on, Femto is also able to catch a sword swipe from Skull Knight, but this time he was using a sword that could literally cut through dimensions, and Femto is still able to stop this swipe and redirects it, and thus causes the merging of the worlds to happen. Femto shows some more abilities, like being able to throw Guts through the air with just a look, and block a cannon blast again just by looking at it and having it explode around him. The God Hand have also been shown to be a constant influence in the physical world despite not being present there. In places where there are high concentrations of negativity, that helps the God Hand members bring themselves closer to the physical world. See, they're basically stuck at where they're at in the deepest level of the astral world, but they are able to move up through the layers using something else to create their bodies from, but are significantly weakened in the process. Conrad shows up in the form of swarming rats during the plague, Slan manifests herself in the shape of fire during a heretic orgy, and most notably, Slan again creates a body for herself out of the innards and guts of trolls after the main character Guts had killed dozens of them. She is able to fully interact and still overpower Guts even in this form. So I end every video with a, what would you do if you had to fight this creature? Here with the God Hand, you don't. If you meet a God Hand, you have only two options. You're either there because you have a BEHELIT and you're there to make a sacrifice, in which case you either do it and become an apostle or live the rest of your life in despair, or you're there meeting them because you're about to be a sacrifice for someone else. Basically, you're fucked. You can't try to fight back against a God Hand because they can literally distort reality and send you flying away and probably kill you with the flick of a finger. Even if you are the one making a sacrifice and you do decide to become an apostle and you think that will help you fight them, well, tell that to GANISHKA, an apostle who did oppose the God Hand and was still brought to his knees within their presence. Yeah, it's not happening. Your only saving grace would be if you're facing off against a God Hand as they take the form of something else. So if Conrad is made of rats and you kill all the rats, okay, but Conrad still exists. You didn't actually kill him, you only killed his vessel. And even when Slan was made out of the dead troll Guts, she was still able to take down Guts and wound him so deeply that both his body and spirit were damaged. Guts managed to cut her down with his sword, which had been enchanted in its own way, but still, he only killed the vessel. Slan still exists out there. So basically, no, you cannot fight or beat a God Hand at all. And I'm sure Miura is even racking his brain trying to figure out how to end the story with having antagonists that are so powerful. Maybe that's why we only get 2 chapters a year. I don't know. But anyways, guys, I hope you liked this video. I hope it was a good breakdown of the God Hand for you. Let me know what you think and leave a comment below. And if tomorrow you find a red BEHELIT, well, I hope you realize that fate has chosen you, and I really pray for all of your loved ones that are soon to be sacrificed. Welcome back, everyone, to the Berserk Monster Manual, taking all the creatures, demons, and astral monsters from the manga series Berserk and giving them the D&D treatment so that you can learn a little bit more about them. Before I get started on this video, I just wanted to give a thanks for the following on the other videos in this series, especially my God Hand video that YouTube's algorithm just decided to blow up, but hey, I'm not complaining about that. Anyways, I just wanted to say thank you for watching and enjoying them. They're really fun to make, and Berserk has such a rich universe of monsters that makes it so much better to make these videos. I really love doing it. So thank you once again, and without further ado, the Elemental Kings. So we all know about the 4 elements of our real physical world. They've been represented in numerous stories and movies over time. The 5th element, Avatar: The Last Airbender, Captain Planet.
Captain Planet!
You got glass in my eye!
And my foot in your paw!
Just to name a couple. It has been very common over hundreds of thousands of years of human history and existence that all cultures recognize the 4 elements, and though they may have different terms for them, they all basically represent the same 4 things: earth, wind, water, and fire. One thing interesting to note is that even though Berserk takes place in a fictionalized medieval setting, since the story is a manga and thus Japanese, the Japanese have definitions for each element which may directly relate to the story and plotline of Berserk. See, Japan defines the 4 elements as this. Earth represents things that are solid, water represents things that are liquid, fire represents things that destroy, wind represents things that move, but they also have a 5th element. Are you ready for this? The 5th element is called void, representing things that are not in our everyday life. Void, of course, being the name of the first God Hand member. A video on this whole subject might be upcoming in the future, so just stay tuned and watch out for it. And if you want to know all about the God Hand and what that could mean, just check out my God Hand video next after watching this one. But back to the elemental kings in the story. So Berserk has 3 worlds that overlap. The physical, which is everything we know and experience. The astral world, which contains various layers, including the afterlife, as well as monsters and other creatures, and in its deepest layer, the God Hand themselves. And finally, the idea world, which is like an abstract collective consciousness of all life. The elemental kings reside somewhere in the astral world, though their power can be seen, channeled, and used in the physical world. They are first seen in chapter 209 of the manga in a scene in which a witch in training named Shirake summons them to protect people from a horde of trolls. Being trained in the ways of magic, she is able to have her spirit enter the astral world and call upon the elemental kings. To do this, she must first offer respect and gratitude, and also perform a chant, or I guess you could say a magical spell. What she is essentially doing is asking to borrow some of the power of the elemental kings, and then channel it through herself, and then her body in the physical world acts as if it's in a trance, and she is able to create a protective barrier around a church which burns away any evil astral creature that dares try to enter. When it comes to the elemental kings, we should probably think of them as beings that are as old as the universe itself. Not something that needed to be created like the God Hand, but something that has always and will always exist. Eternals, if you will. It's the very foundation in which life exists. They may be indifferent to humanity as a whole, but it seems to be more of a force of good than anything else. But to me personally, I think they're kind of the ultimate neutrality. They're Mother Nature. They don't have an agenda. They don't have an ultimate plan. They just simply exist. Since also existing for so long, they are deeply grounded in the consciousness of mankind, predating religion. In fact, the religion in Berserk, the Holy See, which is basically like a fictionalized version of Christianity, but more specifically the Roman Catholic Church of the Middle Ages, they refer to the 4 guardian angels in their scriptures. Shirake in the manga states that the 4 angels that the Holy See talks about, and the 4 elemental kings, are actually one and the same. Just things can be changed and manipulated over time, and so the Holy See considers magic and all this evil and heresy worthy of death, when in reality it's the same thing that they worship. It gets to the whole idea of judgment and people killing each other over different faiths and not seeing the commonalities between all religions, but that's a rant I've gone on plenty of times and doesn't really belong in this video. Now, according to the Berserk wiki, and I didn't know this before researching this video, the way Shirake is shown about going about summoning the elemental kings resembles the Kabbalistic cross, which is a basic ritual that is used as a tool to become conscious of one's own divine ego and to come in contact with a source of power and creation. I think this is unique because it's Miura's way of showing that it may have been the Holy See's fault that magic is seen as demonic and wrong. It's been painted as a particular way to discourage people from getting in touch with the true spirits of the astral world. The 4 elemental kings are also given names, though no specific personalities are shown throughout any of them. I'd like to think that they are beyond the concept of needing personalities or agendas. Like I said, they just are. They just exist. In fact, you could think of their names as just a way to represent each element. 8 is the element of wind, which comes from the east. It's shown as a spirit with a huge billowing cloak that shines brightly. Ve is the king of the water, coming from the west, shown as a humanoid-looking shape with no features, surrounded by swirling water. Gedula is the element of fire, coming from the south, another blank humanoid-looking figure engulfed in flame and holding what looks to be like a longsword. And Marked, the king of the earth, from the north, a fatter-looking human shape with a ring around its neck. Now, there are just regular elementals and spirits of elements, but I'll save that for another video. They basically just work with the elements to help control and manipulate them, and can be used to make magical items, but they pale in comparison to the elemental kings. It's also theorized and rumored that the elemental kings were the ones responsible for destroying the ancient kingdom of King Geyserik. There's a legend that 4 angels came down and buried the kingdom after disapproving of the lavish way Geyserik was ruling his kingdom. But the story has been confused over time, with people not knowing if it was 4 or 5 angels. Basically, it gets mixed up with the God Hand, and I think that's deliberate so that humanity wouldn't know the difference between the elemental kings and the God Hand. It's not too terribly important in understanding what the elemental kings are, but I know if I didn't include this at some point in the video, people would tell me that I forgot about it. In reality, we still don't know the extent of how King Geyserik's kingdom fell. We know the city was buried and that the bodies have the brand of sacrifice on them, so it would suggest it was the God Hand, but the timeline wouldn't make sense for all 5 God Hand members to exist yet, so yeah, who knows. So as always, I wrap up the video with, what if you had to fight the elemental kings? Well, let's assume you were just in the physical world and someone capable of magic is summoning their power against you. I'd say as long as you're a good person, that shouldn't really be happening in the first place. When Shurike uses her protection spell, it only burned away evil creatures from the astral world and not humans, so I think you'd be safe. It's unclear if the spell could just evaporate an evil human like it did with the trolls. Probably not, but I wouldn't want to take the chance. But if someone summons the literal elements of all life itself and comes after you, you are going to be subject to floods, flames, tornadoes, and earthquakes. Not something any average person could handle. Now, maybe if you're a magic user as well, you could enter the astral world and ask the kings to assist you instead. Maybe get on their good side. Other than that, a direct fight with them makes no sense, since they, once again, are literally the elements of reality as we know it. And that about does it for the extent of information we have about the elemental kings so far. I'm sure there's still more stuff that Miura has to put in the story, but that's what we got up to this point. Hello and welcome back everybody to the Berserk Monster Manual. Today we are going to be covering the one, the only, the immortal, Nosferatu ZODD. I wanted to give particular apostles their own video, and ZODD is the perfect candidate for the first one. But I will say, if you're not a Berserk fan and you're just here for the lore video concept, please watch my Apostle Monster Manual video first, because that will get you up to speed with the what and whys of it all and what ZODD is, before I get into the specifics of him as a character. So with all that out of the way, let's get started. The concept and design for ZODD has several relations to other mediums that exist. First and foremost, it is at first glance you might quickly relate the look of ZODD to that of a minotaur, a mythological creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull. The origin of minotaurs comes from Greek mythology, and it's a little story that goes like this. The Minotaur was a bull-headed monster born to the queen, I'm going to butcher this name, Pasiphae, I don't know how to pronounce that, after she coupled up with an actual bull. The creature resided in the twisting maze and labyrinth where it was offered a regular sacrifice of youths and maidens in order to satisfy its cannibalistic cravings. The beast was eventually slain by the hero Theseus. And none of that really has anything to do with ZODD, I just thought that was an interesting little tidbit for you. And we also have his name, Nosferatu ZODD. Nosferatu is a 1922 silent film that was the first at adapting the story of Dracula. In the film, they swap out the word vampire for Nosferatu, and since vampires are considered to be immortal, despite the particular ways that there are to kill them, it still relates to the idea that ZODD cannot be killed. Even though in the Berserk universe, if vampires exist, they have yet to be shown in any form, so Nosferatu must only refer to something that could be considered immortal. As well, ZODD is the name of the DC Superman villain, General Zod.
Kneel before Zod!
Zod in Berserk is a legendary warrior, and in his human form, I'd like to say that he does bear a slight resemblance to General Zod, but that could just be my own headcanon, and I haven't ever seen anything from Miura himself admitting that the name has anything to do with Superman, but I just figured I'd throw that in there too. Zod was first introduced in Chapter 2 of the manga, simply titled Nosferatu ZODD. Many chapters existed before his introduction, but they were lettered up until a certain point, instead of being numbered, but that's a story for another time. Anyway, Zod is an apostle, and although we don't know exactly when he went from man to demon, we know it has to be hundreds of years ago, as Zod is stated to be known to fight on many battlefields over that period of time, disappearing for years, only to return periodically. The legends of him only show that he is an immortal, but the concept of apostles and demons are lost to most mankind in the Berserk world until much later on in the story. Also, to become an apostle, one must sacrifice something dear to them, but we haven't learned what that could have been for Zod. He is a character that lives for fighting and the thrill of battle, so one has to wonder what exactly he could have had at one point that he would be willing to sacrifice. Everything to Zod is expressed through strength. It's the ultimate ruling force in his eyes, besides the God Hand themselves. A famous line by Zod states that he feels that words lack elegance, and opts for people to make their statements through battle instead. Zod appears anywhere he feels that he will find a strong opponent to face him, and is willing to test his strength against any opponent. An interesting aspect of him is how, unlike many other apostles, Zod doesn't seem to give in to the primal urges of eating humans or exploiting them sexually. Zod doesn't torture people, and there's nothing really sadistic in the way that he carries out his kills. He is only looking for battle and takes no pride or pleasure in harming people except when specifically on the battlefield. He also gives respect to his enemies that he does consider to be on his level. Notably the Skull Knight, whom Zod said has been his enemy for a very long time, and who he seems to know more on a personal level. And when Zod meets Guts for the first time, he's ecstatic that Guts is able to battle with him and wound him despite him just being a mere human. And when Griffith joins the fight and they both manage to wound Zod, he relishes in this and doesn't hold ill will towards them, but instead basks in the pure joy of the fight itself. Zod has shown a sense of loyalty to the God Hand, and most notably to Femto. When realizing that Griffith held the Egg of the King, Zod left the fight, allowing the time needed for Griffith to eventually use the BEHELIT to become the fifth and final God Hand. But he also gives Guts a warning, showing his respect to him as a warrior. He's been shown to give Guts assistance on occasion, whether it's throwing him a sword when Guts was empty-handed at the Battle of Doldry, or teaming up with Guts to battle a common enemy in GANISHKA. Zod even refused to kill Guts when he had the perfect opportunity to do so, because Guts was already so battle damaged that wouldn't have been a good fight. The only one to have been implied to beat Zod in a battle is Femto, somehow wounding Zod from the Astral World, which I still don't really get how, but the point is, after this first loss in literally hundreds of years, Zod bows himself before Femto and accepts his role under his leadership, and helps create Femto's kingdom here on Earth. During this process, Zod aids him in the war against the Kushan Empire, GANISHKA, and more, as he's been seen to basically be Femto's second in command, joining the ranks of the new Band of the Hawk alongside other powerful apostles such as GRUNBELD and IRVINE. Zod, of course, is incredibly powerful and has a good amount of powers and abilities. First and foremost is just his ferocious strength. Whether he's in his humanoid form or in his full-fledged demon apostle form, Zod is a towering wall of muscle with strength far beyond that of the average man. Far beyond that of the average apostle as well. He's seen wielding swords with gigantic blades, battle axes, and dual wielding as well. He's a brilliant fighter and even uses his environment in battle as well. Combined with his strength and skills, Zod is exceptionally durable and even has near-instant regenerative capabilities. He can take multiple arrows to the back and sword slashes just to keep on going. He even had his arm completely sliced off, but was able to grab it and put it back on, healing itself back into place. Now, other apostles have been shown to have very resilient abilities as well, and the ability to heal themselves, but Zod seems to have the most productive healing abilities out of any apostle that's ever been shown. Zod also has the ability of flight. At will, he can sprout wings from his back and fly at supersonic speeds, and for far distances. Though he rarely uses his wings in combat for an advantage, unlike with GANISHKA when his opponent was already in the sky, mostly his wings are just meant for his own travel. It is unknown if Zod can create pseudo-apostles, but even if he could, given his personality, I doubt that he would ever want or accept followers or help of any kind, choosing mostly to prove himself by his own strength alone. And so I end all these videos with a, what would you do, an average person, if you had to fight Nosferatu Zod? Zod has been shown to slay dozens of human beings with a single stroke of his sword, basically cutting them completely in half. However, as stated before, Zod has also been wounded by a mere human in Guts and Griffith. So if you trained and honed your skills to an above average level, you may be able to fight toe-to-toe with Zod, at least in his human form. Zod is able to be damaged, sure, but his skin and muscles are tougher than a human's, but they can still be sliced and pierced. It's just, with his healing ability, if you don't get the job done quick, he'll just come back at you, and now he'll be even more excited at the prospect of fighting you since he knows that you can wound him. Guts at the beginning of the Millennium Empire arc was still only strong enough to keep up with Zod while he was in his human form, and was still thrown around by Zod when he busted out his full apostle form. Zod is probably just as susceptible to magic as anyone else, so there's always that, but unless you have a troop of people that can hold him at bay, you would never get the time needed to enact a spell on him. And can Zod ultimately be killed? Is he truly an immortal? Well, only time will tell, and maybe he will soon show back up in the story of Berserk, if it ever gets continued. Thank you for watching, guys. As always, I always like making these monster manuals, and if you ever make a name for yourself in battle, I hope your reputation doesn't go around too far because it might just be overheard, and then you might be challenged by the legendary motherfucking Zod! Welcome back, everyone, to the Berserk Monster Manual. Today we are going to take a look at one of these gigantic, super strong beings known as ogres. The word ogre translates to man-eating giant, which is extremely fitting in almost any iteration or story involving ogres. It comes from a French origin and is speculated to be based upon a god called Orcus. Now, Orcus was from Roman mythology, and similarly to Hades, he was a lord of the underworld. He was often depicted as a big, hairy, giant, bearded thing. And bringing it to ogres, they are usually depicted similarly. Giant, hairy, ugly, disproportionate, a particular craving for the flesh of humans, specifically for children and infants, which is the purest and tastiest. You know, I'm assuming. In Berserk, ogres are first shown in chapter 210 of the manga during a segment where Guts and the gang are already in the midst of a battle with trolls. Ogres, like many creatures in Berserk, come from the astral world, a world that overlaps what we know as the physical and contains many layers as well as the afterlife. These creatures are actually willed into existence by the collective fears of mankind, meaning enough people believe in and fear the idea of ogres, so in the astral world, ogres begin to exist. Most specifically, the layer of the astral world where ogres come from is called Qliphoth. This area also contains other disgusting and evil creatures like trolls, and so on. And there are other creatures here not given names, but they're like small demonic slugs, worms, spiders, and anything gross that you could think of. After all, it's all based upon imagination, and the depths of which are unlimitless. Ogres are also seen to be, well, birthed, for lack of a better word, by the GODHAND member Slan at will. As she considers Qliphoth a metaphor for her womb, she seems able to create an unlimited amount of astral monsters from the depths of Qliphoth's location, which is already super nasty in itself, but there's still lots of people out there that want to get down with Slan. I kind of do too. From time to time, astral creatures can seep out into the physical world, but at the stage where the ogres are introduced in the manga, it was stated that the worlds were beginning to blend together more and more, causing an influx of astral monsters into the physical world. Now, I think the most initial thought you would have here about what the ogre looks like is, well, Miura made his ogres giant, as they're meant to be, disproportioned, okay, strong, yep, brutal, eating people, oh yeah, and also they totally look like a penis.
That's a penis.
I feel like Miura blended multiple ideas into one dish-shapen creature. It also kind of looks like a whale mixed with a bear, included with large tusks, beady eyes, whiskers, furry elephant-like legs, and a bushy tail. It stands about as tall as a small two-story house, and although it doesn't speak any discernible language, they do appear to have a decent amount of intelligence, as far as a giant killing machine goes. The first ogre in the story of Berserk was smart enough to realize it couldn't get close to the magical barrier put around a church, and instead opted to throw wooden beams at it from a distance. As for powers and abilities of the ogres, there's not a lot of variety here, it's just the sheer amount of power that they have. The strength of an ogre seems to be massive. As I just stated, they can easily pick up a wooden beam of a house and then chuck it like a spear. They can also take a ton of damage and keep on going. The most important ability that they have with this is their healing factor. If their limbs are severed, they can reattach them and heal them almost instantly. Even being sliced open, they can heal from that too. It seems the only way to finish them off by conventional means is to sever or destroy their head or brain. But they are also vulnerable to magic. The ogre that did try to walk into Shurike's barrier did begin to burn, but I'm assuming due to their strength and size that unlike the troll, they don't just burn up instantly. If you were to encounter a Berserk troll and try to fight it, as an average person you would most likely be absolutely fucked. You would need to be able to reach their head in order to really put them down, because any other attack damage they will just heal from. In the meantime, you would have to constantly avoid their attacks, and getting punched by an ogre would probably be the equivalent of getting hit by a freight train. The only being shown to be able to defeat ogres easily in the manga are the Skull Knight, who is a powerful astral entity in himself, and also an apostle named Borkoff. This is the same apostle responsible for biting Guts' arm off during the eclipse. Well, he battled an ogre in a gladiator-style match and was able to overpower it. As stated earlier too, magical defense could also probably evaporate an ogre, but that's if they choose to walk into the barrier, but if they realize that it's a danger, they will stay away from it. So maybe your best bet is to have a crew of like 20 people with you, and one of you could maybe get a lucky shot in. And this is also if you're only fighting one ogre. If you're fighting a group of them, just prepare to get eaten. But anyways, guys, that's the extent of what we've seen from ogres so far in the Berserk story. Let me know what you guys think about these cuddly bastards. Welcome back, everyone, to the Berserk Monster Manual, giving you the breakdown on all the brutal, cute, and disgusting creatures in the manga series Berserk. And today's choice definitely defines all those adjectives. Picking a specific apostle today, we are going to be talking about the false elf herself, Rosine. Spoilers, obviously, and if you haven't watched my Apostle Monster Manual video, check that out first because it'll give you all you need to know about what an apostle is before we delve deeper into one apostle character in particular with Rosine. Rosine is first shown in chapter 51 of the manga during the Golden Age arc. As the Band of the Hawk is separated, leaving most of the wounded behind at a campsite, Rickert leaves to fetch some water and sees a mysterious figure in the distance. One he can only assume is an elf due to its appearance. Only to soon after hear the dying cries of his fellow Hawk members. Upon returning to the scene, he sees the dismembered and half-eaten bodies of everyone, and along with the slug count, he sees Rosine, a human-elf hybrid-looking creature who grins with the intention of killing Rickert as well. Thankfully, he lives to see another day due to the intervention of the Skull Knight, but after that, Rosine would not be seen again until the beginning of the Conviction arc, and it's here that we learn about her as a character and a major antagonist. As with all apostles, Rosine was once human. Though this is the first time in the manga we see an apostle who was a child at the time of their ascension. Rosine grew up in a small village that once upon a time had a great conflict from invaders who, in typical bandit fashion, would kill the men and rape the women. Rosine's mom being one of those victims, which causes a lot of fighting between Rosine's parents as her father wasn't convinced that he was the real father. Not to make light out of horrible situations, but it's not like they could just go on an episode of Maury to find out.
Isaac, you are not.
So Rosine hated being around her parents' conflict and would oftentimes spend entire days outside in the woods and playing with her friend Jill, who was just a few years younger. She would play in the dirt, catch bugs and snakes, and acted like you would consider a tomboy type. She also had an affection for the fable, which is known as the story of Peacock, and this is very important to understand Rosine as a character. See, in Berserk's story at this time, the idea of astral creatures like elves was still very much considered myths, something people would tell stories about, but very few have actually seen with their own eyes. In fact, it's stated in the story that children are much more likely to see these creatures as their minds are more open to the supernatural. Anyway, the Peacock story is about a boy with pointed ears and red eyes whom everyone picked on due to his appearance. He was an outcast and felt like he didn't belong. After running away into the forest, Peacock discovered an area where elves resided and figured he must be one of them. But actually, the elves mentioned that Peacock was brought here as a baby boy by his parents, and that the elves used magic to save his life. But as a result, his appearance changed to give him the red eyes and pointed ears. As Peacock ran to return home, when he got there, he saw that 100 years had passed, and everyone he knew, including his parents, were long gone. Rosine loved this story, but she altered the ending. She believed Peacock really was an elf, and that he stayed with the other elves happily ever after. One day, while in the woods, Rosine came across a BEHELIT. She held onto it, and she ran away one night looking for the elves and the Misty Valley. She stayed there for days but saw no elves. Nothing until her parents finally found her. But instead of being happy, her father lashed out and struck her for humiliating him and because of his own insecurities. He struck Rosine's mother next, and this despair Rosine felt of the harsh reality of the world and wanting her fairy tale to be true, she activated the BEHELIT, and she had an audience with the GODHAND. And, with the decision of sacrificing her parents for greater power, she got to become the twisted demonic version of what she always wanted, an elf. But ironically, just like the Peacock story, she wasn't really an elf. Rosine has several appearances and forms. Most notably is that she doesn't seem to have a human form as most apostles do before revealing their true selves. This could simply be because Rosine wanted to be an elf and had no interest in continuing to live as a human form. Her base form seems to be just an elf-looking form, complete with wings, bug eyes, and moth-like features. She then can turn her face into a more humanoid look, bringing her eyes and other facial features back to something more recognizable. And her final form is turning herself into her gigantic full apostle form, which is like a giant bug, complete with a huge wingspan and a stinger. Her humanish looking self at this point is just a face and a torso which is embedded within the body of the full giant apostle form. Rosine has an assortment of powers and abilities. She has the typical enhanced strength, speed, and stamina that any apostle does, but she also has poison dust that causes fatigue, disorientation, and even vomiting. She also has the ability of flight in every form that she has, as she has wings, but in her full apostle form she can fly at supersonic speeds, creating sonic booms and breaking the sound barrier. Also, her stinger, which she can use like a lance and combine with her supersonic speed to give a quick killing blow to almost anyone. Her main ability she utilizes is the ability to create pseudo-apostles. This is when an apostle corrupts a human and transforms them into a servant of sorts. She has two variations of this. For adults, she transforms them into bug-like creatures in which she uses for guardians of her Misty Valley so that nobody can enter. And for children, well, Rosine is known to kidnap children from the village, and she turns them into small elf-like creatures that she plays with, but also uses to wreak havoc, killing livestock and adults, which they can devour within seconds if a swarm attacks. The children are taken and put into cocoons, which transform them into the pseudos. Rosine is creating her own elf valley, but she has little regard for them as individuals, and treats them more like a swarm of bugs, and she is the queen. If these children are killed, she just simply makes more. They're completely expendable, and their infantile mindset causes them to relish killing even in one another as they play games that result in the death of one another, as well as playing adult attack, which is just, well, you get the picture. In any case, as Rosine is presented in the manga, she's one of the most powerful apostles Guts has to face, but she is also given enough development and character that it's hard not to feel at least a little bit bad for her. She's a misguided child living in a world of fantasy, refusing to grow up like a twisted version of Peter Pan. She just wanted to think that she was something special, and in her most hurt and vulnerable state, decided to sacrifice her parents in order to live out this fantasy, but then proceeded to be a demonic menace on her hometown, abducting children and killing people. If you were to fight Rosine as an average human, you would be in for quite a challenge. Assuming she's surrounded by her swarm of pseudo-apostles, as she usually is, you'd have to find a way to get rid of them before they tore all the skin off your body and bones. They can be killed conventionally by being splatted like bugs. They're not physically strong at all. It's just the sheer amount of them at any one time. They can also be burned, which is probably the quickest solution. Just ignore the fact that after dying, they turn back into dead children bodies. Fighting Rosine herself, she has the standard apostle durability, but can be killed by normal human weapons if you strike hard enough in the right spots. She has the ability of flight, so you would need to get the job done quick, aim for the neck or heart. But if she transforms into her full apostle form, she can literally fly so fast it breaks the sound barrier, so you'll be blown in all kinds of directions, lose your orientation, and oh yeah, there's that giant-ass stinger. Now, Guts was stabbed in the face with a stinger and kept on going, but Guts at this point in the manga was fighting on pure, unabashed hatred and rage, and was still almost killed. He literally destroyed his body, allowed himself to be stabbed multiple times, and had to bust out his arm cannon in order to stand a chance against Rosine. But Guts also had no supernatural help at this point, so theoretically, a human could kill her, but this is Guts at his absolute deadliest, which far exceeds that of the average man. I'm sure magic could also work on her, but again, good luck finding the time to enact a spell before she stabs you. All in all, Rosine is one of the most compelling antagonists and apostles in the manga, and I know the fanbase is very split on her. Some feeling sympathy for her, and others believing she deserved nothing but death. Let me know what you guys think of Rosine down below. Thanks again, as always, for watching this video and enjoying another page of the Monster Manual series. I'll just end this with the normal YouTube spiel of please give this video a like, subscribe if you want to stick around. Also check out the description of this video because I did launch a Patreon account, so go see if any of those options on the Patreon would be something you would be interested in because I would very much appreciate it. Thanks once again for watching, guys, and I will talk to you guys in the next video.
Something not that chill happened last night.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the Berserk Monster Manual. Today we're going to be taking a look at one of the first creatures that I've ever seen in the manga, and this cute little guy is called an incubus. And there's really some interesting stuff here as far as how it relates to mythology from our real world, so let's get into it real quick, and then we'll dive into what the incubus is in Berserk. See, Incubus is actually an alternative rock band formed in the early 90s, which would be a good soundtrack to read Berserk to. But no, Incubus is a Latin word, and it's defined as a nightmare induced by such a demon. According to mythology, it is a demon, specifically of the male variety, that comes to sleeping women in the middle of the night for the intention of having intercourse with them. In most cases, the women would be in a state of sleep paralysis during this action, and thus they'd be able to see and feel the entire experience, but not able to move or react. If you don't know what sleep paralysis is, it's basically when you wake up and you become conscious while your body is still asleep, and so you are unable to move your body. See, during the fourth phase of sleep, the REM sleep, motor centers in the brain are inhibited, and that produces paralysis. The reason for this is ultimately unknown, but the most common explanation is that it prevents one from acting out one's dreams. It's actually happened to me a few times, and it made me feel like an extreme weight was on top of me. I literally had to make myself scream as loud and hard as I could to try to bring my body back to wakefulness. It was really, really terrifying, so imagine being in that state and then seeing a demon on top of you wanting to have sex with you. Of course, for a man, the thing that would attack you would be a succubus. It works as the same idea, only this time the demon is female. I'm not sure what she would look like, but if it's anything like Slan, I might be okay with this happening. I mean, I'm usually the dom in my sexual scenarios, but, I could switch it up from time to time, anyway. Though, in some tales of the demons, incubus and succubus are actually the same demon, and it's able to switch its gender due to its target. I guess they're okay with sexual assault, but not in a gay way? I don't know. Further explanations of the legend go on to say that multiple attacks by an incubus could result in death for a woman, and for a man, a succubus could actually be impregnated with enough attacks. The succubus will use the semen it stole in order to create more incubi and succubi and further their demonic species. Succubi will also, upon multiple visits, keep draining the life force of a man until they die. Now, I don't want to get into the whole no-fap praising and the benefits of it here, but is there really much of a difference between nightly succubi visits and nightly visits to Pornhub? Demons taking your seed, man. That's all I'm saying. But hey, I've been there too. Anyway, incubi in Berserk. Well, it's one of the first demons ever shown in the manga and shows up in chapter 0B, which you can kind of consider chapter 2 if you want. It was before the chapters began being numbered. And incubi and Berserk are very different than the mythology presented, though there are some interesting connections. They are demons coming from the astral world, as all demonic beings do in Berserk, but they are very weak, or I guess you could say very low-level demons, like a step above the restless spirits that can possess people and things. And they are formed from a mix of blood and sexual fluids of those that died filled with hatred, malice, and lingering regret. So I don't quite know how the blood and semen would mix once you die, but if they do, you got yourself an incubus. Incubi are small, squid-like looking demons with one eye, and they attach to a person while they sleep and feed off their life force. So it's not taking your energy from sexuality, but just your general life force. While doing this, it also gives you haunting nightmares and imagery, and seemingly the nightmares will relate specifically to you. As Guts is shown haunted in his dreams by a version of himself naked, vulnerable, and running through a labyrinth, only to be greeted by a giant image of the demon child. Incubi, like most demonic beings in Berserk, are drawn to the brand of sacrifice, but I would imagine that they would attack anyone that they had the opportunity to. They are naturally more inclined to show up at night and in areas closely connected to the astral world, and it wouldn't be a stretch to say they are more likely to attack those open to the supernatural, which would also include children. They've been shown to be different sizes, all the way from about as big as a bowling ball down to a size small enough to attach itself to an elf. Similar creatures like this have been shown in other media, but often while the creature is killing you, it feeds you positive imagery instead of negative ones, making it even harder for you to want to wake up. In the famous DC comic story, For the Man That Has Everything, Superman gets a dream creature put onto him called a Black Mercy. In it, Superman imagines life on Krypton as if it never exploded and enjoys years of peace. He has to give up a perfect world scenario in order to come back to the real world. There's even an episode of the series Angel, one of my favorite shows, where a small creature is attached to Angel's chest, causing him to have vivid dreams and nightmares that keeps him docile while the enemy character manipulates Spike. But in Berserk, their powers and abilities pretty much begin and end with that they suck your life force and give you nightmares. They don't have much physical strength or defensive capabilities. If you need to fight an incubus, you would easily be able to kill it with a bladed or blunt weapon. Hell, you could probably even just step on it to death. But the only tricky part is that they attack you while you're sleeping. So if the nightmares don't actually wake you up, you're going to have a bit of your life drained from you without you even knowing it, while in the meantime having horrific visions of whatever it is that haunts you. So make sure you clean out some of those skeletons from your closet. So where do we start with this one? So the term witch is very loosely used to mean very different things in many different cultures and time periods. If we go by the standard definition of witch, it's a woman thought to have magical powers, usually with the aid of a demon or a familiar. There's some debate on the origin of the word being specifically referenced to women and using a word like wizard to represent a man, but witchcraft in general was something people saw as demonic, using evil forces to get what you want and things of that nature. It involved casting spells, maybe some heretic parties, who knows, an orgy or two. You know, the list is endless. Historically made popular in early modern times when the church recognized witchcraft as a punishable offense, thus began the witch hunts and witch trials in the 15 and 1600s. People suspected of dabbling in the dark arts were rounded up and tortured or even burned at the stake. Events directly referenced in Berserk. The conviction arc sees an inquisitor named Mazgus, who is in charge of dishing out punishments to those he believes to be heretics, showcasing just how dangerous it can be when one has such devout faith that he can justify any horror against another human being, believing he has God on his side or is doing God's will. Much of this comes from fear and a lack of understanding, and truthfully, a real lack of empathy. To rid the world of those they believed to be demonic, they turned into demons themselves. Metaphorically speaking, not like Berserk where they literally turned into demons. But modern witchcraft in today's age seems to be mostly based around paganism. Please correct me if I'm wrong because I honestly don't know too much about it. I know that paganism is polytheistic, meaning multiple gods or entities viewed as such, and usually it's a lot more grounded, like connected to the earth, like the soil, water, air, and things of that nature, rather than a heaven and hell concept that most religions take. But I don't really know too much about modern witchcraft, and I'm not going to claim that I do, so let's move on from that. Witches in fiction are depicted so many different ways. The key defining feature is that they use magic, but beyond that it seems to be widely open to interpretation. We have the classic black hat, broomstick flying, ugly old hag like from Wizard of Oz. Then we have characters like Sabrina the Teenage Witch, or I guess the new Sabrina. I don't know, I haven't watched the new one because without a wisecracking talking cat, I'm really just not interested.
Dear Yuri, congratulations. I'm amazed that a person of such low intelligence could defeat me in chess. Hats off to your mother for marrying her brother. I'll stop after that against little me.
One of my favorite characters from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Willow, has a very slow and fantastic development into a magic user and a witch, even falling into dark magic at one point and becoming an antagonist. It's pretty good stuff, and you should all go watch Buffy if you haven't seen it. So witches in Berserk are taken from traditional history, but given a bit of a twist. Witches are indeed human, so they do seem to be mostly female. But they are humans who have practiced and trained themselves to the point where they can use magic. And as stated, the era Berserk takes place in is very similar to the Roman Catholic Church era of the Middle Ages, so a witch being out in the open would be a very bad thing, and would ultimately lead you to getting tortured or burned at the stake. So most witches practice magic away from populated areas of humanity and in areas of the world that overlap with the astral world. The first witches we see in the manga are Shirke and Flora, who live in a forest, but specifically in an area where the astral world overlaps so much that it's like their own little dimension. The astral world contains many different layers, but you can think of it like the afterlife, where the dead and spirits wander. As well, darker parts of the astral world harbor the fears of mankind and creatures like trolls, ogres, and so on. But shallow layers of the astral world can be utilized by witches as places where they can live safely, practice magic, and not live in fear of the outside world's views. Witches tend to live with nature peacefully, not disrupting things for their own desires. When Shirke leaves the forest and sees all the trees that were torn down to make warships on the docks of Vertanis, She breaks down in tears in that humanity has torn up what is natural to make unnatural weapons of war. The area of the astral world where Shirke and Flora resided was protected from the outside world in several ways. First of all, it was very unlikely that any human in the physical world could enter the astral world, as the more closed off you are to the idea of the supernatural and magical things, the less likely you are to be able to perceive them. Such as an adult living in a world where the Holy See religion has been indoctrinated in you from youth, you aren't going to believe that you can just wander into the astral world. It's to the point where those devoutly religious can't even see an elf in front of their face. And I just love using this image of Puck when I explain that because it's just too perfect. So we have that aspect in the benefit of witches not being found, but in this specific instance we also have a barrier set up by Flora who could sense when people pass through. And finally, they had guardian golems there to protect the mansion itself. Check out my monster manual on golems for all you need to know about how they work. But besides the areas of the astral world embedded deep within woods, we also have the island of Elfhelm, located somewhere in the ocean, and the island of Skelling. Elfhelm was an area of the astral world where more good-natured astral creatures resided, all under the rule of the Flower Storm monarch Danon. And she is a sight to behold, let me tell you. But it's full of creatures like elves, fauns, dwarves, unicorns, and all those fun-loving monsters that don't want to rape you. See, Berserk is nice sometimes. And on this island, other witches live with these creatures in a land of peace and practice their skills of magic in seclusion from the judgmental world. Though witches in Berserk are depicted as good-natured, and those close to nature, they are also still human, so jealousy and arrogance can also become factors. The witch Morta, and oh god, Morta, she is the big titty goth GF of our dreams, but she does seem to hold a bit of a conceited attitude when it comes to her skills, even invoking a Wicker Man, which was considered to be taboo for them to utilize. There's a couple other taboo things I'd like to do with Morta, but let's move on. There's also this old man named Gendrig, who is seemingly the most powerful magic user around that's a human. Someone who must have spent his entire life learning the ways of magic, as he can seem to cast a spell without a ritual creating rain while just sitting on his goat like a boss. So witches have been shown in various age ranges, but it's stated that the earlier to begin magic training, the better, as the younger you are, the more open you are to the supernatural. As you grow up, you become blinded to it, which is a great metaphor for life in general, because how many stuck-up adults do you know that need to learn to embrace their inner child a little bit more? Anyway, witches have plenty of powers and abilities, being able to utilize magic, so let's get into a few. The basis of magic in Berserk has to do with entering the astral world and requesting assistance from particular spirits that you will temporarily channel through your body to invoke their power. So let me explain. You have your physical body, but there's also your ethereal self that exists simultaneously within it, and you can think of that as like your soul, for lack of a better word. And since the physical and astral worlds overlap, you tap into your ethereal self in the astral world, and then use your consciousness to control it and give it shape, thus creating a luminous body. It's like your spirit now in the form of your physical self that's able to wander the astral world freely, while your actual physical body stays stationary. You then find the spirit you wish to borrow power from. Oftentimes, this comes from the 4 elemental kings. Again, I already did a monster manual on them, so check that out for all that information. The spirit will then come with you to your physical body, and as you stay in a trance-like state, the power of the spirit will take hold, and you momentarily have some sweet superpowers. It's also fairly dangerous to use, as your consciousness could get lost in the astral world, leaving your body in a paralysis-like state indefinitely. This is why magic takes lots of training and work, and again, it's best to start the training when you're very young. A list of other powers they've been shown to use are, of course, creating golems, using a totem and creating them out of inanimate materials. They could draw talismans to ward off evil spirits. In particular, drawing one on top of the brand of sacrifice on Guts and Casca's bodies, weakening their original effect of drawing dark spirits to them. Protection barriers and various spells of that nature, all the way from a small protection circle to enveloping an entire area in a protective energy that will burn up or eviscerate any evil entity that tries to enter it. Thought transference is another one, by a witch giving a person a piece of their hair. They can all speak to each other telepathically, which is very handy for relaying information well in different areas. They could also control familiars, as in plants and animals. Shirke and Fernies are shown controlling thorn vines as if they were snakes. Now, witches in particular haven't really been shown controlling animals, but there has been in the form of the PISCHAKAs controlled by the Kushan style of magic. But that's a little bit different, and I'll get into that in its own video. Witches can also sense and lock onto someone's ode. And once again, plugging yet another video, I do a full deep dive analysis into OGRES into another video, so check that out. But it's essentially one's life force. It's their ki, their energy, a signature energy that is specific to that individual. A witch can focus and tap into this, able to pinpoint where a person is if they can lock onto it. They could even enter your mind to an extent, as in Guts' case, be able to calm you down or bring you back to a neutral state should you get too enraged or misguided. They can even perform a Jedi-like mind trick and mask their own OGRES in the presence from you to be seemingly invisible. A witch or magic user is also more likely to be in the possession of magical or enchanted items, as seen in the series. The SYLPH cloak, the salamander dagger, and even the berserker armor all came from witches who were holding on to it. So if you had to fight a witch, well, good news is particular spells like energy barriers won't work on you since you're a physical being and not evil. But pretty much everything else will. Humans are super susceptible to spells even if they aren't believers. So if a witch channels an elemental power like fire or water, you could be burned alive or washed away in a flood. They wouldn't even need to be nearby you to fight you, as they could animate golems or just use a familiar like a plant or animal to attack you. As an average person, your best bet would be to get an attack of opportunity or attack first. Enacting a spell takes time, so if you don't allow them that time, you might have a chance in killing them. A witch, as seen in Berserk, is only human, so they have all the standard vulnerabilities that any human would. That is, unless they have the time to put on a protection spell or force field. Strike while the iron is hot, if you will, and put them down quick. Otherwise, you're pretty much screwed. However, if they are distracted or maybe focusing a spell on something else, their body lies in a trance-like state. It's defenseless while they control their luminous body in the astral world. They would be easy to kill off if no one else is protecting them and the spell isn't being focused on you. It has also been yet to seen in the manga what it would be like for a witch to face off against another witch. Again, unless you count the Kushan magic users, but I would assume it would be a matter of who could get the spell off first. Or perhaps the elementals and other spirits you would borrow power from might be able to choose the side it wishes to aid. It's not very clear, but I would say that quickness is the prime factor in a witch battle. Don't allow them the prep time and get the job done fast. Looking at Morta once more, we all know I'd be over fast. I mean 5-minute minimum, but still fast. Well, we're going to take a look at another specific apostle here in the Monster Manual, and it's going to be everybody's favorite edgelord, WYALD. Spelled W-Y-A-L-D because edge. But check out my Monster Manual video on just apostles first if you haven't already, and that will let you know more of the specifics about what WYALD is before we get into who he is as a character. Now, WYALD first appears in the end of chapter 58 in the manga when the King of Midland makes an order to sick the Black Dog Knights on the Band of the Hawk, who had just broken and rescued their leader Griffith from the dungeon. WYALD is shown amidst several dead bodies of women and, well, having his way with yet another one before he kills her. The immediate introduction to him paints him as an over-the-top, exaggerated character who barely looks like a human being, even in his full regular human form. With lanky arms and an elongated snout and brow, he is much more ape-like than the average human being. I would also mention that he is very ripped physically, and you might say, well, so are many other characters in the manga, though when it comes to apostles, they aren't necessarily made to be physically fit when they become apostles. For instance, the Count still resembles being overweight, and Rosine still has the young feminine frame of a younger girl.
Yo, Rosine looking kinda thick.
Now, we don't know the circumstances of WYALD's sacrifice or his life as a human being before becoming an apostle, but I think a big clue, perhaps even to Berserk as a story, is with WYALD's death. So let's jump ahead a little bit to the moment after WYALD is dragged into the Abyss, which is more or less the Berserk version of Hell. The only thing left behind is a husk of an old man. And this is most certainly WYALD's appearance as a human, leaving us to speculate on a few things. The first is that he was probably old and unable to physically perform the evil thoughts that he had in his head. So when granted the power to become a violent sexual predator basking in his newly found abilities to have sex and murder as easily as he wants, he definitely took the opportunity. It also makes us wonder that if when an apostle dies and they are dragged into the Abyss, you become part of the swirling void of all souls, and it has yet to be shown if there is anything more than just the Abyss when you die, as in if there is some sort of heaven equivalent. But anyway, the interesting part is the Abyss leaving behind what they looked like as humans. So if this ever happened to, say, Femto, would it leave behind the shell of Griffith? Because one would think that that body is completely gone, and the Apostle body is a brand new one, but perhaps the Apostle self is drawn into the Abyss, and the Abyss spits back out the original human form. It's just some things to ponder. Anyway, WYALD is an interesting case in Berserk, as his involvement in the story is a bit of a controversy between fans. Some loving his segment of the story and saying it perfectly sets up the eclipse by showing how powerful just one apostle is, and that way when the Band of the Hawk is surrounded by hundreds, it adds to the sense of dread that you feel. But other fans say that the dread would have been there regardless, and his segment feels more like filler and could be taken out completely. See, other than the tail end of his introductory chapter, the entirety of WYALD's segment is featured in Volume 11 and Volume 11 alone of the manga, a volume that was skipped over in both anime adaptations of the Golden Age arc, and both the adaptations work just fine without WYALD. He still, to this day, is a manga-only character other than appearing in one of the video games. The other reason for this is, as I mentioned, the edge-fest factor of everything involving WYALD. WYALD is brought into the story by already being a prisoner of the King of Midland, but we can tell by his demeanor and having the knowledge that he is an apostle that he was a prisoner by choice, probably to be as close as he could to the darker, more brutal side of humanity. And as the king needed to compensate for his lack of soldiers, he looked to the prisoners that wanted to reduce their sentences by working for him. WYALD gleefully accepts this and steps up, and with a massive display of strength becomes the leader of this group of criminals turned soldiers called the Black Dog Knights. But WYALD took a different approach to leadership than most. Unlike winning them over with his charisma, his skills as a leader, and his ultimate dream ambition, he instead leads the troop by pure, unbridled fear. His troop is forced into battles and into enemy traps out of the sheer terror that WYALD will brutally kill them if they do not follow his orders. As a man points out, they would be falling into an enemy's trap, and WYALD just breaks his face in front of everyone. Even the Band of the Hawk notices that the men are fighting out of fear rather than valor, and these are men that were already criminals to begin with. We also have the methods in which WYALD exercises his power. Now, Berserk is a series that doesn't shy away from the horrors of the world, often showcasing the violence and rape that can happen, but with WYALD, it's really the only point in the story in which I could consider it maybe a little cringy.
Prepare for overreaction on my mark.
On one of the first encounters we see, he and his men throw children into a fire, rape a young girl, and tear their body parts off and put them on spears as they run after the Band of the Hawk. It's very excessive, and that's his character to a T. Things must be stimulating. He will run headfirst into traps and explosions that were left for him with no regard for his crew, simply fueling himself on the adrenaline of it all. And then WYALD has his full apostle form, which is like a two-story ape-looking creature with a mouth and 3 eyes, 1 in the center and 2 on the shoulders, and then just the upper body of WYALD fused into the top of it to form the fully developed creature. As far as his powers and abilities go, he had incredible enhanced strength. While just in his human form, he is able to throw a man twice his size into the top of a building and impale him on a spike. And as stated before, he could crush a man's head with just his bare hand, and he could also block and hold Guts' sword swing back, as well as Guts' Raider sword in his teeth. And later, in his apostle form, he is responsible for breaking Guts' sword, which leads to Guts being weaponless in the eclipse. And though when he encountered Guts, it wasn't a Guts that was used to fighting apostles yet or anything, but he was still in top form of his Golden Age self, and WYALD was clearly much more powerful than him. And obviously, in his full apostle form, he seems to get even stronger as he can rip trees up from the ground from the root and swing them around like weapons without much effort. And despite his size, he can also jump and maneuver with pretty extraordinary agility, adding to the ape-like nature of his human self and his primal, primitive style of going about things. He also has a large, tentacle-like tongue that, while in his apostle form, he treats like his own, cock. But Guts cuts that shit off before he can really use it. He is also extremely resilient to damage. Guts gives everything that he has to put WYALD down, his sword sticking through him, stabbing WYALD's eyes out, but still, he doesn't technically kill him. It wasn't until WYALD was holding Griffith up in front of everybody that he was finally taken down by the one and only motherfucking ZODD! He picks this nasty bitch WYALD up and rips him in half over his horns, and it's a very cathartic moment. Now, if it wasn't clear enough, if you were to fight with WYALD, you would be in for one hell of a time. Even Guts gave his all, and it still was just under being enough to take him down. So I would say WYALD is susceptible to all types of damage. Blades seem to work the best, but you would have to have the power and force behind the swing of those blades to have him not only unable to block it, but also have it pierce his flesh, which is incredibly resistant. If you're an above average person physically like Guts, you might have a sliver of a chance, and after all, he's not as powerful as some apostles like ZODD, but ZODD as well, ZODD. Other than that, he is also, I'm sure, vulnerable to magic as any evil being is, so if you've honed your witchy spells, that might be better than a one-on-one battle. Perhaps you could just be like the Midland King, though, and not in a want-to-bang-your-daughter kind of way, but in a, well, I have these dirty jobs that no one else wants, so why not see if I could send WYALD out, as he's a twisted, sick individual that will just want to do it anyway. Also with that, if you were a criminal, you could also say that you wanted to be part of his Black Dog Knights. That might save you for being killed for a while, but remember that he rules his band by fear, so eventually you're going to be put into life or death situations anyway, so it's up to you. But yes, WYALD has a very split reaction, it seems, with the fan base, and I'd be curious to know what you guys think. Do you think the WYALD segment benefited Berserk by being in there, or would you take it out entirely? Do you think that it serves a purpose, or do you think it was just another kind of filler segment to get to the eclipse? Anyway, let me know your thoughts about this crazy bastard down below. Since the dawn of mankind, people have wondered about the beginning of creation. Why are we here? What is our purpose? What is the soul? Every religion and theology had been created with the purpose to help us better understand our relation to the world and what may lay beyond it. We become determined in our search for the truth, so much that we are willing to fight, kill, and die for our beliefs. Beliefs that have yet to achieve any true semblance of evidence. But with all that we have before us, it must be true that there is something beyond human understanding in this world, or in the next. One night, after mangaka Kentaro Miura was having an intense writer's block for his manga Berserk, he went to bed hoping that upon waking the next day, he would figure out what this manga was really all about. After all, he was already so deeply involved in the story, but what was the point of it all? Griffith, Femto, the God Hand. He wrote himself into a hole. What did all this nonsense mean? He thought of just giving up Berserk entirely and going to work on his other passion project, Lolly Moths. It was to be his next full-time manga should he be unable to figure out what the point of all this blood and guts really amounted to. That night, Kentaro Miura had a vision. No, not just a vision, but he was visited by God himself, the sole creator of all we know of existence. It was Miura who saw his true form as vividly as it was presented. Glowing with the backing of shining bright light, all the truths of life, the universe, and everything were presented to Miura. This vast sense of knowledge flooded into his brain at a capacity that no average human would be able to contain. Only someone as fucked up enough to create something like the Berserk Eclipse could even hope of grasping 1/10,000th of the amount of information that was given to him. The truth of all had been revealed. Our father, SCHNOZ, he's real. He exists within not just the story of Berserk, but every conceivable universe, the entire multiverse, and yes, even this one now as you are sitting here watching this video. SCHNOZ is watching from above. Miura discovered that 10 trillion years ago, SCHNOZ was the only entity to exist, floating around in an eternal black void. It was peaceful, but SCHNOZ wanted entertainment, and so with one light sneeze, SCHNOZ gave birth to the entire universe, spitting out from his nose billions upon trillions of planets, stars, and suns. Miura awoke in a panicked sweat, and he knew it was time to begin drawing once more. He sat down and created this iconic image. When the characters of Berserk enter an area of the astral world called Qliphoth, they are greeted with a small, mesmerizing new character. He looks at them with a strong gaze, that had it been only the fact that it was a drawing, that gaze would eviscerate a normal person who made eye contact with it. SCHNOZ is here in the story to give us, the reader, a clue about the reality of the world. Miura portrays him as a playful character seen here with the elves, and it is true that SCHNOZ does have a fun-loving side, but there is also a much darker side, one of which we cannot even imagine. For you see, it was SCHNOZ who gave Miura the idea of the God Hand in the first place, because SCHNOZ created the God Hand. SCHNOZ is the ultimate source of power and knowledge, and not just in our world, but every world, including Berserk's. Miura placed a chapter called The Idea of Evil during the eclipse, representing an entity that lives in a world of idea, a place where all human consciousness is connected, along with all their hopes and dreams and desires. Dreams is exactly how he contacted Miura. And that chapter was written to be a real-life account of Miura's encounter with SCHNOZ, though he did not remember it at the time consciously, which is why he represented the idea of evil as a heart, and not with the iconic image that we would come to know. This is also why Miura omitted the chapter, since he later learned the truth about what he spoke to in the idea world. SCHNOZ controls fate and causality itself, and set into motion all the events in Berserk that would create the God Hand. For what purpose, you may ask? The same purpose SCHNOZ has always had. It was for the lulz. The eclipse? For the lulz. The fall of Geyser's kingdom? For the lulz. Bringing Griffith back in human form? Also for the lulz. And his appearance in Clip-Off? Well, he just wanted to say hi. And it's a moment where the most powerful, omnipotent being in existence can briefly show his true form with the cast of Berserk and the reader without knowing what actually lies before them. SCHNOZ has every single power and ability ever conceived in the history of the universe. Creating life? He can do that. Turn invisible? Sure can. Flight? Of course. Invulnerability? Goes without saying. Telekinesis, telepathy, enhanced healing, not that he would ever need to use that, weather manipulation, controlling and speaking with animals, time travel, wall crawling, and the ability to turn himself into a giant Cthulhu-like monster and destroy cities, or be like Godzilla shooting atomic breath out of his nostrils and laying waste to all that came before his path. Oh, and this isn't a power, it's just a result of his existence. SCHNOZ gets the hottest babes on Earth, as many as he wants, as often as he wants, even all at the same time. Ever had 3 girls stick their tongues up your nostril at the same time? Pfft, SCHNOZ does this on a nightly basis, and the chicks just ask for more. SCHNOZ has no time for a girlfriend, though. After he finishes, he tosses the girls away and moves on to his next mission, because SCHNOZ is a motherfucking player! Does SCHNOZ have any weaknesses? Fuck no! You want to fight SCHNOZ? You're better off fighting a grizzly bear underwater with your hands tied up your asshole. SCHNOZ can kill you any way that he sees fit. He could do it just by staring at you, and you don't even need to be looking back. But SCHNOZ is more creative most of the time. All those ancient torture devices that are seen in Berserk, the wheel, the Iron Maiden, hell, even the band Iron Maiden, he created all of it. It was all his invention. He creates life and then comes up with twisted ways to rip it apart. Why? For the lulz. SCHNOZ has intervened several times in historical events. He was the reason for the real bubonic plague, along with the one that happens in Berserk. He instructed ancient Egyptians on how to build the pyramids, and he was actually the real first US president. That shit about George Washington, that was just a cover-up because they didn't think people would understand or accept the truth just yet. Many years later, which is only like 2 seconds for someone like SCHNOZ, he would show back up on Earth and instruct Steve Jobs, or whoever the hell it was, on how to make the iPhone. In fact, 70% of the iPhone's profits go directly to SCHNOZ's bank account. And what does he do with the money? SCHNOZ doesn't need money, so he just takes a shit on all of it to prove how above everyone else he is. You're welcome to take his shit money if you'd like, but he demands that you do not wash it. SCHNOZ has also taken up to teaching pickup, going by the code name Pimp SCHNOZ. Someone told him it wasn't a good pseudonym, but SCHNOZ just sent that guy flying into space until his lungs exploded. SCHNOZ has also acted the lead role in several movies. You've seen him, but you didn't recognize him because his acting is just so good that you actually imagine him looking like a human. The film Wolf of Wall Street, you thought that was Leonardo DiCaprio? No, you fool, that was SCHNOZ. And the scene where he has sex with Margot Robbie, that was actually unscripted. She just couldn't keep her hands off of him, and they decided to film it. Avengers Endgame, SCHNOZ completely took over the role of Captain America, and I bet you never noticed. He also wanted to end the movie with Cap finally getting some ass, and so they did. Many people speculate that the current coronavirus outbreak has something to do with SCHNOZ. The most telling sign was the panic shopping and buying of toilet paper. Those secretly devoted to the way of SCHNOZ were getting toilet paper to help with the ultimate nose blowing, believing that SCHNOZ's snot might actually contain the cure for COVID-19. We don't know what involvement SCHNOZ has in all of this, or what he's telling Miura right now to draw in his next manga. All we know is that any moment, at any time, SCHNOZ could save or destroy us all. Either way, it would be simply for the lulz. So I hope you've learned something important today about the almighty SCHNOZ. I myself was visited by him the other night. He came to me in my sleep paralysis, and he told me a very important secret. A secret about this YouTube channel, and about the future of all of our lives. Now it's very important, and I want you to listen closely. because technically, only I'm supposed to know this information for right now, but I needed to let you guys know that, I needed to let you, no, I'm sorry, SCHNOZ. SCHNOZ, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
In this world, 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 in this world.
And death, all here to enjoy before our very eyes.
Right, so today we are going to be covering something involving tigers. But I'm going to prove to you that though there might not be any gay orgies that we know of, the Kushan in the Berserk manga are still the real Tiger Kings. Now, the word PISCHAKA comes from Indian and Hinduism origins. A translation of the word itself seems to be defined as a PISCHAKA being an evil being, or a fiend, a ghost, something vampiric, or a flesh-eating demon. Kind of a random assortment of meanings, but underlying all of them is the idea of some kind of creature that is going to be threatening, to say the least. There's also about 5 or 6 different spellings of the word, but all seem to be just as valid as the others, so we're just going to stick with the way that it's spelled in Berserk. Ancient India has legends of the PISCHAKA being very different than what they are in the Berserk manga. The short gist of what they are in the Berserk manga is enchanted animals, or animals enchanted by magic. But first, a brief look at the classic legend in our real world. They're described as having a dark complexion and red eyes, which kind of reminds me of the Ishvalans from Fullmetal Alchemist. I don't know if that's racist to say or not, but anyway. They also feed on humans. Some say literally eating them, or energetically, which calls back to the whole vampire definition, as the whole idea of a vampire traditionally was them stealing your life energy or life force to sustain themselves. And later that got turned into draining you of your blood, which in its own way is also a life force. I have also always wondered what a vampire would look like in Berserk. So Miura, if you're writing Berserk, if you're releasing new chapters, please see if you can just kind of squeeze a vampire in, because I'd be very curious. But the legends also say that they could possess and assume different forms, which leads us closer to how the PISCHAKA are used in Berserk. From what I can figure out, PISCHAKA seems to be a very blanket term that can function as all kinds of different superstitions. So like I said, in Berserk specifically, the PISCHAKA refer almost exclusively to animals being corrupted by Eastern-style magic, which kind of relates more to the classic lore of a familiar, and that would be an animal that was connected to you like a helper or guide, or in some cases, a demon taking the form of an animal. Here in Berserk, the PISCHAKA are used by the Kushan people, ordered to do so by their emperor, GANISHKA. GANISHKA being a very powerful apostle himself, though that's unknown to most of his followers. Check out my Apostle Monster Manual video if you need to know what one of those are. But being inhuman like he is, he devises several macabre and sickening ways to help him fight his wars, and the PISCHAKA is just another entry into that overall ambition of complete control. In order for a PISCHAKA to be created, a human magic user is needed. And unlike the magic used by traditional witches in Berserk, the Kushan style of magic deals more with energy and one's own life force. It's like manipulating the natural energy in and around something in order to control it or have it do what you want. So a spellcaster would focus on the animal it wishes to control, and almost like a hypnotism, if you will take over the creature's soul or life force, and it becomes like their puppet. But they can also even take this one step further and infuse another soul or life force into that animal. So they can either take the restless spirits, which I covered on another monster manual. They can take them and fuse them into an animal that they're controlling. Basically the only difference between the spirits possessing the animal on their own, like the ever so famous horse, is that when the Kushan do it, it is done through their magic, giving them specific control over that animal. But it's not like they're sitting in the seat of a Gundam or something controlling every movement the creature makes. It's more so like they give the animal an objective, and that animal acts out that objective. So it can be something as simple as, go kill everybody on the beach. We see crocodiles attack our main characters, and were it not for the fact that they were facing guts, it would have been an absolute massacre. But even further than adding restless spirits into the animal, the Kushan magic users can even add in the souls or life force of other animals. A fusion of animals using one animal's body as the host, and then adding in attributes from another animal's soul. The prime example of this is the Makara. The Makara is the name given to an actual whale from the ocean that has been infused with spirits of Kushan war elephants. So it grows this gigantic trunk onto the whale itself and allows it to operate and battle on both land and sea. The Makara actually proved to be one of the biggest assets in the PISCHAKA making arsenal and one of the best and strongest creatures that the Kushan have to offer. So when it comes to powers and abilities of the PISCHAKA, it really depends. There are several that we see in the series, but you could look at it this way. Take the base animal, let's use the tigers for example. So it has all the abilities of a regular tiger. The claws, the speed, the teeth, being able to rip you apart, send you to jail thanks to fucking Carol Baskin. But the corruption and control of that animal spirit makes it even stronger, so maybe double or perhaps even triple the abilities of the base tiger. And then on top of that, it is under the control and command of a spellcaster, whatever that may be. Like, kill and rip apart all these 1%ers and rich people. But then you have the crocodiles and even elephants that we see in the ruins of Wyndham that are infused with restless human spirits. We'll go with the elephants here because I really like the way that they look. So it has all the strength and power of a regular elephant, maybe double or triple that due to the magical enhancement. But then factor in that the elephant can maneuver on two legs and can now use weapons and armor like a human could. Crocodiles during the same chapters use spears and weapons on top of being able to use their naturally powerful jaws to chop you in half and eat you. And the Makara, as mentioned before, has the force and power of a goddamn whale and elephant mixed together and is capable on both land and water. And they can fire water from their trunks with enough force to send you flying into the ground. So if you had to fight a PISCHAKA, what could you do? Well, here's the thing. There's a few ways to defeat them. Now, even though they are vicious and powerful, they still have all the weaknesses and vulnerabilities that any living creature or animal would have. They don't necessarily have harder to pierce skin, other than the Makara, who has a very rough exterior. But the tigers, crocodiles, elephants, and more can all be killed just as they could be in their normal base animal state. Pierce the heart, slice the throat, or you could just cut them up enough so that they bleed to death. You would have to be very skilled swordsman, or if you were in the modern age and had a gun and you were a good shot, there you go. But like, if you were to battle a tiger one-on-one in real life, chances are high that you would die, even if you had a weapon, but it's not impossible. So it would just be like fighting a tiger on steroids. So still not impossible, but you're probably gonna die. Also, hope to God you only have to fight one, because as seen in Berserk, PISCHAKA usually travel in packs. There's never just one. But they are also vulnerable to things like silver, which can ward off evil spirits, and to magic in case you have any spells up your sleeve that you want to use. Shirake's barrier was able to burn up the creatures because they had that kind of evil maliciousness to them. Another way to defeat them involves a bit of hide and seek. So the Kushan magic users need to be in a particular range in order to control the animals, and similarly to traditional magic used in Berserk, they must remain in a trance-like state while doing so. So that leaves them completely open and vulnerable to any attack. So if you can find the spellcasters and kill them, then the corruption of the animal spirits will dissipate. But all that really means is that the animal goes back to being just a regular animal. And the tiger may no longer be enchanted or controlled, but it's still going to be a very confused and very much alive and potentially hungry tiger. Basically, you still have to fight a tiger. And if you do have to fight a tiger, don't be afraid. Instead, be like Roderick. Just jump right in there like a motherfucking boss! Throughout media and fiction in general, there have always been plenty of great archer characters. Robin Hood, Green Arrow, Hawkeye, Katniss, Legolas, the list goes on. But how many of those archers has a protruding wolf-like form coming out of their crotch? That's right, only Irvine. So let's learn about this legendary warrior and member of the new Band of the Hawk. Irvine is an apostle, and in this edition of the Monster Manual, we are going to be taking a specific look at him as a character. So if you're new here and don't know what an apostle is in Berserk, check out my other video on them first, link is in the description below. And also maybe hit the subscribe button or notification bell. Just imagine, your computer mouse is like your bow, and hitting the subscribe button is like hitting a bullseye with the arrow. Or if you're watching on your phone, it's like, I don't know what it's like. You don't have to sub if you don't want to. It would just be really cool. Anyway, like most of the apostles in the new Band of the Hawk, we haven't gotten a full-fledged backstory on them. So, as to who Irvine was as a human or who he sacrificed for greater power, all that is still unknown. But he fully corners that strong, silent type demeanor. I think the most telling sign we get about him and his personality, or a glimpse into what he may have been like in his human days, is a small scene between him and Sonya around a campfire. Irvine sits by himself playing a lute, and he's asked if he's lonely. He explains that he is a hunter. Of course, he doesn't mention anything about a hunter exam, so I don't know if he has the license to prove it. But he also says that he feels calmer alone, that he can spend days in the forest and lose track of time in the process, that he is comforted by this, and that in stalking his prey, he feels at one with the beast within him. I would like to think that this was the driving force within him as a human before becoming an apostle, a man who spent most of his time isolated, calm, stoic, and hunting animals in the woods. A man who lived off-grid and took care of himself and everything else alone. A man so isolated that perhaps he could easily view himself just like the animals of nature, kill or be killed, and perhaps this is what led him to believe becoming an apostle was the right choice. Embracing his inner beast, perhaps not too dissimilar to Guts' own beast of darkness that we've seen in the manga. But again, who or what he sacrificed is left up to speculate. Irvine is first seen in chapter 192, called The War Demons. It's interesting to note that he is the last major apostle in the new Band of the Hawk to be introduced, as LOCUS, GRUNBELD, and Raxus were all shown in the earlier chapters pledging their loyalty to Griffith before this one. Irvine has a much more subtle, if you can call it that, introduction when he fires several arrows into Kushan soldiers who have been taking over Midland. As we see him, right from the get-go, we see that he has a thin or average build with pure white eyes and a bow that looks absolutely demonic. Actually, to me, his bow kind of reminds me of Soul Edge from the Soul Calibur games, but that's mostly due to the giant eye that's on it. There is a likelihood that his bow is actually part of him and contributes to his transformation into a full-fledged apostle. And Irvine's full apostle form is where things get, interesting. So his body remains slender and humanoid, but gets covered with fur, and he gets protruding claws and fangs. Oh, there's something else that's protruding too. You could call this the biggest flex in all of Berserk.
What is it, son? I don't know, sir. But it looks like a giant dick.
Yeah.
Take a look out of starboard. Oh my god, it looks like a huge...
Pecker!
Where Irvine's schlong should and would be, instead he enhances it into a full-blown four-legged wolf. Yeah, and the wolf portion has a furry mane around it as well. At least I hope he keeps it well washed. The front of the wolf has one eye directly in the center, which resembles Irvine's bow, which is why I said the bow may as well be a part of him and contributes into that full transformation into apostle. As well, the wolf segment acts as his bow in this form. Its horns are like the limbs, with the smaller horn in the center acting as the riser. Also in this form, Irvine uses his own hair as his arrows, basically giving him an unlimited supply as he can just pluck away for continued ammunition. As I've said, Irvine is stoic, and unlike many apostles, he doesn't seem to boast or flaunt his strength or abilities. He mostly sits on the sidelines until he is called into action, and he doesn't partake in unnecessary brutality. When apostles in the Band of the Hawk were giving a human boy Mule a hard time, Irvine shot an arrow and intervened, knowing that Mule was a guest to Griffith and soon to be a new member of the Band of the Hawk. Yet still, Irvine kept his distance. This, along with him showing a few moments of care for the character Sonya, might lead us to think that Irvine has a soft spot for younger people. I don't know if I'd go so far as to call Mule and Sonya kids. They're probably like 14, 15, so teenage years. Plus, during this time period of Berserk, that's pretty much grown enough to go to war and die in combat, but still there could be some truth there to Irvine looking to younger people and falling into that kind of protector role. I guess you could say Irvine is simply protecting members of the Band of the Hawk regardless of age, or the fact that they're human, but it's up to us to interpret. As far as his powers and abilities go, first, Irvine has all the standard power boosts that an apostle would get. He has the enhanced strength, speed, and healing. Of course, his specific skill is his marksmanship. He is a long-range fighter, and in that, he's the best the series has shown thus far. His precision with arrows, even just in his human form, show that they always hit their mark. And it's not just like getting hit with an arrow from a regular human. When Irvine's arrows hit you, they can literally decapitate you on impact with the sheer speed and force from which they are fired. It's like a friggin' shotgun blast to the face, but in the form of an arrow. He is also capable of firing multiple arrows at the same time at multiple opponents, so he can decapitate several people with a single shot from his bow. Also, like mentioned before, while in his apostle form, Irvine can pluck a hair from his own body, which turns into its own arrow, and then can fire that arrow from the horns of the apostle body, which are of course even faster and more powerful than his regular arrows. In a recent chapter, these arrows from the hair of his tail were shown to be even more destructive upon hitting their target, as the hair can then unravel and grow like thorns through a person's entire body. Of course, in the series it happens to a cockatrice, not a person, and I won't need to say anything about the irony of Irvine's look shooting an arrow into a character that's a cock. Anyway, if you were a poor, unfortunate soul that winds up needing to battle Irvine, you would be in for a heap of trouble. Once again, Irvine fights long distance, so he would probably sneak up on you before you even knew he was there. You would need to be able to reach him in order to take him down. I have no idea how you would accomplish this unless you have some crazy speed enhancement of your own in your back pocket, but once face to face, your safest bet would be to prevent him from firing his arrows. But then if he transforms into his apostle form, he will be several times faster, and now his body is his arrows. I'm sure Guts' Dragonslayer would be able to wound him and cut him in half, but you would need to be fast enough to hit him. Other than that, he has the standard weaknesses of any apostle. He can be cut and he can be wounded, it just takes a lot of great force and a lot of great strength. Mostly, you're just gonna die. It's yet to be shown just how much magic can harm apostles, but if you could conjure a fire elemental perhaps, you may be able to catch Irvine's fur on fire, and in this case he would be busy trying to put it out, while you could come in for a killing strike. But again, you'd have to be really lucky to pull this off. All in all though, Irvine, the Arcane Archer, is no doubt one of the most interesting members of the new Band of the Hawk, and definitely one of the better apostles introduced post-conviction arc in the series of Berserk. Welcome back everyone! Today we're not going to be talking about a monster, creature, or apostle per se, but an item that is directly linked to them and is arguably the most important artifact in the entire manga of Berserk. But before we delve into it, you should know that by subscribing to this channel, you can actually have all the power and abilities of an apostle that you would want without having to sacrifice anything or anybody. That's right, it's all completely free. Just listen to the screaming face and click that subscribe button and join the Band of the Ryan, and I promise you will not be sacrificed. So the word BEHELIT, or also pronounced BEHELIT or BEHELIT, however you want to say it, has a potentially crazy and very deeply layered reference when it comes to the real world. It could have possibly came from the name Baal-Berith, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing any of this right, but he was the supposed god of the Khanate city and later became viewed as a demon known as Baal-Berith, all one word, by Christian demonology. His name, Baal-Berith, very interesting, Baal being like, well, I mean, the Behelit kind of looks like a set of balls, and Berith, you know, translating to Behelit, I don't know. But Baal-Berith translates to God of the Covenant. Baal is a Semitic title and honorable in a way of meaning something like master or lord that could be a reference to any god or even human officials. And Berith was known in the words of alchemy as the element of which all metals could be transmuted into gold. The demon Berith also appears as a soldier dressed in red, riding a red horse and wearing a golden crown on his head. According to other descriptions, his skin is red too. This is also definitely something to point out, as the most important Behelits in Berserk are red or a crimson color, and also if Berith wore a golden crown, the crimson Behelits are also called the Egg of the King. Kings usually wear crowns. I'm sure there's something to do with that. Now, Behelits and Berserk play an extremely pivotal role in the story and in the entire idea and concept of causality. Causality, if you want to think about it simplistically, is fate, but it's kind of more like the idea of cause and effect. Something happens which influences a bunch of other things, which all branch out and then influence even more things, and as it goes on and gets larger and larger, it gets greater and greater in importance. And that once small thing has now, with a butterfly effect, created events that have drastically altered the course of all mankind and the universe itself. A Behelit is like a piece of that puzzle, giving things a little push, if you will, onto the flow of causality, being that little nudge in the right direction, or wrong direction if we're being honest, in the story of Berserk anyway. Behelits are first seen in chapter 0C at the end of the very first volume. They are small items about the size of an egg with a similar shape. It's been remarked to be like a stone as well, so I imagine it's hard, with maybe a little bit of squish to it. Like a really strong stress ball. There's an image of a face, 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth on them, but distinctly misshapen and not aligned properly. A Behelit comes from somewhere deep in the astral world. Again, just a recap, Berserk has 3 worlds that all overlap each other. There is the physical, which is what we all know in the world of the living, everything that's physical. The astral world, which has many, many layers, some containing dead spirits, some monsters, and some, in the very deep layers of the astral world, the GODHAND themselves. And finally, there's the world of idea, which is like a connected consciousness of all living things. So, depending on how you want to take it, it's generally assumed that Behelits were created by something called the idea of evil. This is from the chapter that has since been omitted by Miura himself, and thus rendered non-canon. But in it, there is a godlike entity brought into existence by mankind's desire for reason. A reason for our suffering, a reason for all of our questions about life. Is there life after death? What is the point of it all? And so on and so forth. And so the idea of evil has taken it upon itself to influence the flow of causality, to bend it to give people the answers that they seek. But as you can tell by the name, the idea of fucking evil, its intentions are not predominantly for the good. But then, just wanting answers never meant that there would be positive answers, now did it? There's something to think about. Anyway, to help influence causality, to create its own butterfly effect, Behelits were somehow sent through the astral world's layers into the physical world. Now that a Behelit is here, it is fated or destined to be used by a specific person, a specific human being. Ones that would fall into the parameters for its activation and thus be perfect to disrupt the current flow. A Behelit is specifically designed by powers out of the normal conventions of man to be in the hands of the one it is destined for at the moment that person needs it most. So a Behelit cannot be activated by anyone else or until its intended time. The most you can get out of a Behelit until its fated time is it may open an eye to look at you or make some kind of uncomfortable face on occasion. And by fated to be with you, I do mean no matter what. So if you threw it away, it would, through a matter of circumstance, somehow make its way back to you at some point. You can't really get rid of it. The requirements to activate a Behelit are quite simple. Desire and despair. When you've reached your lowest low, your absolute breaking point, when you are in such desperate pleading need for some higher power to come save you from your horrible current life situation. Now, it's also a fair argument to say that the user's blood also plays a part in the activation. As seen with several apostles in flashbacks, they did bleed onto the Behelit, but I wouldn't go so far as to say that's a necessity. But of course it does add a dramatic visual flair. Once you have despair from your life and then desire to escape it, and those things are strong enough, then the face on the Behelit will align properly. It will bleed from its eyes and let out a horrifying scream. From there, you are transported from the physical world into the astral world. But it's not like taking you from a point A to a point B in the physical world. In other words, it's not like transporting you from one end of the street to the other. You remain in the same location, but you phase into another world. The astral world and the physical world, they occupy the same space, but it's a completely different, I guess, dimension if you want to call it that. Once activated, usually something will obstruct the space that you were in the physical world, like a storm or something that would be impossible to walk into as a normal human on the outside world, and you will be taken to almost the deepest layer of the astral world that there is. And here, you will have an audience granted with the God Hand. I did an entire video about the God Hand, so check that out. Link will be in the description, in case you want to know more information on these cuddly creatures. Also, the whole activation and being granted a meeting with beings of incredible power could also be a reference from the 80s horror film Hellraiser. The God Hand themselves were design-wise seemingly inspired from the Cenobites of Hellraiser. Also, Hellraiser has 4 Cenobites, and there's 4 God Hand, and in the Hellraiser movie, you have to solve a puzzle box, and then that opens the gates of hell for you. So a small device that accomplishes a similar goal as a BEHELIT. But once here, the BEHELIT has basically fulfilled its intended purpose. It's a link between the physical and astral meant to bring the chosen person here at the predestined time. Once here, the person will be given a choice: to sacrifice something they love in order to achieve greater power and become an apostle, or not, and they could live the rest of their life in that despair. I've also made a video on apostles, so link to that will be in the description as well if you want to check that out. But clearly you are made to make the choice at your lowest point, thus pretty much guaranteeing that you will sacrifice someone. The sacrifice is given a brand upon their skin and is then pulled into the abyss. The abyss is a swirling vortex of souls that is full of pain, suffering, the eternal, and I kind of like to think about it as the Berserk version of hell. After this, the BEHELIT returns to its docile state, and that is that. Now, there was an instance in the very first arc of the manga where an apostle known as the Count was defeated by Guts, and on the verge of death, the Count, in despair about being about ready to die, was able to activate the BEHELIT a second time. But the second time is no different than the first. Someone you love must be sacrificed. Oh, I should also mention that there is also no confirmation that your sacrifice has to be a person, but it's what we've seen thus far. Anyway, should the person or apostle refuse, as the Count did in his second case, not wanting to sacrifice his daughter, then the one pulled and forced to live in the abyss is the apostle themselves. As I mentioned earlier, there is a special BEHELIT that is a crimson color. Hard to tell in a manga form that's black and white what color any of the BEHELITs are, but the one Griffith had was definitely meant to be a red-like color. So the crimson BEHELIT is known as the Egg of the King, and it performs the same function as any other BEHELIT with a couple of pretty big exceptions. For instance, the crimson BEHELIT is only activated once every 216 years, and is also done so during an eclipse. None of that would need to be worried about for the user, as it works as the same as the regular BEHELIT for activation, and will activate at the appropriate time. During the eclipse, the chosen person is brought to the God Hand and offered the same idea of a sacrifice, except instead of becoming an apostle, they would become a God Hand as well. This being the case, the sacrifice would naturally need to be much larger, like an entire band of mercenaries, for example. There's meant to be 5 God Hand members in total, so the Crimson BEHELIT has theoretically only been used 4 or 5 times. Some speculate the first God Hand didn't actually have a BEHELIT, but we don't really know. Also, theoretically, after the 5th God Hand member is created, the Crimson BEHELIT would never be used again. BEHELITs have also been channeled to be used for an alternative purpose by the character known as the Skull Knight. Hey look, I did a video on him too, link is also in the description! Skull Knight is still a very unknown entity, but a declared enemy of the God Hand. He has been collecting various BEHELITs and ingesting them. Later, he was actually shown to have used those ingested BEHELITs somehow to fuse them to a sword in order to harness their power. This is the Sword of Actuation, the Sword of Resonance, depending on your translation, or also just known as the BEHELIT Sword. With the power of the BEHELITs, or the power to transport one from the physical into the astral, Skull Knight is effectively able to cut a tear in the very fabric of reality, creating a portal into the astral world in the form of a sword slash. He has used this to directly open a portal to the abyss and have it suck in several enemies, and most of the location that he was in at the time. His intention being wanting to tear a portal to the abyss and suck the God Hand inside. A few questions remain about the sword though. How long does the effect last? Must he collect more BEHELITs after using the sword once? Or once forged, will it always work? It's hard to say. but definitely a fun instance of a character using a weapon of fate against itself, and I do really like that concept. No monster manual is complete without a how do you fight this thing portion, but if you found a Behelit, what can you do? There's been no evidence for or against the idea that a Behelit could be destroyed. I would tend to believe that it could not be, like not be crushed, not be slashed, or else the sheer existence of a Behelit would be at risk in the physical world. But what would it be like in the modern age? Like, can you nuke a Behelit? Probably, if you got one. In most cases, there's really nothing to worry about. Odds are the Behelit is not meant for you, and thus you would be able to do nothing with it. It can't be forced to activate. But if it is for you, even if you try to get rid of it, even if you throw it in the ocean, and then 30 years later, after your wife leaves you for Chad Thundercock, and takes the kids and divorces you for all your money, and leaves you on the street, stranded and lonely, suddenly, you see that Behelit again in a street gutter staring you in the face. And it's going to be pretty damn tempting to use at that point. Would you use it? You tell me in the comments below. Why or why not? Here's my theory of what happened just before LOCUS decided to become an apostle. LOCUS! So today we're going to talk about everybody's favorite Lancer, LOCUS. The name LOCUS is Latin and translates to just meaning a particular place or position. It can also mean a particular location of something abstract. So I'm not sure if this has any intended meaning, but when we're dealing with Berserk and having multiple worlds layered on top of each other, the astral world is pretty abstract, and if you were to talk about it in a location-based way, maybe that works. I don't know. Again, the name could mean nothing important for why Miura chose it. He might have just liked the way it sounds, and we may never know. LOCUS also can refer to the position of a gene in a genetic mutation, so going from human to apostle could be similar to this meaning, or it could also mean a curve or figure like a graph or coordinates, and maybe this in some way relates to the idea of being a Lancer and having pinpoint accuracy running down an opponent. Or all of it could mean nothing. When we get to LOCUS as a character, he was introduced in chapter 183 of the manga, where he arrives on a battlefield alongside GRUNBELD and Raxus to pledge his loyalty to Griffith, and decides to fight alongside him in the new Band of the Hawk. LOCUS, like the others I mentioned, is an apostle, and my Apostle Explained video is in the description below, as always. We don't know much about LOCUS's background as a human before becoming an apostle, but we do know that he was a legendary warrior whose name is known by many of those in the world of Berserk. When he has his first real speaking moment introduction in the manga, he welcomes a human named Mule into the Band of the Hawk, and Mule knows him by his name, referring to him as the Moonlight Knight, someone who had an undefeated record in jousting matches and duels. Also whom never settled on or started following one master or one ruler. Of course, that all changed when a god hand was incarnated on Earth. LOCUS has since pledged his loyalty to Griffith, but with someone like Griffith, you wonder how much of a choice apostles really have. It's like seeing their Jesus here on Earth. Is the destiny of apostle kind controlled by some transcendental entity or law? For some, it may be. But following Griffith seems to be in line with LOCUS as a character, as he does respect him and his plans, whatever they may be. LOCUS has that classic strong, stoic demeanor, and has no problem confronting enemies face to face, or indoctrinating others into the Griffith way of life. He's well-spoken, clear in his words and intent, and he carries probably the strongest sense of charisma in the Band of the Hawk other than Griffith himself. He led an assault against the Apostle GANISHKA and was on the front lines of that fight, as well as the final assault against GANISHKA's super-duper apostle self. He seems to be in constant control of the situation and has respect for the enemies that he's facing, a true code of the warrior translating even into his apostlehood. The first and only time that we've actually seen him angry is when he witnessed Rickert slap the shit out of Griffith's stupid face. He raged so hard that he crushed a banister with his bare hand, and that's in his human form. So someone rejecting the one that he views as his superior is taken as a grave insult to LOCUS himself, and he immediately wanted Rickert dead upon viewing this. No conversation, no trying to convince him, laying a hand on Griffith equals death in the eyes of LOCUS. Now LOCUS's design is that of a tall, dark, and handsome man. No, really, he's actually a pretty good looking dude, considering that most apostles still look pretty nasty even in their human forms. Even GRUNBELD and ZODD don't exactly look like someone you'd invite to dinner. Unless you're looking to eat your own blood in the form of being beat into a disgusting mangled mesh of your former self. Anyway, like I said, he looks handsome and human, other than his eyes, as told by Ricker, who could sense that there was something off about him by just gazing into them. His armor is a metallic silver and has some jagged points coming around the shoulder areas, which actually leads into what he looks like in his apostle form. LOCUS has a very unique and different apostle form from most of any of the other apostles we've ever seen. It doesn't resemble a classic mythological animal or monster really, and actually in a way feels very out of place in a world like Berserk. But that doesn't mean I don't like the design, I really do. So being a Lancer, LOCUS rides a horse into battle, and when he transforms, it seems as if the horse then becomes part of his apostle body. I don't know if this is similar to IRVINE's bow being connected to his transformation, if certain apostles have an outside of their own physical body source that contributes to their apostle form, but these two seem to. His lower body is four-legged, like a horse, and then his upper body is humanoid-ish, with jagged points coming off the shoulders and off of his head. I guess you could say it's like a centaur, except the skin of his entire body is covered in metallic armor. So rather than being organic and fleshy, like most apostles, he is a shiny metal beacon of destruction. His lance also becomes even more gigantic, perhaps even putting Guts' Dragonslayer to shame. Lengthwise, at least, Guts still has the girth, and as we all know, that's what ladies really like. LOCUS gains all of the standard boosts in his apostle form. Strength, speed, agility all go up. He can use both ends of his lance with intense speed and accuracy, and was able to chop up an entire arsenal of DAKA while leading his group of soldiers. The horse part of his lower body, of course, enables him to ride even faster than most, so if he were to actually joust, it would send an opponent flying into the distance. Other than that, we haven't seen too many specifics of his fighting abilities. He has yet to battle a character or meet up with anybody from the main group of protagonists in Berserk. Fighting LOCUS one-on-one would be a nearly impossible challenge. Seriously, do not challenge this man to a jousting match. First of all, there's the fact that he's fused to his horse, so you'd have to actually be able to attack high enough to get him, and his lance's length is perfect at keeping you at bay. Combine that with his speed and strength, and the fact that his skin is metallic and thus almost impossible to pierce. You'd probably be dead in seconds. But should his skin actually be able to be pierced, LOCUS would then be subject to the same weaknesses as any other apostle. He could be chopped up and dismembered if you had a powerful enough weapon and an absolute insane strength to wield it. He's also vulnerable to magic. Again, we don't know if something like Shirike's barrier could kill an apostle, but it may be able to keep them at bay. I would say if you're going to fight LOCUS, please, for the love of God, please bring some backup. Welcome back everyone to the Berserk Monster Manual. In this edition, we are going to be taking a look at a very important question that many people have asked. Now, as discussed in my BEHELIT Monster Manual video, the link is in the description, and I would recommend watching that one before this one. BEHELITs are destined to find their way to specific individuals, and when reaching a peak of despair and desire, the one who holds the BEHELIT will be given an audience with the God Hand. They will then need to choose to continue living the way that they are, or sacrifice something close to them for greater power. Of course, most humans destined to be apostles are put in such a crippling, horrifying position that the choice factor is all but mute. Yes, it is a choice, but put somebody into the right mindset and life situation, and they are much more likely to choose the path of evil to protect their own idea of themselves, their egoic self. But with the sacrifice concept shown early on in Berserk, only a few things are answered. We see what happens when they make a sacrifice. Their loved ones are devoured by demons, and their souls are sent to the Vortex, the deepest level of the astral world, and in many ways it's the Berserk version of hell, thus fueling whatever entity was born of humankind's darkest tendencies. If the sacrifice is refused, and it probably never has been, you continue to live whatever depressing life circumstance you are in until you die with no hope of another divine intervention. Now, we have seen an example of a character called the Count refuse to make a sacrifice, and then it was he himself that was pulled into the Vortex of Souls. But he was already an apostle at that time. Apostles upon their death will be pulled into the Vortex regardless of how they die. We haven't seen it happen in a while, but it was shown with both the Count and WYALD. But now the final important question. What happens when you have no one to sacrifice? What if your desire and despair stems from being broken and alone with nobody close to you? And besides that being a scary look into my potential future, with that question, Berserk does a very interesting job at answering this with a character with no name, simply called the Egg of the Perfect World. In the Conviction arc of Berserk, we are slowly introduced to an entity that has been keeping a watchful eye on Albion, the place that the Tower of Conviction is located. Various chapters leading up to his reveal only show two eyes watching over particular events, very reminiscent of the sign in The Great Gatsby. In the novel, the eyes are said to represent the eyes of God staring down in judgment over whatever is happening below. Now, I don't know if it was Miura's intent or not to parallel this, but I want to believe that the images of the eyes of the Egg of the Perfect Worlds over the events in the Conviction arc represent almost the same idea. These are the eyes of an observer who has been witnessing the horrors and pain of this area its entire life. Albion and the Tower of Conviction are a dark place disguised as men doing good. It is where heretics are killed in torturous and disgusting ways. Those who believe they are doing God's will by enacting horrors beyond imagination and are justified in doing so. Just the same, the place harbors true, nearly satanic worshippers who partake in orgies, drugs, and kissing the cock of a guy who's wearing a goat mask. Yeah. Anyway, the point is, the entire area is an abomination of the worst humanity has to offer, some disguised as holy, and some just as liberation. In the middle of this horrid place, an unnamed man's earliest memories involve him scavenging for food in a trash dump at the base of the Tower of Conviction, living in filth. When he crawled out of his hole and went towards the people, they saw him as a deformed monster. Now, it's not specified as to what deformities he had, but it led him to being cast out, and he was driven back into his hole, surviving on garbage thrown away by other people. This man had no one to talk to, no connections, no value, and he continued to live just for the sake of it. His hole that he lived in was eventually used to discard corpses of the recently deceased. Nobody knew he was even down there, and he never said anything, and probably couldn't even speak to begin with. So over time, they just threw more bodies down the hole until he was eventually covered with them. As it was determined by fate, the unnamed man found a BEHELIT in the filth and death from which he lived. And one day he cried out in despair of his life and desire for a better world. See, BEHELITs are destined for specific people, not just anybody. So if a BEHELIT is destined for somebody who has nobody to sacrifice, that is because something very specific is meant for that person. The unnamed man is likely the only person who has ever activated a BEHELIT who had nobody to sacrifice. But through watching the world from his dark and lonely spot, he saw particular truths, like how everybody was so afraid and torn between these two extremes. People clung to the systematic oppression of the Holy See because they were scared of the idea of hell or being burned at the stake for being a heretic. Just the same, others clung to the dark indulgences out of fear or dissatisfaction of their own lives. He saw how someone like Nina had this shining light in her life, which was Luca, but that light shined truth upon Nina and exposed her dark desires, and that left her resenting Luca to a certain extent. People were not comfortable with themselves. They were not free individuals. Their choice, as it were taken away from them, and they could only be part of a corrupt system or a world of depravity. The Egg of the Perfect World wishes to fix this. He wanted a perfect world, and so instead of sacrificing someone else, he was willing to sacrifice himself for that purpose, in order to bring a world worth living in. He was transformed into an apostle and a sacrifice. His apostle form is the shape of a giant BEHELIT with spider-like legs, allowing him to be super agile and limber. He can climb the side of mountains and buildings with ease, and has been shown to be fast enough to avoid attacks swung at him. Also, he is one of the prominent apostles shown in the series that is able to create pseudo-apostles. Specifically, he chooses the man wearing the goat head in the orgy cave, as well as Mazgus and his torturers. So not deciding between the dangerous religious side or the dangerous heretic side, he makes pseudos out of them both, some sort of equality to it all. as the brands of both Guts and Casca being in this place cause all of the restless spirits and angry spirits to rise and basically form a wave of death engulfing the area around the tower, it culminates in enough desire and despair around the area to will into existence the collective idea of wanting a new world. The thoughts and feelings of the people of Albion, the dead spirits, they all aligned with what the Egg of the Perfect World wanted as well. This satisfaction and the power of this collective thought causes his face to align properly, just as a regular Behelit would. And then the Egg of the Perfect World, not as an apostle, but as a Behelit itself, activates. Now, I have always thought of it like this. See, a regular Behelit opens a rift in space and is able to send you into a deep layer of the astral world. Well, with the Egg of the Perfect World, I kind of view it as the opposite transition. Instead of taking someone to the astral world, it takes something from the astral world and brings it into the physical, like a transportation vehicle. And what it does is it's able to bring a GODHAND member into the physical world. Femto, or Griffith, our main antagonist of the series. And with his arrival, it sets a path for a new perfect world to be created. Well, perfect in the eyes of an apostle anyway. Griffith will lead mankind and apostles into a new unified world. He will act as a messianic figure for people to rally behind. He will erase their fear and bring unity between the two dark sides of humanity. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that before Femto/Griffith was transported here into the physical world through the Egg of the Perfect World, the Egg noticed the demon child. This is the child of Guts and Casca that had been corrupted by Griffith. It was on the verge of death, using its last bits of energy to protect its mother. Feeling bad for it, perhaps seeing a piece of himself in the broken and wounded, fragile thing before him, the Egg swallows the demon child in an act of compassion, intending to give it a front row seat to the new world, that they could die together. But the child's body actually fuses with Femto, and as the Egg brings him into the physical world, it causes a whole lot of crazy nonsense that doesn't really have anything to do with the Egg himself, but it's definitely very important to mention with the whole Egg transition thing. It would appear the Egg, though understandably giving himself up as a way to bring about a new world, had true humanity within him despite never getting to live a regular life. He spoke to Luca and told her his story, if only so that somebody would know that he existed, that to acknowledge the fact that he was a real person. And seeing how Mazgus recruited deformed men and gave them a purpose, albeit as torturers, the Egg wonders to himself if he could have found a purpose as well. These aren't truly regrets, I think, but I do think that it does show that the Egg had potential to be a great human being, but that he was also a victim of his own fear and hatred of the world, never escaping the dark cave that he buried himself in, both literally and figuratively, as the dark caves within our minds can be so much more crushing. Now, if you go on a leisurely stroll and encountered the Egg of the Perfect World and wanted to fight it, well, the Egg purposely and specifically keeps out of sight and reach of people at large. It hides in the shadows and in caves, buying its time until its purpose is ready to be fulfilled. But it is extremely fast and agile like a giant spider, so the likelihood of you getting to it and being able to actually strike it is pretty low. Not to mention the idea that the Egg could be protected by fate itself, just like a regular Behelit, so no matter what you do to try to destroy it, it will eventually find itself in the rightful place at the right time. But sure, go ahead and try to slash it if you want to. On top of that, it's known to create pseudo-apostles to help nudge fate in the right direction, so you might go to battle the Egg and then just find yourself fighting some goat-headed guy with a snake for a penis. Is that what you really want in your life? It's best just to avoid it at all costs. But that about does it for the Egg of the Perfect World. If you would like to create your own perfect world, then hit that subscribe button. I know you've been here before, and by subscribing you get closer to the collective idea of creating a new world, and how awesome would that be? Also, if you hit the bell notification too, I'll invite you to my next heretic orgy. The more the merrier. For today, we are going to dive into one of the first apostles seen in the series, and I dare say the first main antagonist of Berserk. Most of the opening short but sweet Black Swordsman arc revolved around the SLUG count and how his existence and Guts' battle with him showcases many of the ideas and lore that would continue throughout the entire rest of Berserk up until this very day. Black Swordsman arc takes place during a time in Guts' life where he was simply wandering the earth, searching for apostles in order to kill them for vengeance against the fallen Band of the Hawk, and to hopefully lead him back to Griffith and the GODHAND. The Slug Count, or just the Count, was first introduced in Chapter 0C, which would technically be the third chapter of the manga, called Guardians of Desire Part 1. He's seen on top of a lookout overseeing the execution of a heretic as he sits on a pretty elaborate looking throne. Many people would assume, due to his appearance and presentation, that he is a king of some sort. But that's what's great about the Berserk manga and its world building, is that even though at this point Miura could have made this character a king, it wouldn't have contradicted anything that was going on back then, he still chose not to, opting to save his king character for a little bit later on in the story. And the Count is just that, a count.
Sometimes I sit and all day, but sometimes I get carried away.
A count is a title of nobility, and they would serve as someone who managed provinces or areas on behalf of a king. Obviously, a king couldn't be everywhere at once, so it makes sense that they would have somebody keeping a ruling eye in areas that they were farther away from. It might be safe to assume he was a count for the Midland King, as the story doesn't venture too far away from his territory overall, but given the fact that Guts was traveling for a span of 2 years, he could have crossed into another kingdom or territory. The thing about this character is, he is not given a proper name. We only know him as the Count, or the Slug Count, or that big slimy boy, as I like to call him. I also like how we are introduced to him overseeing the execution of a heretic specifically. Again, Berserk was very early on in its development here, that it seems like it wouldn't matter, but it actually helps so much with the world building as Berserk's story later expands to incorporate the Holy See religion, and the strong hold that they have over the world, and the execution and burning of heretics. The Count is, of course, an apostle, and the very first whose backstory we see, and is fleshed out as a character that we understand despite not maybe agreeing with the way that he eats people alive. But before he was an apostle, Slug Boy was a human, and probably performed his countly duties with proper dignity and integrity, as well as being a wholesome family man. Well, one day, after a long hard day of heretic hunting, all a man wants to do is come home to his loving wife who appreciates him for who he is. Instead, he walked into the biggest satanic orgy this side of Albion, and with his wife straddling the idol of a goat in the midst of it all. Specifically, this goat symbol is a Baphomet, an iconic symbol whose origins come from medieval times and was worshipped by the Knights of Templar, found out because they were tortured and interrogated by the Inquisition at the time, who admitted that they were worshipping this pagan idol called Baphomet, and it's often associated with satanic rituals and sexuality. But instead of joining into the festivities, the Count just decided to murder all the heretics there in a blinding rage, until all that was left was his wife, who admittedly is pretty thick, but he couldn't bring himself to kill her, and she knew this, and she smiled about it. And seeing that smile, it overtook him, that the power she had over him was so strong. This set him into the brink of despair. But he just so happened to have a BEHELIT in his possession. A BEHELIT will activate when its chosen one is in a high state of desire and despair, and it granted him an audience with the GODHAND themselves. And from there, the Count decided that he would sacrifice his wife to be devoured by demons in exchange for greater power and an escape from the misery from which he felt. The Slug Count performs several important narrative purposes throughout the short time that he's in Berserk. For one thing, he shows that even after becoming an apostle, he continues to implement his countly duties. As in, this is showing that apostles still, for the most part, keep a low profile and don't constantly ravage and enslave places like the Snake Apostle was shown to do. Though he did keep captured heretics for himself for the purpose of eating them alive. And when his physician Vargas found out, he strung him up and ate Vargas's wife and children in front of him before mutilating Vargas himself. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. The Count also shows up several times in the Golden Age arc, which is a prequel/backstory to where Berserk technically begins. He attacked the Band of the Hawk early, until he was thwarted off by the Skull Knight, and at the actual eclipse, he was shown to have been the one to kill Pippin! My boy Pippin! The Count's a freaking bastard. But the biggest narrative purpose he serves is to show that despite agreeing to sacrifice what seemingly makes them human for demonic power, some of that humanity is left over, as the Count still has a daughter named Theresia who he still cares for. And by care for, I mean keeps her locked away so that nothing can ever happen to her, but hey, he does get her a pet elf when he finds one. Yeah, so the idea here is that even after everything is stripped away and your worst self is brought to the surface, it's not an exact science. Depending on how strongly you felt about a person before apostlehood, those feelings could still linger post-transformation. We would see this again later with Rosine and how she felt about her friend Jill, and perhaps it's the biggest flaw in the apostle creation system. Some people even wonder if this means that Griffith, as Femto, also still has some care for Guts, and that seems more like a topic for another video. But a good argument against this may be that despite the Count not wanting anything bad to happen to his daughter, that he may have been using her more as a mask for how he felt about himself, not wanting to admit that he is a real monster. And if he protects her and keeps her safe, he can still lie to himself that he is a good father, despite about everything that he's done. The Count is also the first apostle and character that we see refuse a sacrifice and then be dragged to hell. After his entanglement with Guts, the Count is on the verge of death, being beaten and sliced till he's nothing but a severed head squirming around. His BEHELIT activates once again, bringing him back to the God Hand. And they say that they can heal him, but first he must make yet another sacrifice. And the only person he has left was his daughter. And after his brutal truth was revealed to her and his shame was put on display, he chose not to perform that sacrifice. From here, we see the Vortex, Berserk's version of hell, a swirling eternal mass of pain compiled of millions of souls. Souls conjured together that burst out of the Vortex, grabbing onto the Count himself, and assimilating him into that void. No pun intended. The Count's appearance in his human form is a large, bald man, seemingly overweight from his indulgence. Irony being that those indulging in sexuality are punished, but I guess gluttony is okay. And his apostle form is really something else. It looks like,
Penis, the male reproductive organ, also known as tallywhacker, schlong, or...
Wiener?
He does in fact look like a giant slug that can slither around quickly. He has several slimy tentacles that flail about and can grab onto whatever. He has his speaking head on top of a long neck that has another mouth under it, assumingly for better human consumption, and he seems to be able to grow and stretch various parts of his body, longer and shorter when necessary, and can actively choose what parts he wants to transform, like in this image. So obviously the sheer size of him increases his strength tenfold, and his durability is equally insane. He gave Guts a run for his money and had him beaten down several times. Along with that, just like a slug, he can regenerate pieces of him that are cut off, and they slither right back into place. The Count can also, and again is the first to be shown to do this, create pseudo-apostles. He takes a knight who was defeated by Guts named Zondark. Pfft, Zondark, a stupid character. Look at him. Stupid. And he spits a small-looking version of himself into Zondark's ear, effectively taking possession of Zondark and giving Zondark similar abilities like him being able to transform his body into a squirmy, slug-like appendage all over the place, and then also his regenerative capabilities. The Count can also communicate through Zondark this way and also obtain any information that the pseudo sees or encounters. It's unclear if the Count can only control/create one pseudo at a time. It would make sense because if you could have multiple ones, then why not just have a whole army of these guys around? Fighting the Count, as you would imagine, would be an extremely difficult task. His armor class would be off the charts, but his weakness does seem to be going for the head. If the small head of the slug inside the pseudo-apostle is destroyed or smashed, he is unable to continue to control it. As well, when Guts cuts off his head from the giant main slug apostle body, though the Count remains alive, he seems unable to control the body any longer, being disconnected from it. So your best bet in a fight against him is to somehow sever the head from the body. Try holding your sword in your teeth, it seems to be super effective. But all in all, I get a pretty nostalgic feel for the Count when I think about him sometimes. Though my first exposure to Berserk was the anime films, beginning to read the manga was so exciting for the first time, and the Count being the first major antagonist really stands out, and not to mention how his mere existence put so many pieces on the board that would continue to expand and develop throughout the course of the entire series of Berserk. You might even say that the lore that we get from the Count is the single most important piece of lore in all of Berserk. Have you ever sat out in the rain next to a river, tired and broken, reflecting on your own life, only to be grabbed by the long tug of a frog-horse hybrid and then dragged to your doom in a horrible, painful drowning experience that can only be the equivalent of hell itself? No? Well, you want to? Today we are talking about the Kelpie, a very interesting and unique creature that has a limited time in the Berserk story, but whom I've always wanted to see pop up a lot more than it has. In real-world history, the Kelpie comes from Scottish folklore, and they are aquatic spirits or beasts that are known throughout many of the lakes, rivers, and lochs in Scotland. The history associated with them is as deep and mysterious as Nessie herself, and I keep waiting for her to pop up in Berserk sometime. Along with Bigfoot. Hey, did you guys know that Bigfoot is actually a race of interdimensional beings that casually pass in and out of our world and leave cryptic messages for future travelers? I guess I'll save that for another video. Anyway, the Kelpie served as a superstitious tale of a creature that would drag you down into the water and drown and kill you if you got too close. And it was a cautionary tale mostly for children to keep them safe and away from the water. They were known as shapeshifters, which also allowed them to lure people towards the water, but oftentimes would take their true form, which looked like a horse with some aquatic features. Another interesting fact is that Kelpies were either all or mostly seen as males, so women were warned of any man by the water trying to convince them to come with him, which is probably why I have no luck when I'm hanging out by the river, and also probably a good word of caution in those ancient times. Still, a few stories do exist of Kelpies overcoming their primal nature and actively choosing to be good, and even remaining in their human form. It really does depend on where the story originated from and who was telling it, but the general idea is a shape-shifting being that's true form was like a horse that exists in all the stories and lore that I could find. Also, while in their horse form, they would oftentimes have a bridle, and if you removed it, that could tame or kill them. They also could be wounded or killed by silver, which is something that is carried over into Berserk, as most astral creatures in the story are vulnerable to it. In Berserk, Kelpies are introduced in chapter 211, called Evil Horde Part 1. This is during the battle at Enoch Village, where our main cast is already battling against trolls and ogres, as well as it's the most D&D-esque portion of the entire manga, which relates heavily to these videos in general. As stated many times in these videos, in Berserk there are multiple worlds that are layered on top of each other. There is the physical, astral, and ideal worlds. The astral world harboring these creatures of fantasy, such as the Kelpie and the others that I mentioned. And from time to time, the astral world would seep into the physical. So there would be moments where a single Kelpie was released into our world, and it killed a few humans, thus causing the rumors and fear to circulate more about them, which would only create and strengthen more Kelpies in the astral world. The physical appearance of the Kelpie is just like traditional folklore, with a four-legged horse-like creature. It looks like it's a mix between a horse and a frog for the aquatic features, and it also gives an amphibian-like body, being able to be both inside and out of the water and still perform whatever it is it does. But it's still considered a water spirit and uses water elementals as its form of attack. Also in Berserk, it would appear that they only have this form and they are not shapeshifters and don't take on the appearance of a human. Instead, they are like animals themselves and react purely on instinct and an instinct to kill and eat. Particularly for Kelpies, humans are a rare delicacy, and so when the moment comes, it's all right for the taking. But despite being animalistic, they do display remarkable intelligence when it comes to battle. A Kelpie can control the water around them to a degree, using elementals, which are like small spirits of the various elements of the world. Think like Avatar, but the water nation looks like this ugly fuck. And they can create spheres of water to attack with, multiple ones at the same time even, and fire them like projectiles that actually do a fair amount of damage. Even though it's made of water, it's like getting hit with a large rock. Furthermore, if a Kelpie is fighting where plenty of water is around them, such as in the story fighting in the rain against the character of Serpico, a Kelpie controls the water to engulf his opponent with the intention of drowning him. So even above the water surface, on land, if there is enough water to do so, a Kelpie can still drown you. The most disturbing part is just this blank, expressionless face the Kelpie had while watching Serpico be engulfed. Just imagine the last thing you saw in life were these derpy frog eyes. Now, besides its water manipulation, Kelpies also have a rather long tongue, again frog-like, and I know how appealing a nice long tongue can be. But anyway, it can shoot out quickly and wrap around its target's leg or wherever else, and is most likely used to pull them to their death if a Kelpie was in a lake or river, but it's still effective as a weapon above ground depending on the situation. To battle a Kelpie, it wouldn't be impossible as a normal human. You would just need to be really competent with your abilities, and it would depend on the setting itself. If you're just hanging out by the lake going for a swim and a Kelpie grabs you, it's pretty much over unless you can cut yourself free right away. I would not advise fighting a Kelpie in the water as they have a massive advantage. On land, it depends. I'm sure a Kelpie probably wouldn't even wander onto land unless it was raining or really wet around the area, but even so, you would need to be able to dodge or withstand projectiles of water and make it to the Kelpie before it got you engulfed with water itself. Upon reaching the creature, I imagine it would be the equivalent of a very strong horse, so very tough, but you could still slice and kill it with a sword if you were skilled enough, or be like Serpico and just cut off its tongue and stab through its jaw. Or find a club and bash it. Basically, your biggest issue is just getting close to it to begin with, and underestimating it due to its animal-like nature. Kelpies are of course vulnerable to magic, so whether it's a spell to wash them away, or if you create a protective barrier, that should work too. Along with silver once again, which would be good to keep them at bay. The Kelpie's time in Berserk is brief, but it does come from a unique historical lore, as well as provides difficulty for our main characters in one of the best segments of the manga. Let me know your thoughts and feelings about this frog horse thing down below, and why you think it's better than the rape horse. Before we get into the manga, let's take a minute to explain what exactly a berserker is, and was, from a historical aspect. The word berserk means furiously violent and out of control, which definitely relates to the series as a whole. But the word berserk is derived from the Old Norse language, and it's kind of funny because it basically means bare shirt. Ber being bear, and zerk meaning shirt. This is not to be confused with bare shit, which is also something that can be used in battle if you are desperate enough to pick some up and throw it. There was originally some confusion if bare meant like bare-chested without armor, so someone that would just go into battle basically without any regard of their own safety and willing to take any damage that may come to them. But bear in this case refers more to the animal, so it's a warrior that would fight in bear skin or like a bear, a maniac in many ways. Somebody that could run into battle with a mysterious, empowered strength, almost like a superhuman. The berserkers of legend were related to beasts just like a bear, but also even wolves. Even more relevant when it comes to Guts himself and the Beast of Darkness, but I'll get to that in a moment. It's even rumored that the werewolf legend actually came from the existence of berserkers on the battlefield. I mean, just imagine you saw some jacked-ass Viking with no armor, wearing bearskin, howling, foaming at the mouth, and charging at you with 2 axes with a crazed look in his eyes. Yeah, at that point it'd be time to shit your pants and run. To go berserk is like changing your own form, becoming that beast. The word hamask was used to mean going berserk, entering a state where the entire world would become your enemy, and you were only focused on the rage and the kill. In this state, the berserker wouldn't even be able to tell or maybe even care who was friend or foe, and would just attack all that was in his path. When talking about the Vikings, some people say that to get into the berserker state, it was due to the warriors consuming hallucinogenics just like mushrooms. And you see this play out in Vinland Saga with the character of Bjorn, who takes a berserker mushroom to get himself into that wild state. Also, the word Bjorn also means bear, so it all ties together. When getting to the berserker armor in the story, many of these attributes still tie into its usage and the mental state of the protagonist's guts. The berserker armor is first seen in chapter 222 called Claw Marks, though it isn't used until chapter 225, simply titled the Berserker Armor. And as this armor is one of the biggest game changers in the entire manga, not to mention that we are very deep into the story before it's even brought in, but since its arrival it has impacted the story in a lot of different ways. The armor itself is said to have been forged by dwarves, and in the very newest chapter of Berserk upon making this video, chapter 361, we actually meet the forger himself, a dwarf named Hanar, who upon seeing his work again notes that Guts has not yet mastered it, and that the armor does have the ability to consume its host. The armor itself is a complete suit that covers the entire body from head to toe, and is as black as the night. I always get shit for saying this, but to me, the initial design of the armor I don't feel is that aesthetically pleasing to look at. It just looks like black armor, other than the helmet, which I'll get into in a moment. It just doesn't appeal to my eyes that much, but that's just me. But it's not about how the armor looks, it's about what it can do and what it represents. So what does the armor do? Well, to me, I've always kind of related the initial idea to the symbiote from Spider-Man and Venom, especially with some of the images of the darkness gripping onto Guts and taking him over. The armor attaches and connects to its user like it's its host. In many ways, the wearer of the armor and the armor itself become one. As with much traditional lore of magical items, it takes a bit to attune to the item, but soon the wearer is able to call forth its magical properties. The first major attribute of the Berserker armor is that it blocks the sensation of pain from its user, and this is crucial for several reasons. Pain is a human experience that keeps us from damaging ourselves beyond repair. We feel something that is sharp, and we back away as not to puncture ourselves and injure the body. Pain is our body's way of telling us not to do something in order to protect its survival. Without the experience and feeling of pain, the user is able to continue on where originally their brain would tell them that they need to stop. And the true benefit of this isn't just not feeling pain when you are hit or stabbed. No, the true benefit is overcoming the mental limitations of facing a situation where pain is inevitable. Without your brain signifying that pain, you are able to press forward in situations that you otherwise wouldn't. Like if you were running at your top maximum speed and you begin to feel pain in your knees. You would slow down as to not injure yourself, but that doesn't mean you aren't actually capable of running at that top speed longer. The Berserker armor's intention is to keep you running at your top physical performance level for as long as needed or until you die. To increase this potential, the armor also taps into its user's inner darkness and unleashes this onto the surface. Most people have rage and darkness within them, but we keep this in check by grounding ourselves and remembering who we are and what we stand for. Not realizing that this darkness is also a part of ourselves. But the armor will pull up every dark, malicious thought in your mind and bring it to the forefront to better help the user in battle. To channel and use this rage to charge forward and fight. Again, with the desire to fight at its maximum capacity, combined with the sensation of pain at its absolute zero, this allows the wearer of the armor to battle at his absolute physical peak with no interruptions. No need to stop to catch your breath, no need to worry about injury, no need to think about anything other than the urge to kill. Adding to this, if the user is injured in battle to a point that would normally stop somebody, let's say a broken leg, the armor itself will dig itself through your skin, twist and turn, and then brace your bones back together, holding it in place with sharp pieces of the armor itself. Keep in mind the armor is not healing you, it just simply keeps you fighting. Broken bones will be braced back together, and you most likely wouldn't even notice it. Between the urge to kill and the no pain sensations, a broken arm or leg would not even be perceived by its user. Now back to the armor attuning to its user, most specifically in the case of Guts. When Guts first receives the armor, the helmet is in the shape of a skull, most likely due to its previous wearer being the Skull Knight, who is said to have worn the skull helmet in all of his battles. That's if you believe him to be King Geyserich, but that's a story for another video. The important thing here is that once put on by Guts, and the armor tapping into his rage, the armor itself shifts and contorts itself into having the helmet take the shape of a wolf or a mad dog. Ironic again, since we learned from the historical perspective, berserkers could have worn wolf skin, so it makes sense compared to that. But Guts' wolf skin, or his inner darkness, has always been personified as a wolf-like creature. This is a creature that doesn't actually exist physically, but haunts Guts' mind, born from his history of trauma and violence. And wearing the Berserker armor, that beast of darkness is given corporeal form, for lack of a better word, and the beast within his mind is represented by his physicality, in the appearance of the armor and in the viciousness in which he fights. Now, as useful as the Berserker armor may seem, it has some devastating repercussions, which honestly is one of the better aspects of the armor, just to know that something so powerful has equally powerful consequences. It's the yin and yang, the law of equivalent exchange. Now, as mentioned before, the armor fixes you in battle, but it does not heal you, so any injury you sustain while wearing it will need to be attended to later on. This is why it is very much more likely for the user to die in the armor than it is to survive and then be healed afterwards. In Guts' case, he does have the magical elf dust and an attentive crew, but he most certainly has been put out of commission several times thanks to wearing it. As well, the armor bringing forth your inner darkness is incredibly dangerous if you have comrades nearby. Just like the berserkers of old, when pulled into a rage and violent-induced state, you may not be able to tell friend from foe. It's seen from Guts' perspective that everything he sees while in that rage state are just dark shadow creatures that must be destroyed. He has almost attacked his companions on multiple occasions, and not being able to see or think clearly while berserkering. Prolonged use of this armor will also affect the senses of the user. Vision will become blurred, taste will become affected, and even Guts' hair becoming white in a patch is symbolism of the change and deterioration of his own body. There is some hope though. Even though the armor seems much like a parasite, it seems as though there is a way to help channel and control its power for the user. Even as Hanar has stated, Guts hasn't mastered it. When everyone's favorite witch girl enters the astral world and attaches to Guts' ego inside of his own mind, she is able to help him stay coherent and grounded while wearing the armor. She holds onto Guts' own astral self and tells him to open his eyes. The darkness moves away from that spot, symbolizing that Guts can see who his enemies are clearly instead of seeing everybody the same. In this state, the helmet also changes its form once again, as to show that the Beast of Darkness is not so dominant. Again, I hate the way that this design looks, the Batman guts, but anyway, that's not important. It appears that being able to control this armor is a difficult and grueling task for its wearer, but if it's possible to overcome the damaging aspects to the point where you could use and channel your darkness and rage specifically at what you want, and then use it for a specific purpose. Most of the time, our rage is either suppressed or unhinged, and people wonder what to do with it. Unleash it or let it go. Bottle it up. But there is something else we can do with rage. We can repurpose it. The same energy that rage gives us, we can turn into something productive and beneficial for us. Otherwise, it destroys us. The symbology of Guts' physical body being literally destroyed by using an implement of rage and destruction is not lost on me. But just as well, there is benefit to the power that rage can give us. Carl Jung famously speaks about the shadow version of ourselves and what it means to keep it in, unleash it, or rechannel it for better purposes. To quote him, "A man who is possessed by his shadow is always standing in his own light and falling into his own traps, living below his own level." Translate this to Berserk, Guts, by allowing himself to be possessed by his shadow, his Beast of Darkness, falls into his own traps. He is just as damaged by the darkness as his enemies are by him. Well, maybe not just as much since he obliterates his enemies with a gigantic heap of raw iron, but you know what I mean. He is physically destroyed by allowing his shadow self to be the dominant entity within his body. But Jung also said every descent is followed by an ascent. Basically, only knowing the true depths of your darkness can one come to understand and implement it for good. In every story there is a hero and a villain, but in the story of our own lives, we are both. And we must understand all these aspects of ourselves without denial of them. It's a process to lead to self-acceptance and forgiveness. For Guts, he must accept the wrongs that he's done on his journey of vengeance and embracing that Beast of Darkness, and as well forgive himself for those more despicable actions that he caused. To embrace and understand that darker side of himself rather than smothering it back down. To face his trauma. Notice that every time Guts tries to ignore or smother the Beast of Darkness, it seems to grow stronger. Or tell Guts himself, sure, ignore me, and then someday, I'll take over completely. I believe perhaps the Berserker armor is a way to get its user to assimilate their own shadow self, their own Beast of Darkness, into themselves for positive purposes. And the intense and very real threat of death whilst wearing the armor is a brutal incentive to do so. You either do it, or you die. For someone like Guts, having the armor is so crucial to his psychological development. Perhaps within the Berserker, there is acceptance, understanding, and freedom. And we may just get this when Berserk's next chapter returns, whenever that will be. And I think it's ironic, in the story of Berserk, that we have apostles, humans turned into demons. In a way, I see each apostle form as that person's Beast of Darkness brought to the surface. But instead of integrating it, letting their Beast of Darkness become part of themselves, their beast became them entirely. I don't think it's a coincidence that Femto and the Berserker armor Guts design isn't far off from one another. But unlike all the others who only unleashed their shadow and allowed it to consume them, Guts is on a journey of discovering his whole, full self, to be able to choose when and how to let the Berserker out. Complete control and mastery over oneself. And I can't help be brought back to the moment when Guts fought Griffith when leaving the Band of the Hawk. Griffith was fueled with rage and emotion. Guts was calm, and Guts won with a single stroke. Also, remember not to fight anybody while they're wearing a Berserker armor, because unless you have the strength of the gods, they aren't going to stop until you die, or they do. But anyways, guys, thank you very much for watching this video. I really do appreciate it. Please put all your thoughts, comments, and concerns about the Berserker armor down below in this description. What do you think we will get when the next chapter comes out? Do you think the Berserker armor concept and lore will evolve even further? And what do you think about its usage and point in the story so far? Massive, thick, heavy, and far too rough. Those are just some of the words that will be used to describe your man-me if you subscribe to the Real Life Ryan channel. But even more than that, they are some of the first words to be spoken in the Berserk manga to describe the signature weapon of the protagonist's Guts, a weapon that was indeed like a heap of raw iron. And I speak about none other than the giant sword to end all giant swords, the Dragonslayer. Giant swords have existed in anime and manga for some time, but with Berserk there is an extra specialness to it all. So in this edition of the manual, let's dive into what the weapon is all about, some of its feats and features, and the significance it may have moving forward in the story. But before I get into all that, let's talk a little bit about real historical giant swords, some of which the Dragonslayer itself could have been based on. I think the first thing that we have to realize is that the bigger the sword is and the heavier the sword is, the more useless it becomes in a practical sense. Sword fights are usually very fast and over quickly. Your skill required not only the power of your swing, but also the swiftness of which you could draw, parry, and evade. Holding on to something so huge, awkward, and heavy would make it more than likely that you would get laughed at and then promptly killed by your opponent. However, there still have been some seemingly fantastical swords forged throughout history that have left their impact on sword collectors and people in general. First, let's look into Japanese history, since Berserk is a manga after all. And one sword to look at in particular is the Norimitsu Odachi, and I'm really sorry if I butcher the pronunciation of these words, but I'm trying my best. Yes, the Norimitsu Odachi. It is a specific sword and said to have been forged in the 15th century of Japan, and is basically a massive katana blade, which is sitting at a length of over 12 feet and weighing about 32 pounds. And 32 pounds might not seem like a lot, but when you have to think about the weight being distributed through the form of a sword and how you would hold that sword, to stand on your feet and wield this thing, you would probably need the mass of 2 Conan the Barbarians, and even then you wouldn't be able to swing it quickly. There is even a legend that the Norimitsu Odachi belonged to a literal giant. But the common explanation for why this sword even exists at all is that it was made for ceremonies or things of that nature, so it wouldn't actually be used in any sort of combat. Now, typical Odachis or Nodachis were about 1 to 2 meters in length, somewhere around there. Still not considered very practical, but seemingly used to take down horses of their rider opponents. So this would slice through the horse's leg, taking down the rider and the horse all at once. And the idea of this kind of sword existing at all leads into the fictional-ish horse-slaying sword called the Zanbato. It is a fictionalized weapon, and is primarily featured in anime and manga. One in particular is Rurouni Kenshin, which is another favorite manga of mine, and it's wielded by the character of Sanosuke. Yet he breaks it very early in the series and never gets a replacement. But apparently you can still call just about any large sword in anime and manga, and hell even in video games, a Zanbato. But even the Zanbato itself was an inspiration that actually came from Chinese origins and not from Japan itself. But it is interesting to note that usually we see these gigantic sword and tropes in fictional media from Japan. And we also have to talk about the Zweihander. Again, I'm really sorry for the pronunciation of these words, but the Zweihander, which is a German word which means two-handed weapon, and this is basically a long sword design and associated with the Swiss and German mercenaries. They could be about 4 to 4.5 feet in length and weighing about 4 to 5 pounds. So slightly more plausible than the Odachis, but still absolutely ridiculous in actual combat. Then there was this legendary warrior named Pierre, who was said to be this 7-foot tall absolute badass who wielded the largest Zweihander known to man, a sword that was as tall as him and weighing in at a good 15 pounds. He is literally legend to have beheaded several people with a single sword swing. And if you could get the weight behind the swing and nobody managed to dodge, I mean, I could believe this is plausible. Now getting to the Berserk manga, the Dragon Slayer is even more ridiculous than anything that was in actual history. It's first seen in the opening chapter of the series, but canonically it's first introduced in chapter 93 called Armament. It had been forged a long time prior by the blacksmith Godo. He had been commissioned by a king to make a sword that could kill a dragon. Though at this time in the Berserk story, there were no real dragons known to mankind other than just in superstitions. So Godo, growing weary of making the elegant, more refined swords that he has been used to making for nobles, he instead doubled down into the large butcher knife aspect of what he felt a sword really did, and he just kind of exacerbated the size to make a butcher knife for dragons. Apparently whatever king asked him to make it hated it, as it was seemingly useless and impractical, and so it stayed locked up, tilted against a wall for many years. That is until Guts and Godo became acquaintances. And though Godo made Guts a different sword, it proved to be ineffective against Guts' new, more powerful enemies in the Apostles. But Guts, the badass that he is, shows that his strength, determination, willpower, and perseverance against the very fates themselves allowed him to wield the seemingly impossible sword, the Dragon Slayer. And yeah, look how badass this moment is. I love it. But it is a sword that is awed and admired by everybody that sees it in action. No one can believe that a human being could actually wield something as huge and heavy as the sword seems to be, and that's for good reason. And one thing I love about it is that you can always feel the power in every strike. Miura really draws the weight and intensity behind the sword swings, and very, very rarely is Guts wielding it in some sort of incredible speed-like fashion. Don't get me wrong, he is fast, but what I mean is you can tell the swings take effort, and that they are big, loud, and nasty. They cut right through humans, trolls, demons, and much more. And this was a deliberate choice done by Miura to, one, make it different from other giant swords in fiction that seem to be swung around, defying the laws of physics completely, but also seeing a badass decked out in black armor, saying edgy things, and throwing around a huge chunk of iron, well, that's a good draw to get readers very curious about what your story is. But there is a lot more to the Dragon Slayer than just brute force. First of all, we have to talk about something. Now, there has never been an official statement from Miura, at least to my knowledge. Someone please correct me if I am wrong, but from what I've seen, there has not been an official statement about the actual size and weight of the Dragon Slayer. From most of the drawings, it appears to be about the same height as Guts himself, so what's Guts, maybe like 6'7", something around there. So imagine that for one thing, a sword being that gigantic, and then we have to talk about the weight. And different fans have speculated what the weight would be. Again, there's no official weight anywhere that I could find, but doing the research for this video, most people tend to lean in the Dragon Slayer being about between the 200 to 400 pound range. Now let's put that into perspective. If you are an average fit person, you do some lifting, but you're not quite a bodybuilder or a power lifter. You're not really into those styles completely, but you stay in good shape. You lift regularly regardless. I'm sure you are probably able to deadlift 225 pounds. That would be a barbell with 2 plates on each side of it. It's difficult, but not that difficult for someone who's in good shape. Okay, so 225 pounds, alright? So if the Dragon Slayer weighed that, 225, that's an average fit person's deadlift. That means that's their entire body using their core, legs, and back just to lift this thing off the ground and hold it for maybe a few seconds. So Guts is literally sideswiping this thing across his entire body and smashing targets in front of him with insane accuracy as he does so. Not to mention the fact that he carries it on his back from place to place everywhere that he goes, and he's always walking. So can you imagine the strength it would take to actually swing this thing? Go try to deadlift 225 pounds right now, and then picture that weight in the form of a sword that you have to swing. And that's not even assuming that it could weigh a lot more than just 225 pounds. If we are to go to the extreme and assume the Dragonslayer is like 400 goddamn pounds, then perhaps the only real man alive that could possibly use it is Ronnie fucking Coleman. Here's Ronnie Coleman squatting 800 pounds. So that's like putting one, maybe two Dragonslayers on each side of the barbell. Picture that shit while watching this. Oh, also, he only does 2 reps. So, say it was only one Dragonslayer, then maybe he could do 8 to 10 reps. Put that into a swing, and yeah, okay, so maybe Ronnie Coleman could be Guts. But anybody other than him would be absolutely impossible to ever use a Dragonslayer. But anyway, so now that we established where the sword came from, why it was forged, who wields it, and how strong someone would need to be to do so, what else is special about the Dragonslayer, and particularly the sword with Guts as its user? When Guts faces off against a God Hand member in Qliphoth, we discover a few more things about the Dragonslayer that had only been teased thus far. In this moment, a God Hand, one of the highest, most powerful astral beings in existence, specifically it was Slan, you know, the one with the evil titties, well, she takes corporeal form in the form of using disemboweled troll guts to manifest her body. And even using this form, she was still able to massively overpower and subdue Guts. But though, even as powerful of a sword as it may be, the Dragonslayer could be useless against such a powerful foe, or so Guts thought. The Skull Knight informs Guts that because Guts has cut down just so many apostles and astral creatures with his sword, the blade itself has been soaked in the literal blood and metaphorical malice of all the creatures that Guts has cut down. So what does this mean? Well, essentially that because he's been using the sword to cut down so many unnatural astral beings, the sword itself has attuned itself to be more effective against them, capable of harming not only on a physical level, but also on an astral one. So harming a physical body and an astral self, or soul if you want to call it that, all at once. Guts was able to run Slan's troll gut body through with the Dragonslayer, and how I interpret it is he was able to kind of force her spirit out of the vessel, causing the innards to collapse back on to the ground. So it's not necessarily confirmed to be able to hurt a God Hand in any way, but it can harm on an astral level, and at the very least destroy whatever physical substance the God Hand is currently using as their vessel at the time. This idea was used again when Guts briefly teams up with Nosferatu ZODD to battle against Ganishka. Ganishka's apostle form can expand around his astral self in the form of mist and smoke, so he was able to attack from far away from where his physical body was. It was seemingly impossible to injure Ganishka due to this fact, but the Dragonslayer, now endowed with this ability, was able to strike through and harm on an astral level, allowing Guts the opportunity to injure Ganishka. Once his actual astral/ethereal body was located, the Dragonslayer thrust through Ganishka and snapped him back into his own physical body, where he had an actual physical wound on his face. The only other thing to mention would be Guts actually using the Berserker armor with the Dragonslayer. I went into depth on the Berserker armor in my last Monster Manual video, the link will be in the description below, but rest assured when the armor is activated, the Dragonslayer becomes even more destructive, as Guts is no longer hindered by any bodily pain or held back by any tension or fear. His bloodlust and rage is brought to the surface, and he fights like a ruthless monster, whipping the Dragonslayer around as fast as is humanly possible for him, with no hesitation. This is where the fights become much quicker and more acrobatic, but it's due to the benefits of the Berserker armor, and as stated in the previous video, the armor has just as many repercussions as it does its benefits. Now also the name, Dragonslayer. It is worth noting that as of this point in Berserk's run, the sword has not been used to slay a literal dragon, and this simply will not do. Sure, Grunbeld's apostle form is basically a dragon, but Guts fought him and didn't get the kill. And after the astral world was unleashed and merged into the physical, we got this amazing double-page spread of a dragon entering the world, and assumingly there are many more as well. So I got to at least hope and believe that before Berserk is all said and done, Guts will slay a literal dragon with the Dragonslayer. And yes, I know the term dragon was used as symbolism for something seemingly impossible to face, as in the quote from the manga, dragons are dragons because people can't kill them. So what do you call a man who beats dragons? It's about overcoming what seems impossible, to continue to struggle in a world that will constantly beat you down. It's about Guts, a mere man, doing what seems impossible. Not because he has special powers or items, not because he's the descendant of some great character, not because he has some grand destiny, but because he is just a man. But a man that refuses to quit until the bitter end. Even if he can't slay the dragons, he's damn well going to try. And because he is able to try, he accomplishes more than those who would cower in fear. But still, I want him to slay an actual goddamn dragon in the manga. Can we make this happen, Miura? Please. Also, if you ever come face to face with someone who has a Dragon Slayer and wants to fight you in real life, and they're not Guts or Ronnie Coleman, you would probably have a great shot at beating them since they wouldn't even be able to lift the sword off the ground in the first place. And if you try to wield it yourself, well, I hope you are a literal giant or you are very skilled at hand-to-hand combat because you won't be able to lift it either. He's big, he's powerful, he's mean, and he's got a beard that would make any man jealous. As well, he almost took over all the known kingdoms in Berserk, so let's talk about the great emperor himself, GANISHKA. Also, if you're not already, consider hitting the subscribe button and turning on the bell notifications. If not, I might just have to impregnate one of your women and then throw them into a vat of apostle so that she gives birth to yet another one of my warrior DAKA sons. And I'm fucking serious. Anyway, GANISHKA is an apostle and one of the most powerful characters featured in the Berserk series. To get the breakdown on what an apostle is, if you don't know, check out my monster manual video on them. The link will be in the description. As for GANISHKA, well, he's a very unique case when it comes to the very concept and ideas of what apostles are, and perhaps he was a way for Miura himself to challenge his own lore and ideas and see how far he could push the story within the rules that he had already set up. A bit of history first, and keep in mind I know next to nothing about the actual Kushan dynasty and I'm getting my research from Google, which has failed me in the past. But it would seem fairly obvious that GANISHKA with a G is based off the actual Kushan dynasty ruler named KANISHKA with a K. Not so subtle, but it makes trying to tie the two together a bit easier for me. But KANISHKA was renowned not just for his leadership and military tactics, but also for being a spiritual person, and more specifically when he found that of Buddhism. He was responsible for helping to spread Buddhism and is also known for making coins with not only his own image engraved on them, but of Buddha as well. Interesting because a lot of the Kushan culture shown in the Berserk manga represents this kind of mix of Buddhism and Hinduism, but either way they are religions and philosophies that stem from Eastern cultures. So it contrasts heavily with the Holy See concept that sweeps over all the kingdoms in the story as being more of a Christian or Roman Catholic style or way of life. I think it was really great world building to add in this concept to show that there is a lot more than what is indoctrinated in you from birth, and it also adds to the people being more fearful of the Kushan as their way of life, their religions, beliefs, etc., and even their skin color is way different than the norm of the people living in Midland, Shooter, and wherever else Berserk takes place. But the thing to be more fearful of than any of that is GANISHKA himself. The GANISHKA in the story doesn't seem to cherish any of the principles of Buddhism and is instead a power-hungry warlord hardened from years of having to be the toughest man around and with a desire to conquer all of the known world, even if it means opposing God himself. GANISHKA was born a prince, the oldest, and destined to inherit the throne, but he was poisoned as a child by his own mother, who favored his younger brother instead. Yet GANISHKA managed to survive, and in turn he murdered his brother to ensure his own inheritance. But see, this is what sparks the theme of power and paranoia within the Kushan Empire. GANISHKA even saw his father's eyes being of that of fear and suspicion that ultimately consumed him. Yes, you are emperor, but for how long? Who plans to assassinate you next? What's the next enemy to face? And can you even trust your own family, or will they too stab you in the back? GANISHKA didn't want to live with this paranoia, and he devoted himself fully and wholly to world conquest. He used conquering as his coping mechanism to run from his fear rather than to face it. He had to ensure that nobody could beat him no matter what. So this isn't like Griffith, who came from nothing and desired a kingdom. This is a kingdom handed to you from birth, but the constant paranoia that it will be stripped away from you, and most likely from somebody that you put your trust in. So instead, trust nobody and try to instill as much fear in others as you can to overcome your own fear. But that constant living on edge or anxiety kind of stripped away the meaning from Ganishka's life. And if you think about it, the irony that takes away from Buddhism, as in Buddhism, the goal is to distance yourself from worldly desires and realize that they're ultimately meaningless, to find that inner peace and oneness with the universe, but instead the Ganishka in Berserk desired more and more to fill that void of fear. Well, eventually he was poisoned again by his own son this time, one that Ganishka never spent time with in order to distance himself from those kind of connections, and yet perhaps that distancing itself and lack of love was what perpetuated the hate and desire for power within his own bloodline. Well, as luck would have it, Ganishka possessed a BEHELIT, and upon his dying wish of despair, he was granted an audience with the GODHAND, and either due to his already great reputation and power, the amount of people that he may have sacrificed, or maybe just all due to causality's plan, he became the most powerful apostle that had existed thus far, well, that we know of course. And Ganishka continued to rule and act as emperor while hiding his true apostle nature from the majority of his followers. And in the manga itself, he has a very slow reveal that works quite nicely. We see snippets of the Kushan invading Midland after the death of the king, but Ganishka is finally revealed after pretty much having decimated all of the men and capturing the women. He sits on a throne showcasing his size, looking as though he has some power behind him, has a long epic beard, and also that evil grin that never seems to go away. But it's his apostle form that really showcases his true strength. He can essentially turn himself into a mixture of smoke, fog, and lightning, the range of which can expand near entire cities, and this makes him nearly impossible to physically damage. At will, Ganishka can transform himself into a giant smoke cloud that loosely takes the form of his physical body, but as being smoke, anything will pass right through it. Swords, arrows, you name it. And he can also continue to spread the smoke as thick or as thinly as he wants, and with that he can sense anything that's moving around in the smoke or touching it. When he was invading Britannis, the smoke, or fog as it seemed to the people at large, slowly started to roll in before any of his men or creatures did. The smoke can also soar into the sky and loom over any of his victims. From there, just like a storm cloud, Ganishka can send lightning down onto his opponents. And these aren't just casual little electric shocks. These are gigantic bolts of lightning that can wound or kill even apostles, and even wounded Nosferatu Zod himself in combat. Added to that, Ganishka can create and manipulate the smoke from a distance as well, so he doesn't even need to physically be there in the same space. He can be sitting on his throne and through a sort of like astral projection, send his spirit or astral self into the mist to travel wherever he wants. This is done by manipulating wind and water elementals. Elementals in Berserk are basically little swarms of astral entities that allow wind, fire, water, earth to coexist with them. Meaning like you're using an astral thing to manipulate a physical thing. What this means for the story is that Ganishka can make himself into a giant big motherfucking cloud, and you are unable to hurt that cloud because, well, it's a cloud, but he can still hurt you by hurling wind and thunderbolts right in your stupid face. Let's not also forget that Ganishka is an emperor that commands all of the armies and soldiers of the Kushan, and on top of that has various magical attack methods at his disposal. He has the sorcerer Daiba and other magic users at his beck and call that can enchant animals into vicious demonic creatures known as the PISCHAKA, and has the apostle centipede machine DAKA thing creator that makes mindless monster soldiers known as the DAKA. Check out my monster manual videos on both of those creatures down below as well. With these abilities and his already sickening determination to rule over all things, Ganishka quickly became perhaps the biggest thing to fear in the world of Berserk. That is, until Griffith was reborn into the world. As the hierarchy goes, a god hand is much more powerful than an apostle. But due to Ganishka's upbringing and personality, even knowing this, Ganishka declared Griffith and the god hand as his enemy. So like I said earlier, Miura was playing with the very ideas and concepts that he had constructed earlier in the story. As we know, all the apostles understood that they paled in comparison to the god hand, but the apostles still do have free will, and who they were as humans still influences how they act as apostles. and we've seen glimpses of this before with WYALD, the Count, and even with ZODD, but GANISHKA took it to another level as he truly believed that he could beat a God Hand and not conform into their game. He actively fought against Griffith and the new Band of the Hawk until the bitter end, until he was finally forced to come to terms with his own place on that totem pole. And in the face of Griffith himself, GANISHKA was overwhelmed and brought to his knees in a symbol of submission. Imagine being face to face with what was like a literal god, and this is after denying him in the first place for so long. It's quite the blow to the ego. Now, before I get into GANISHKA's Shiva form, let me state that GANISHKA's Mist form does have a few weaknesses, but not any that a standard fighter or apostle could even exploit. First of all, we have when GANISHKA was moderately wounded by Guts, and this was only possible due to the Dragonslayer, Guts' sword. Having slain enough apostle creatures and being steeped in their blood, along with Guts' own willpower and belief that he can strike them down, enhanced the sword's power to be able to wound at an astral level. So when GANISHKA creates his giant cloud self with the elementals, they surround his actual astral body. Guts and ZODD were able to pinpoint where that astral body was and pierce through it with the Dragonslayer. This caused enough damage to GANISHKA that he was unable to maintain that form any longer, and his astral self returned to his physical body, showcasing an actual physical wound on his forehead, meaning the sword was strong enough to harm him on both the astral and physical planes at the same time. This is more of a nod of what's to come regarding Guts and his sword, but it does show that GANISHKA was at least not invincible in his Mist form. The second time the form was thwarted was by Griffith himself, who allowed a huge gust of wind to blow through as GANISHKA was in the form, not allowing himself to contain the mist without being blown away. This forced GANISHKA back into his human form and onto his knees. Now we have to talk about GANISHKA's Shiva form. In order to compensate for his weakness against Griffith, GANISHKA resorts to barbaric, twisted, and drastic measures. The DAKA machine in his possession, or the man-made BEHELIT, is a mass of sewn and chained together apostles, and in the center it is filled with amniotic fluid. Once submerged, it will corrupt whatever is put inside due to the concentrated negative energy brought on by all those apostles. GANISHKA decides to dunk himself inside the machine to force a reincarnation upon himself. So what does that really mean? Okay, so when a human uses a BEHELIT and becomes an apostle, they essentially reincarnate themselves as a new being. No longer a man, but they are an apostle. To do this, they use the sacrifice of something they care about, along with their desire and despair and willingness to give up their own humanity. GANISHKA was no doubt similar to Griffith in the sense that the first time sacrificing his men, he cared about how they meant to him as an asset to his own ambitions, but he didn't care about them as individuals. So when plunged into the man-made BEHELIT, you are taking somebody who has already been corrupted by demonic transformation and then doing it again. But this time it is by completely unnatural methods. Like I said, he is forcing it. So every person GANISHKA's mist was touching instantly becomes absorbed into this man-made BEHELIT machine. The more fuel for the fire. Equivalent exchange. So GANISHKA sinks deeper and deeper into the astral world, and GANISHKA pulls in as much of that power as he possibly can and brings it back with him into the physical world. This causes his body to fill, literally ballooning up with power to the point where he becomes a massive kaiju Cthulhu-like being so gigantic that his head is reaching into the clouds and he towers above even the castles that were built by man. He becomes an abomination, and due to the unnatural way he went about obtaining this power, he all but loses his mind in the process. His thoughts become nothing but simplicity, just step, crush, destroy. In this form, he is like a giant black tower with arms that branch out into numerous tentacles flailing about wildly as he takes gigantic steps, crushing hundreds of people with each step. This form is point blank called Shiva in the manga, and Shiva is a god that comes from Hinduism, and is part of kind of a trinity of gods, which I always found ironic that many holy things come in threes. You know, Christianity has the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and even Berserk has the physical, astral, and idea worlds. And here we have Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, gods of creation, preservation, and destruction, in that order. So GANISHKA here is often referred to as Shiva, or the form of the destroyer, the thing that breaks the reason of mankind. That shows the characters that not only do otherworldly beings exist, but this is the magnitude of which they can exist. A massive, mythological, incomprehensible monster, not unlike a god. But GANISHKA never reached that true god status, only a faux one. His body may have ascended, but his mind just couldn't keep up. He also inadvertently creates numerous pseudo-apostles in this form. Every person that he crushed into a mesh of blood and guts spawned hundreds of little creatures like miniature versions of himself that were used as an army of sorts, but again, they were mindless and only capable of destroying. In this form, there would be no hope at all of defeating him if you were an average man, or even an apostle. Or anything, really. GANISHKA's ultimate defeat came in 3 waves from my point of view. The first was GANISHKA giving in to the light of Griffith. His life was about force, and he forced himself to always be alone and not connect with anything. He built a world of darkness, but in his final moments, Griffith, or Femto, the God Hand, offered him light. He was drawn to it. With his mind broken, he sought to feel that kind of warmth and comfort, just like God reaching out to comfort you in your darkest time. In his last moments, GANISHKA gave in to that light and accepted his oncoming defeat. The second was his literal death as a result of the BEHELIT sword. A swing and a miss from old Scully Boy allowed Griffith to use a dimension-cutting sword swipe to slice GANISHKA down the middle, causing him to split open and expel all of that astral power that he had drawn inside of himself. This was so much power that he literally covered the entire globe and merged the astral and physical worlds together. It is known as the blast or roar of the astral world, and was perhaps the biggest game changer in the Berserk story, now melding fantasy with reality and unleashing all sorts of monsters onto the world. And third and finally, though GANISHKA may be dead, his body remained, but transformed into the world spiral tree, a source of power that permanently links the astral and physical worlds, meaning it puts the entire planet into an interstice, and its branches extend through the sky, essentially throughout the entire world, minus a few areas that are blocked, but those are also slowly being destroyed as Griffith has his way with the world. So it's a true link throughout the entire world coming from this point of the tree. Some, such as Griffith and the Moonlight Child, have even been shown to be able to use the branches of the world tree to travel super fast speeds to different areas of the world. So even after death, GANISHKA's presence plays a super important role in the story in maintaining and combining the entire world and keeping it in a state of fantasia. So yeah, when it comes to GANISHKA, there is a lot of crazy shit that surrounds him and what he means for the story. Even though I don't find his personality that engaging or appealing, I can't deny the impact his existence had on the Berserk story and its lore. So let me know what you think about the Great Emperor down below. Welcome back everyone to the Berserk Monster Manual. Let me ask you a couple personal questions. Do you like fish? Do you like topless women? How do you feel about me lobster?
You're fond of me lobster.
Say it. Say nothing.
Danny!
Well, today we're going to dive right in between those beautiful waves and discuss what we've seen so far about the marrows of Berserk. If you're not already, consider subscribing to the channel for consistent Berserk manga, anime, and other content. And if you don't, I will discover and speak your true name, allowing me to have absolute control over you forever. What are marrows? Well, the word marrow is of Irish and English origin, which directly means basically mermaid, and originally meant more specifically a siren or a sea singer, a type of creature that lives at sea, is part fish, and sings, all of which will translate into the Berserk version of them. When talking about the folklore of marrows and mermaids, they are usually depicted as specifically female, and that adds an air of elegance and mystique to them, I suppose. Also, it would have been mostly traditionally men that were the sailors, fishermen, and explorers of the time, so it would make sense that they would come up with a more sensual and provocative creature to make those long, lonely nights at sea a little bit more interesting. The interesting part to me would be that, continuing with the Irish legends of marrows, they would carry a cap, which is basically a long cloak, with them, and coming ashore, they would abandon that cloak and basically turn into human form. And if that cloak was found by, let's say, a fisherman, they would now have power over the marrow, and she wouldn't be able to return to the sea until recovering that cloak. And within that time, the Marrow might be convinced or compelled to be intimate with a fisherman and possibly even have his children. This translates into the Berserk version of a Marrow in a very unique way. See, we're first told about Marrows through the character of Ysma, a young teen living on an island full of inhabitants said to have worshipped a sea god. Many years ago, the sea god was supposedly stopped and confined to the island due to the Marrows. And apparently a Marrow had met Ysma's father, a fisherman, and after having a daughter, the Marrow then returned to sea. Here there is no cloak or cap involved, but we do get an explanation of control over astral beings in the form of their names. Ysma discovers her Marrow powers when she dives into the ocean to rescue Isidro and hears her true name for the first time. With the knowledge of her true name, Ysma is able to tap into her Marrow powers and her legs transform into a fishtail, and she gains some fins on her face and overall has a more fish-like appearance. Soon after, it is explained by Valera that astral creatures such as Marrows, and elves as well, have a true astral name that must be kept a secret, and that someone learning of their name would give that person control over the creature. This is almost exactly like the cloak from the legends of the Marrows, so it could be very possible that Ysma's father learned of her mother's true astral name, and with that control made her stay with him. I mean, I don't want to assume Ysma's dad is some kind of controlling douche, but it would go in line with the classic Marrow legends from Irish folklore. Marrows and Berserk have pretty much a classic look that you would think of when it comes to these types of creatures, which is actually interesting because the majority of the time in the story, Miura draws his astral creatures and monsters with a twist, or makes them very different from what you would traditionally think of. For example, his trolls, his ogres, his elves, they all have unique distinguishing designs that make it very specifically Berserk. But as for the Marrows, they are the female part on top, the fish part on the bottom, you know, topless women with tails and fins. So pretty much coming directly from the classic look of the creature. And yes, just like pretty much all of Berserk's creatures, they are astral beings, but they are on the more positive end of the spectrum, similar to elves. There's nothing malicious or devious about the Marrows. They seem to be protectors of the sea, respecting and preserving the world in which they live in, helping to defeat the sea god and guiding our main characters towards Elfhelm, and having knowledge to share with them about how time moves differently in the astral world. All around, they seem to be a completely positive and peaceful race of beings. They also have all been depicted as female. This has never been directly addressed, but it could be a possibility that they need a human to reproduce with, since with the knowledge of their true name, they can transform back and forth in between the Marrow form and the human form. They may in large only become human to go ashore and procreate. So maybe Ysma's dad wasn't controlling her mom after all, and he was just there when she came ashore to get busy. And this at least answers the question, how do you have sex with a mermaid? Well, sorry guys, she grows legs and you have to bang her as a regular old boring human girl. But hey, in her Marrow form, she still has a mouth, right?
Do your legs hurt? 'Cause you've been running all through my dreams.
Pardon? I don't have legs.
Anyway, what does that mouth do exactly? Well, it does directly relate to their powers and abilities. Now, besides the obvious, a Marrow can live in and breathe underwater, also swim at incredibly fast speeds, and usually travel in large groups. But their strongest ability is their weapon of song. Marrows use powerful vocal projection, much like a siren, to attack with sound waves, originally being able to trap the sea god in a deep sleep, and again to make the sea god rise out of the water and de-stress it enough for Guts to get in the killing blow inside the creature itself, slicing its heart. The Song of the Marrows may be able to be manipulated for a variety of reactions from their opponents, but it's seen as a more mystical and spiritual kind of thing. Their form of fighting comes from a gentle place and isn't reliant on brute force. If you had to battle a Marrow in the Berserk universe, I could only imagine it's because you're an evil being yourself or you're just an asshole. As I said, the Marrow seem to be a peaceful, spiritual type of creature and some sort of guardians of the sea. Though they are fast and travel in groups, individually they aren't physically that powerful, or at least not that we've seen thus far. They could be killed by any conventional means of slashing, stabbing, projectiles, and what have you. The trick would be actually catching them, as they could just dive underwater and swim away from you really fast, or use their singing to paralyze you. The best method, I think, would be actually learning their true astral name. As of the specifics of just how much power it would give you over them, as of making this video, we still don't really know. But it seems rather important the way that both Valera and Ysma's mother stress the importance of the name. So, learn that and you can probably have yourself a Marrow woman for a few years. Probably. Anyways, guys, what do you think about the Marrows in Berserk? Please leave all that down in the comments below. What do you think about their design, what they can do, how we've seen them in the story so far, and how do you think they're going to play into the story moving forward? So today we're going to be talking about another signature weapon featured in Berserk. This one belonging to our favorite blonde-haired, former Chain Knight, former Mother Killer, Serpico. Was that too soon? Well, hey, if you want to prove your loyalty to me, you'll have to do the same thing. Or you can just subscribe to the channel and see the new Berserk anime and manga content whenever it's uploaded. Make your choice. And remember, Mama's watching. Berserk has mostly always been a series that plays on the idea of the grounded physical world that we all know and understand is slowly being changed into becoming more and more fantastical as the series goes on. This happens with the characters, the situations, and even the weapons that are later introduced. In Chapter 203, we are presented with a new idea of how to do battle against the oncoming evil of the world. As Guts and his crew are preparing to eventually go and battle a bunch of trolls, Shirake shows them what fetishes are. No, not those kind. She's 12, you perverts. But anyway, Serpico is bestowed with the SYLPH cloak and sword. In classic mythology, a SYLPH is an invisible, ethereal spirit or creature that lives in the wind, air, and clouds, and can have some kind of manipulative control over all those things as well. They're imagined as something beautiful and elegant, so it's no wonder that over time they would be depicted with a slender, feminine form, even though traditionally they are invisible to the human eye. One cool thing about them is that they were said to have this unifying connection with the flow of the universe. So they work in unison with fate itself, knowing the past, present, and future of events, which is interesting because a lot of Berserk lore deals with the idea of these sorts of things. We just call it causality. The guy that coined the term SYLPH was this German physician and alchemist named, here we go, Paracelsus? Go ahead, rip me apart in the comments, it's cool, I can't pronounce shit. But anyways, though he was expanding on previous descriptions, the fun fact here is that he talked all about the elementals, which are also featured in Berserk. The SYLPHs are for the wind, gnomes for the earth, salamanders for fire, and undines for water. So like I said, SYLPHs had been around before then, but he kind of coined the terms. In Berserk, it uses all of these terms as well, and does something very similar to the idea of invisible spirits of the air. Of course, in Berserk, all astral creatures are harder to be perceived by people who don't believe in their existence at all. The idea is the less open you are to the supernatural, the less likely you'll be able to see them, even if they're right in front of your face. The SYLPH cloak and sword is given to Serpico by Shirake, who is a witch and at this point in the series has spent what we know, at least her whole life, in the forest training in magic and how to access the astral world in various ways. Serpico at this time has also interacted with enough creatures in the astral world, and truthfully he was never that closed off to begin with, despite being a member of the Holy Sea Knights. But he sees something small moving along the cloak as it's given to him, and these are the SYLPHs, and they are perceivable, but still very tiny to the point where they would be easily missed, even by somebody open to the supernatural. Shirake explains that the SYLPHs are spirits associated with how the physical world works with its elements. They are the wind elementals, and it's even mentioned that elves such as Puck and Avalra are basically descendants of these types of elementals. They're like the foundation, the originals. The elves use their wings to fly, but the very wind created that's keeping them afloat is inhabited with these very tiny spirits. But they have no personal individuality or defining features. They are simplistically drawn in almost a humanoid shape with little wings, and they are the things that manipulate air and wind itself. So by putting on the cloak, Serpico is surrounded in these elementals and can manipulate the wind around himself or around the cloak. There's a sense that, like in the game Dungeons & Dragons, that I kind of based this review series off of to begin with, that the user needs to attune to his item in order to use it properly or to master it. But it seems to be assumed that Serpico is a perfect candidate to bond with these items from the get-go. This can mostly be attributed to his openness with the very idea of them, and with his specific personality of being a fighter who relies on strategy and quick movement. The use of the items requires the user to believe and rely on the power of the elementals that lie within, calling upon them, trusting them, and sort of becoming one with them. working in unison, asking for their power, that sort of thing. The cloak isn't overpowered to the point where Serpico can fly or anything, but it does allow him to glide gracefully, even from the top of a building down to the ground, such as the church scene during the Enoch Village segment. As well, it enhances his movements, giving him an extra push if he needs to evade enemies or run from one area to the other, even jumping over multiple people at once and then landing safely. I guess you could say it gives him like a +10 to all his movement rolls. It's extraordinarily useful, but not so OP that he doesn't still need to be careful, because at the end of the day, this is a cloak and not armor. It doesn't grant the wearer any kind of extra protection. Its defense capabilities lie in using it for movement. The SYLPH sword is unique in that it could be argued if it's a sword at all. There's no actual blade, but instead of metal it has feathers from a white-shouldered eagle and a hilt made from mistletoe. But this item as well is covered with the SYLPHs, the wind elementals. And this causes a swipe from the feathered blade to send out a concentrated gust of wind so thin and so quick that it acts just as a sword/wood, able to cut with astute precision, and it turns what is usually a melee weapon into a long-range one. From a distance away, the user can swing the sword and send out a cutting blast of wind several feet in front of them. Imagine how useful that would be if your enemy thinks that you just have a regular sword and you swing early. They would never know that they're about to be cut in half by an invisible gust of wind. But even more so than that, the SYLPH sword with a strong enough swing, and along with believing and relying on the elementals within, the user can essentially create a mini whirlwind or tornado coming from the sword that rips their opponent apart, and can even wound multiple opponents at once if they're standing close together. And see, if they were following the 6 feet apart rule, they'd be okay. But combining these two items is the ultimate goal. The cloak gives you the extra boost to evade your enemy's attacks, and then the sword cuts them into pieces while you stay at a safe distance. Then when you put these items in the hands of a character like Serpico, who is constantly outsmarting his opponents to begin with, well, you have just created one of the most dangerous human warriors in the Berserk universe. Even when up against a KELPIE, a creature that could create a barricade of water around itself, Serpico uses the sword to push enough wind to move the barrier itself, and then using the cloak quickly gets inside of the opening that he found to stab the frog bastard through the face, using his regular sword at that point. So the point is, there are several ways that you can incorporate the two items together to make excellent use of the fetishes. The thing I'm waiting for is for Serpico to have a one-on-one with an apostle. Sure, he's fought trolls, kelpies, PISCHAKA, humans, and guts a few times. But I want Serpico with a SYLPH cloak and sword going up against a character like IRVINE or Raxus or fuck, even GRUNBELD, who cares? Let's make this happen. I'm not sure if it will, but what do you guys think about these items and how they've been used in Berserk? Is it the kind of weapon you'd like to have? And do you think it fits Serpico perfectly as a character? Also, what do you want to see Serpico do with the SYLPH cloak and sword in the future chapters? So today we're going to be taking a look at the weapon specifically crafted and wielded by Captain Calcium himself, and has been an item of extreme importance in its appearances, and will probably play a big part in upcoming events in the manga as well. And just like the Sword of Actuation rips a tear in reality, by pressing the subscribe button you will also be transported to a whole new layer of YouTube, where you will get consistent Berserk, manga, anime, and whatever else content uploaded straight to your feed. Just go ahead and press it. And maybe if you do, I'll even put your BEHELITs in my mouth. Sword of Actuation has several names and translations, and it can be a little confusing as to what the name of the sword actually is or actually implies. So the Japanese word for the sword is something like Yobi Mizu no Ken or Yobi Mizu no Surigi, something like that. I don't know, I don't speak Japanese. But the literal translation brings this to mean something like sword of water, or storm drain, or sword of pump priming. It's referring to be able to call out or to pump water in some way. And if you're wondering what the sword has to do with water, well, this is a reference to the BEHELITs themselves, as they sort of represent droplets that carry you into the astral world. There's a relation between the shape of BEHELITs and tears. So think of it as the BEHELITs being small droplets of water, but the sword activates, enhances, or pumps them for another purpose. Like all the droplets are being pumped through a hose in order to be unleashed on the other side. That's sort of the idea behind it anyway. The official English translation calls it the Sword of Actuation, which has a similar enough effect, actuation meaning to cause something to, well, activate, and the water metaphor doesn't really work as well in English, so I'm happy it's not a literal translation because that would just add way more confusion than there needs to be. There is also a translation calling the Sword of Resonance, which doesn't really make as much sense. Resonance usually implies something to do with sound or vibrations, and don't get me wrong, I'm all about energy and talking about vibrations, but I don't think the sword actually vibrates. Or maybe it does, and that's why Skull Daddy visits Flora late at night. But whatever the case, most fans just tend to call it the BEHELIT sword. Since it's a sword coated in BEHELITs, it makes enough sense to me. Honestly, it doesn't really matter to me what people call it, but hopefully this gives you a little bit of insight on the meaning behind it. I usually say the Sword of Actuation myself because I just think it sounds cool, but I also call it the BEHELIT sword on occasion. But what is the BEHELIT sword? In simple terms, it is a dimension-cutting sword. A sword capable of slicing a tear in reality itself and being able to open a gateway to somewhere else. My first exposure to a weapon like this was in the series Yu Yu Hakusho. My favorite character, Kuwabara, super underrated by the way, but he was able to channel his energy into a sword-like weapon, and as the series continued and went on and he became more powerful, he was able to conjure what is called a Jigen-to in Japanese, which translates to Dimension Sword. Kuwabara was needed by the antagonist Sensui to use his sword to slice open a barrier between the human and demon worlds. And not unlike Kuwabara's sword, Skull Knight's sword is also capable of slicing open gateways to the astral world and its various layers. The sword itself started as what we can assume was a normal sword, but particularly odd in a few ways, as Guts even notes that the hilt and handle of the sword that Skull Knight uses is completely covered in thorn-like spikes. Now, it hasn't been stated whether or not the sword had any mystical properties before the BEHELITs were added, or if there was some sort of purpose for the thorns being added on the hilt. Hey, maybe it just helps Skull Knight grip it better if it's stabbing into his own hand. We don't really know. But there was definite build-up for the sword's transformation, as in several moments in between the eclipse and when we see the sword used for the first time, Skull Knight is shown finding BEHELITs left behind by fallen apostles and consuming them, like literally eating them. I guess the best part of waking up is causality in your mouth. But then in chapter 221, we finally get the payoff of what he was doing and what this BEHELIT consumption was all about. As Skull Knight and Guts are trapped in the Qliphoth dimension, this is a dark and deep layer of the astral world of which there seemed to be no hope of them getting out of. Skull Knight decides that he has no other option than to try the sword. So he sticks the sword down his throat and basically coats the entire blade with a bunch of BEHELIT barf that has been stored inside of him. So the entire blade of the sword is encompassed with the mesh of dozens of former BEHELITs, still retaining the look of them with the eyes, mouths, and noses all being displaced. As well, the thorns on the hilt wrap up the blade even farther than they were before. Now, it's unclear whether or not the BEHELITs gestating inside of Skull Knight were purified in some way. The translation just says that they were refined, so I take that to mean he manipulated their power for another purpose. So I made an entire video just about BEHELITs themselves, so hopefully if you have any confusion on what they are or how they work, you can check that out and that'll be cleared up in the video. Link is in the description down below. But essentially, BEHELITs are devices that can transport you into the astral world, meaning it's something that breaks the fabric of reality and takes you from one dimension to another. But BEHELITs are generally only fated to be with one specific person and can only activate when that person needs it most. Skull Knight has somehow overruled this fact, and by adding them to the sword, he can tap into their dimensional travel powers and use them for his own purposes. The only thing we can get to understand this are the clues that he has consumed multiple BEHELITs, and perhaps they stay inside of him for a while in order to be converged by his own desires. Since BEHELITs activate upon their owner's desire, maybe Skull Knight actuated that aspect of them, and needing multiple BEHELITs could just be the fact that maybe the weapon becomes more powerful by using them together, and with multiple ones he can not only cut into the astral world, but also cut through multiple layers, even all the way down to the abyss. It should also be noted that when the BEHELIT sword first appears, this is the first time that Skull Knight tried using it. He says it's time to test the sword, meaning he might have had no idea whether or not it was going to work at the time, and there's no telling how long he had been gathering the BEHELITs before this. In any case, escaping this dimension with Guts was a gamble. And could you imagine if it was because of this that maybe weakened the sword a little bit by already using its power, and that's why his strike against Femto didn't work? That's just total fan theory headcanon, don't take that and run with it. It's just a thought. Anyway, Skull Knight also does mention that he forged this weapon specifically to try and trap the God Hand themselves into the abyss. It's like that swirling vortex of souls and pain for all of eternity type thing. We can just call it hell because why not? So this wouldn't kill the God Hand per se, but it would trap them in an eternal pit of torment, which is better in some aspects. But this is why I don't think Skull Knight ever killed any iteration of the God Hand before this, because this is the first time that he had used the weapon, and he made the weapon for the specific purpose of defeating the God Hand. So if he had any way to defeat them before this, why would he go through the trouble of making the BEHELIT sword? That's just my 2 cents. It works on the monsters in Clip-Off, and he uses it to get himself and Guts back to the physical world. Afterwards, it's interesting to note that Skull Knight can remove the BEHELIT coating and go back to just using it as a regular sword. The actuation part of the sword was not seen again until the final battle between Griffith and GANISHKA. As Griffith stands on top of the giant Shiva form of GANISHKA, Skull Knight rips a tear in reality to appear right behind Griffith, and does intend to strike with the sword to send him into the abyss. But Griffith, in his true form of Femto, is able to distort the space as well and redirects the dimensional tear towards GANISHKA. Think of it like this. GANISHKA is filled with astral energy. Skull Knight's sword cuts through dimension. Femto uses the power of the sword to cut through GANISHKA, thus exploding all of that astral power across the entire planet. This essentially merges the astral and physical worlds together, so Skull Knight's sword combined with GANISHKA's power was essentially enough to cover the entire planet with monsters and magic. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. So Skull Knight's sword is super effective, just not for the purposes that he wanted. Since then, we haven't seen the sword used again in the manga, but if I had to guess, I'm not sure Skull Knight would attempt it again. Again, we don't know if it had a limited amount of use, or if the continued uses make the sword weaker in any way. Does he need to collect more BEHELITs afterwards to use it again? We don't know. But I'm thinking something about Skull Knight knowing how to repurpose the BEHELITs, our protagonist Guts having a BEHELIT in his possession, and knowing Guts' sword the Dragonslayer can harm astral creatures already. I'm just saying, could you imagine a collaboration here between Guts' Dragonslayer sword also becoming a sword of actuation? The Dragonslayer covered in BEHELITs with the power to destroy astral beings and cleave a tear into reality itself? It's almost so badass I need to just go hit the gym while listening to the heaviest of metal before I even think about this again. Sorry, I got a little excited there. As far as fighting against the BEHELIT sword, if you had to, it's kind of the thing where you don't really defend against it unless you have godlike powers like Femto. It doesn't cut flesh, but it cuts through the fabric of reality itself, so if Skull Knight chooses the abyss, you're just going to get sucked in. The only hope that you have against the Sword of Actuation is either running away, somehow miraculously striking Skull Knight before he strikes you first, or being a god like Femto. Take your pick. Anyway, what do you guys think of the BEHELIT sword, the Sword of Actuation? When do you think it will be used again? And if it is, how do you think the scenario will go down?
It seems as though you have clicked on this video. By doing so, you have condemned your soul to an eternal torment swirling in an endless abyss. You can save yourself though. Bring me some delicious human flesh for me to consume, and I will spare your lives. Or you can simply subscribe to the Real Life Ryan YouTube channel and have consistent Berserk, manga, anime, and whatever else content uploaded to your YouTube feeds. Also, if you pick the second option, you will be statistically about 17% more handsome by the end of the week. True story. Now, Berserk has come a long way since 1989 when it began, and though it still isn't finished, we do have a new chapter dropping this month. But in this video, we're going to go back all the way to the beginning and talk about the very first apostle that we are introduced to in the manga. Well, okay, not the very first, but at least the primary antagonist of the very first chapter called the Black Swordsman. This is back when the Berserk chapters were much longer and before they began being properly numbered, so this isn't chapter 1, it's chapter A. Just go with it. The Snake Baron is a character who does not have a proper name, at least not one that we're aware of. But a baron is a title that refers to some sort of status of nobility or honor, but most likely this is a title that he bestowed upon himself. The translation seems to imply that the Snake Baron arrived in the town of Koka with his thugs and took it over by force. So he basically made himself the ruler of a small town that nobody cared about and used it as his own place to chill out, relax, and eat a bunch of humans, making a deal with the Lord Mayor that he would spare most of the town, assuming that the Lord would continue to bring him humans to eat. Humans that would be delivered in big cages, as well as the Baron's goons could pretty much run the town however they wanted. In fact, it is the Baron's men that we first see in the tavern torturing Puck when Guts is first seen unleashing the Dragonslayer in the manga. So you could say that without the Snake Baron character, the entire story of Berserk couldn't have gotten started in the first place, because this is where Guts met Puck. And regardless of how you feel about Puck's growth or lack thereof as a character, without his involvement we then would never have reached Elfhelm, where the story is currently taking place. So this singular event and the fact that this town was taken over in the very first chapter still holds an impact even today in the story, and I think that's a pretty impressive feat. But as for the Baron's character, he's as basic as they come. But I do like the idea that he just gathered up a bunch of human goons and took over a town. Every apostle does prove to act and operate differently, doing as they wilt but with demonic power. But the Baron is so generic as far as villains go that it's nearly impossible to guess anything about his former human existence, or what he could have possibly sacrificed to become an apostle. He seems to just like indulging in luxury, eating humans, and causing destruction. Story-wise, he accomplishes being the catalyst for Guts and Puck meeting, showing the audience what an apostle is, and of course giving Guts something to fight. But as a character, he is an evil guy doing evil things, and that's the extent of it. Even his appearance is pretty basic from what we see, which isn't a whole lot as he's mostly covered in shadow the entire time that we see him. His only defining feature seems to be that he keeps his teeth sharp even in his human form. This is because he also eats humans in his human form, which is interesting because not many of the apostles seem to do this. They usually transform before they begin devouring, but hey, I like how he changes things up. The thing that stands out most about the Snake Baron would be his armor and weapons. His armor and helmet resemble that of a cobra, and I can't help but wonder, did he have this armor before becoming an apostle, or was he just so stoked on his snake form that he decided to have some blacksmith make him some snake armor, so he could be a snake even when he wasn't a snake, but look like a snake to hide his non-snake form before he transformed into a snake form and have his snake self be revealed from his snake armor? Was he just super obsessed with snakes? Did he have a pet snake? Did he sacrifice a snake? You know, lots of people hate snakes. Maybe he thought it would be the scariest choice he could come up with. Do you guys like snakes?
That's cool, even snakes.
Well, you can't exclude an animal just because they're not cuddly. Of course I like snakes.
How about trouser snakes?
Ooh, what's a trouser snake?
Anyway, this motherfucker actually impales a child and drinks his blood, which again is Berserk opening its story by letting you know, hey, we're gonna get really dark here, are you ready for this journey? And he seems to be using a large battle axe of some sort, as it does him very well until he encounters Guts himself. Another cool thing here is that the Baron was already aware of the Black Swordsman when Guts arrives in the town, which shows that Guts has already cut down multiple apostles by this point in order to garner this reputation. When their battle begins, we see for the first time just how resilient an apostle can be, taking multiple arrow bolts and still not going down. It's not so shocking now, but when the series began, I imagine starting Berserk and not knowing the extent of what an apostle could do, that this really showed you what you were in store for. It's then when he decides to transform into full Snek.
Afraid to fight me yourself, you cowardly snake? A snake, am I? Perhaps you'd like to see how snake-like I can be.
A larger two-legged reptilian creature complete with a long tail and cobra face, with a nasty humanoid face embedded in its mouth with a long drooling tongue. And though we don't get long to see if he has any kind of extra features or abilities in this form, don't forget that he effectively beat the shit out of Guts for some time. It wasn't until he lifted Guts up to eat him that his face was blown off by Guts' arm cannon. But yeah, it would have been cool to know if the Snake Baron had any extra abilities, like maybe poison to go along with being a cobra. Also, I wonder if he could create pseudo-apostles. He did have a gang of human thugs that he ordered around, but they were still human. So he either didn't feel the need to turn them into pseudos since they already served him, or maybe he just lacked the ability. Regardless, the Snake Baron meets an excruciating demise, not just being blasted and then sliced in half by Guts, but also pelted with arrows as Guts tortures him and then left to burn in a slow, agonizing death, in which he does beg for his life the entire time. It's a fitting end considering how evil he was built up to be, but he's also the first one to show how ruthless Guts would be towards his enemies. So yes, though killed off quickly in the story, he's still not the guy you'd want to mess with. The enhanced strength, the durability, proficiency with the battle axe. He leads an army of goons, and when he's transformed, he's a gigantic snake that's extremely powerful, and still with potential abilities that we're not aware of. Guts does just about everything there is to kill an apostle. He uses a cannon, a sword, arrows, fire. The Snake Baron literally gets all of it. And honestly, it's a little berserk. So when we are talking about Guts' arsenal in his battle against the Apostles, we cannot ignore the impact that the arm cannon has had and the amount of times that it's been useful for him, sometimes more so than the Dragonslayer itself. So we all know the story of the Eclipse, during which Guts was pushed to the point where he was willing to sever his own arm in order to escape the grasp of an Apostle and attempt to save Casca. Well, that didn't exactly go as planned, and as a result, Guts was left without a left arm from below the elbow down. Obviously, this would be what you would consider a career-ending moment for a swordsman, especially when your signature is to wield a sword that is several times bigger than what a normal man would wield. And once again, Guts is pretty used to that, if you know what I'm saying. But as luck would have it, Rickert received some solid training from the blacksmith Godo, a man that spent his entire life perfecting his craft, and this knowledge handed down along with Rickert's own innovative style allowed him to come up with the idea for a prosthetic arm with a hidden cannon mechanism. So yeah, canonically, the first appearance of the arm is in chapter 93 of the manga called Armament, which is during the epilogue of the Golden Age arc, though we see it in the manga for the first time in the very first initial prologue chapter. As Guts dons his black swordsman armor for the first time and prepares for his pursuit of vengeance against the Apostles and the GODHAND, Rickert brings the new arm attachment to him. The arm attaches by strapping to his upper left arm with a spring-like function allowing it to bend at the elbow. There's a misconception that Guts is able to use the arm like a real arm, meaning he's able to bend and move any part of it below the elbow, but the truth is he cannot. It's just made of metal, wood, and whatever other materials. The fingers of the false hand are made to bend like real fingers, but they can only be used to grip something that is also made of metal, because there is a magnetic component built into the hand, and this is what allows Guts to hold onto a sword with that hand. All he has to do is place the hilt within the palm, and the mechanism wraps the fingers around it to grip it just like a real hand would. And since Guts primarily uses the Dragonslayer with two hands in order to have better mobility with it, it's very, very rare that we ever see him hold it with just the prosthetic arm. A moment to mention is in chapter 287 called Bubbles of Futility. In this chapter, Casca is about to fall off the boat and Guts instinctively reaches out his left hand to grab her, but he cannot move the fingers independently and she slips through his grasp, falling into the water. It was a devastating moment for a few reasons, but also for the reason that Guts wasn't even thinking about the fact that he couldn't grab her like he normally would, further reinforcing that the consequences of the eclipse are here forever, no matter how much better things could possibly get. And as he states in that chapter, even if you try to force back what was lost, it won't be the same. But let's talk about the major functions of the arm, and this comes with the cannon firing ability built within. So the outside of the arm is made to just look like a metal prosthetic arm, but it hides the inside mechanisms which allow cannon fire. It works similarly how a cannon would, and there were actually weapons sorta kinda like this, simply called hand cannons, which some consider to basically be the first style of handguns and has some Chinese origins. But anyways, it works exactly like a miniature cannon. You have to load the barrel with whatever projectile, and I think it would just be like rocks or wood or whatever at the time, and they would use a match to ignite it through the back of the cannon, igniting the gunpowder to create the explosion, which then fires the projectile. With Guts' arm cannon, it works in a similar way, but with a few adjustments. So Guts would obviously need to load the cannon beforehand, cleaning out the cannon, adding the gunpowder, and then loading the projectile. In fact, on the cover of Volume 2 of the manga, you actually see him doing this. There's hinges that pop up, and he's able to load at least probably the gunpowder from the back. To fire it, Guts has a string or rope hanging from the back of the arm as well. By pulling it, two things happen. One is that the hand of the arm shifts down, revealing the opening of the cannon. As well, there must be some kind of match or friction happening at the same time in order to ignite the gunpowder. Since he doesn't need to apply fire from the outside in any way, I assume it's some sort of sliding match mechanism that's inside. But anyway, once it's done, it's all over for whomever is in front of him. The cannon blast is released and has been shown to be able to blast its way right through an apostle's face. Guts has also used the Cannon Blast not just for attack, but even to propel him to move faster, adding a stronger swing to the Dragonslayer, or even being able to hit 2 opponents at once in different directions. The only downside to the cannon really is that it's a trump card. It works best if his enemies do not know that he has it, and as a sneak attack. As well, he only gets 1 shot to use it, as he would need to reload the weapon after its use. So it's one of those things where he really only pulls it out when he absolutely needs to, or when he knows that he can hit the enemy point blank and end the fight. But that's not actually the end of its capabilities. Ricker also made a repeating crossbow attachment that can be applied to the arm. The crossbow portion is placed onto a fitting attachment on top of the forearm, and this helps Guts set up his shot and aim, and all he needs to do is turn the crank on the side of the crossbow in order to get it to fire. There is a stock of bolts that drop into place as each one is fired out, and the crank helps to pull back and release the string. This has been shown to be extremely useful on several occasions, notably when Guts was facing down a horde of trolls. The only disadvantage to this is the time it would take to apply it to the arm, but it seems like Guts is pretty capable of doing this in only a matter of seconds. As well, of course, there's only a finite amount of bolts that he has, so he has to get the job done as accurately as possible. There's also been 2 versions of this. Ricker upgraded it during the Conviction arc, basically decreasing its bulkiness and then adding a different style of magazine. But as far as the function, it's pretty much exactly the same. The only other thing to mention is once Guts gets the Berserker armor, the cannon mechanism can still be used through the armor. Basically, the armor opens up around the hand, allowing just enough space for the prosthetic hand to stick out, hinge down, and then fire the blast. The way it's drawn kind of makes it look like he's firing an energy blast out of his hand, which just fills my inner Dragon Ball fan with joy. But yeah, that's the rundown of the arm cannon and all its capabilities. To me, it's just as signature to Guts as the Dragonslayer itself, and like I said, at times it's proved to be even more useful than the sword. It's a weapon that Guts still carries with him to this day, and if Guts ever meets up with Rickert again, I would love to see what kind of advancements Rickert would apply to the arm at this point, especially after teaming up with Salat, and if there's a supposed time skip. If you've ever wanted your own pet spiritual pterodactyl thing that you could ride from place to place, acting as your own personal Uber, then this is the video for you. Now, I may know a guy who knows a hookah-smoking Indian man that might be able to get you one of these at quite the discount. The only thing that you have to do for me is hit that subscribe button and the bell notifications for my channel, and that way you will instantly get future Berserk, manga, and other content uploaded straight to your YouTube feed. It costs you nothing, and you'll be one step closer to soaring into work on this new energy-saving mode of transportation. I think it's the offer of a lifetime, and you may as well give it a shot. The name Garuda was definitely chosen very carefully, and it has a lot of meaning outside of the Berserk lore. I think the first thing that's interesting to look at is that the Kushan reflect more of a Hinduism kind of spirituality. In the manga, it still deals heavily in the realm of magic, but unlike the kind of magic that we were used to seeing, where a witch or magic user of some kind would need to travel into the astral world and ask permission to borrow power from an elemental spirit, instead, with the Kushan magic, it is more like a manipulation of things that already exist physically. For example, the PISCHAKA in Berserk are animals that have been enhanced or infected, for lack of a better word, with powerful energy or with other spirits, and are controlled through intense meditation and focus. Beings that already have a physical form and are possessed by the user to use for whatever purposes that they see fit. There's also the Kundalini that uses, again, a base animal such as a snake, but surrounds the animal with enough astral water spirits that it creates a larger body of water, making it appear like a giant serpent. And this is also controlled or manipulated by the magic user that conjures it. So the fundamental difference between the two styles of magic, between witches and the Kushan sorcerers, is that the witches borrow power and the Kushan manipulate power. However, when it comes to the Garuda, there are some elements of that lore that are left unexplained, and it's kind of up to our interpretations, but I'll get to that in just a moment. First, we got to talk about where a Garuda comes from in our own real world. And first we have to obviously look at the Hindu mythology, because a large portion of everything involving the Kushan revolves around Hinduism. In that mythology, the Garuda is a singular giant bird-like creature resembling a kite. Not that kind of kite, but the bird kite. And also definitely not the anime movie Kite, even though I kind of enjoy that movie. But anyways, Garuda is known as the king of birds with a mile-long wingspan, sometimes given a human-like feature like a human head with a beak or something along those lines. and Garuda is also described as a means of transportation for Vishnu, another Hindu god. But it's also very interesting because Vishnu is part of a holy trinity that also includes the god Shiva. Shiva, whom Ganishka is referred to after he goes into his ascension and becomes that of a destroyer. Shiva is the destroyer, Brahma is the creator, and Vishnu is the preserver, riding on top of the great and powerful Garuda. In Buddhism, though, it's a little bit different. Buddhism doesn't really rely on the whole god or gods thing. It's much more of a way of life and the journey to return to the source of all things. But there is the whole celestial being aspect, which I do not claim to understand myself. But while researching the topic, the Garuda in Buddhism isn't just one being, but an entire race of bird-like beings. Again, they are giant and powerful with wings that can cause an intense amount of destruction. They're one of the 8 non-human beings that protect the teachings of Buddha, and also were at one time enemies of another one of the 8 called the Naga, which resemble snake-like creatures. But the idea of protecting the teachings or the Dharma and the spiritual creatures and such kind of cross over back and forth between a lot of the Eastern religions, similar to how the Abrahamic religions all share similarities but differ here and there. It's almost like they all come from somewhere specific and then broke off into branches, but I digress. Let's just talk more about the big dinosaur-looking motherfuckers that are in Berserk. Garudas. The Garudas here seem to fall more in line with the Buddhist definition, as there are definitely more than one of them, and we first see one when Guts had defeated Daiba's Kundalini snake, and he calls out for the Garuda to catch him from falling like Goku would the flying Nimbus. I mean, seriously, where was he circling? Above him the entire time, just waiting to be tagged into the fight? Anyway, it's not clear if the Garuda is controlled by the magics that Daiba possesses, or if they were tamed. Or perhaps within the taming them, magic was used, I don't know. Because most of Berserk's monsters come from the astral world itself. For these beings to exist here in the physical world, and not be some sort of animal manipulation like the PISCHAKA, it means that Daiba must have had a way for summoning them. Or it could have been because it's stated every once in a while that the worlds overlap and an astral creature is brought into the physical, that Daiba just so happened to find a nest of Garudas and became their surrogate father. Or maybe yet, there was an area similar to Qliphoth that manifested in Kushan territory, and like the trolls that attacked the village there in Midland, Garudas came forth to attack in the Kushan Empire, and Daiba was called in to solve the issue. The point is, they look like their own creature and not some sort of possessed bird or an element manifestation. The Garuda are large enough for several humans to ride on their back, and they have big, almost skeletal-looking heads that appear less like a bird and more like a pterodactyl, with large wingspans and capable of flying at intense speeds. They also must be extremely powerful and have high endurance because the Garuda that we see in the manga was zapped by Ganishka's lightning, but was still able to continue to fly afterwards. And I'm assuming either through loyalty to Daiba or some sort of control, a Garuda was able to fly up close and personal near Ganishka's Shiva form, as Daiba watched the haunting destruction that was being caused from a safe distance in the sky, but it was still a little too close to be considered really safe. When it came time for Ricker and Salat to escape Falconia, Daiba revealed that he had been keeping the Garuda in a large barn, telling everyone it was horses that he was looking after. Nope, just giant bird monsters. How he got them in there with no one noticing, that's anybody's guess, but he does mention to Ricker to stay nearby him, and the Garuda won't eat him. So this leads even more to the idea that they are either loyal to, or at least under some kind of control by Daiba himself. But whatever the case, they were able to use the Garuda to make a soaring escape over the very large walls of Falconia. We've mostly seen the Garuda be a method of transportation or observation in the series thus far, so it's hard to gauge their fighting ability, but we can at least get a general idea of their stats through the feats of being able to take a blast of lightning and keep flying, and being able to explode their way out of a barn, breaking it into pieces. Their size as well, being able to fit probably up to 6 humans on their back, so the Garuda are naturally incredibly strong and resilient. It's unknown if they have any supernatural abilities like spitting fire or something along those lines because we just haven't seen it. But more than likely they just use their gigantic beaks and talons to attack when necessary. Due to the size and shape of their heads, they can probably swoop in and scoop up a human to eat within a few seconds. If you were to fight one as a regular human, I think your biggest issue would be getting to it in the first place. It can just fly as high as it needs to in the sky at high speeds and then crash down to attack at any time it wants. A normal sword might not do much, and you'd probably also need to have some sort of enchanted weapon. I'm wondering though if a magical barrier could harm it, as does the trolls and ogres. Again, it's not clear if the Garuda are on the positive spectrum of the astral creatures or not. They're probably more neutral than anything else, so a barrier may work, but could also be too risky to even want to try. Killing them is probably as easy as just cutting off their head or piercing their heart, but good luck trying to get your shot in. Anyways, what do you guys think of the Garudas in Berserk? Personally, I want to see a lot more for them. They're good tools to have as an escape route, but I want to see an entire flock of them just storm in and attack some apostles. Daiba could make it happen, why not? He just needs to share a little of his special hookah smoke, and those Garuda will be ready to dive bomb into Falconia. Before I start this video, I'm just going to address the giant elephant in the room, and that is, no, I have not read the GRUNBELD novel. If you don't know what that is, in 2017, the writer and director of the Berserk 2016 anime, Makoto Fukami, he was given the permission to write the novel detailing the origins of one of the most powerful apostles in the Berserk series, in GRUNBELD, the Flame Dragon Knight, thus resulting in the book called GRUNBELD, the Flame Dragon Knight. Truth be told, I have zero interest in reading an entire book about a character that I'm not really that attached to and whom I find to be one of the least interesting members of the current Band of the Hawk. I would take a novel about Rakshas, Irvine, and of course the honorable motherfucking ZODD way before I would want to read a novel about GRUNBELD. And hey, seriously, if they just decided to put out a bunch of one-shot either books or manga about particular apostles' origins, I think that would be a fantastic way to continue Berserk in some capacity and expand on the lore. I'm totally on board with that idea. However, I don't have the time or the interest to read a GRUNBELD novel, so this monster manual will only be talking about GRUNBELD using context from the proper Berserk manga. Not to mention the fact that most people I know that have read the novel have stated their disappointment with it, and how it's nowhere near on par with Kentaro Miura's writing quality. I'd also like to plug the 2-part video series on the novel created by Spired, where he gives a very in-depth and detailed look at the book, adding plenty of humor along the way, and explanations as to why the quality is not exactly the best. Excellent videos, I really enjoyed watching them myself. I'll have the link in the description below, so go give him some likes and a sub while you're at it. I've also heard that the novel spends some time really detailing the specifics about old Grunny's flame dragon cock.
It is a long, smooth shaft, complete with 2 balls! What is that? That looks just like an enormous wang. Pay attention.
And hey, considering there's very little ginger representation in Berserk, we pretty much have Isidro or GRUNBELD. And those are the only 2 redhead boys in the story, and if anyone is going to have a huge dragon dick, I'm happy that it's one of my own. I, however, am hung like Isidro. But it could certainly be true that if you are too, by subscribing to the Real Life Ryan channel, your own flame dragon will increase by several inches. So go ahead and hit that sub button to upgrade from Chode Isidro to Pimp GRUNBELD. GRUNBELD is first introduced in Chapter 184, War Cry of the Wind. This is during the scene in which Griffith has returned now to the physical world and begins his conquest to create his own kingdom, protecting Wyndham from the Kushan invasion and showcasing several powerful new allies who all come together and bow before him, declaring themselves his followers and establishing the new Band of the Hawk. GRUNBELD had previously made a name for himself in his human days. Already an extremely large and powerful man, he is often referred to as a giant, even though he has only been an apostle and before that a human. Tall, strong, and the leader of 3,000 soldiers, he had a reputation of being able to defend his home country from shooter invaders. And due to his sheer size, power, and the red hair, it earned him the name of the Great Flame Dragon. Once becoming an apostle, GRUNBELD took the Flame Dragon motif to its furthest extent in his appearance and abilities. In his human form, like I said, he is already gigantic. I'm not sure how accurate this is, but most sources say he's about 2.7 meters, which puts GRUNBELD at about 8 feet and 10 inches, and that's just in his human form. I guess we understand now why he would need...
I dropped my monster condom that I used for my Magnum Dong.
His metal armor represents the scales of a dragon, and his helmet being shaped like the head of one, while GRUNBELD's face peers through the mouth of the dragon helmet. If seeing this gigantic motherfucker with a huge dragon helmet wouldn't be intimidating enough, let's not leave out what GRUNBELD carries with him. 1, a massive great hammer which he can use at immense speeds that can break a man's spine in half, skewer several men at once, burst through shields, and just cause a heavy amount of damage and destruction overall. The range on the Great Hammer, along with Grunbeld's size, allows for a lot wider of a reach than most regular swordsmen. And if that wasn't enough, he also carries a shield, again in the shape of a dragon's mouth, which holds within it the ability to fire off a cannon, not dissimilar to Guts' arm cannon, but with the shield it's able to hold a much more powerful blast, and with the explosion it simulates a dragon spewing out a blasting rage of fire. And just in case Grunbeld ever feels like switching from a blunt weapon to a blade, the shield can also hold 2 hidden swords in the back of it, that he can whip out at any time that he's feeling frisky. So yeah, you're already dealing with a warrior who can absolutely dominate pretty much anybody physically, and has multiple weapons that can tear you apart with ease. And this is only his human form. His apostle form is a whole other story. In Grunbeld's apostle form, his height increases several folds, and he actually transforms into a giant 4-legged crystallized dragon, fully taking on his namesake. His entire outer body being covered with crystals that are harder than steel, making him virtually impenetrable. A thrust from Guts' Dragonslayer, while he was using the Berserker armor, has been the only thing so far shown to put a crack in Grunbeld's crystallized dragon form, but even that crack was small in scale considering just how strong Guts would have been at that moment. And a headbutt back from Grunbeld broke several bones in Guts' body soon after. But anyways, besides the obvious strength and power boost, in his dragon form, he himself can fire a blast of flames from his mouth onto his opponents, incinerating them within a moment's notice. I would say for the most part that Grunbeld is a very intelligent fighter too. He's not just a pure meathead using brute force. However, he is extremely overconfident in himself and eager to go into battle. With that though, and similar to ZODD in this regard, he retains a warrior's pride even now as an apostle. When he and the other apostles were sent to Flora's mansion to burn down her spirit tree, Grunbeld scoffed at this many men being sent to take down just one elderly woman. But when he saw Guts, he was ecstatic at the prospect of fighting the Black Swordsman who had killed so many apostles previously. But during this moment, Guts was already weak from previous fights, and had no armor and thus was losing quite badly, being dominated under Grunbeld's pure physical strength. This making Grunbeld lose respect for Guts, and thus Grunbeld defaulted to insults and shit talk. So, yes, he is honorable, but he also does not want his time wasted. He clearly values his opinions of himself to a very high regard, and wants to go on missions and fight the battles that reflect that. He's a very monotone character and a no-nonsense kind of guy. Also remember, he hates jokes. So if you had to fight with Grunbeld as a normal human, yeah, well, if you take anything away from this video, you have to remember how huge his body is. So one hit from this guy and you already are most likely a dead man. He has range with the Great Hammer, and you'd have to be quick on your toes if you managed to fire off his shield cannon. Basically, you'd want to try to kill him before he transforms, so avoid the attacks, don't get hit, and go for the throat. Because honestly, if he does go full flame dragon mode on you, you're just fucking done. Your only hope would be having a weapon as strong as the Dragonslayer that can harm him on a physical and astral level. Lifting the Dragonslayer alone, though, means you would need to be pretty damn strong yourself, and like I said, Guts only managed to hit him with the thrust thanks to wearing the Berserker armor, and it still didn't work to finish the job. However, if you have a magic user on your team such as Flora, she was able to make a barrier that Grunbeld was unable to cross through. This barrier did no physical damage to him, but it did allow time for them to escape and run away, and if you were just a regular person fighting Grunbeld, you would have to do that too. Just run far, far away, because you can't beat Grunbeld. How about that? In universe, as I've stated before, I always thought it would have been better if Grunbeld died in that moment, because I think a big casualty on Griffith's side of things would have been helpful to see. It also would have worked to give that much more of an impact to the Berserker armor's introduction, or Flora could have taken him out in her final sacrifice. And how great would it be to see someone as physically strong and intimidating as Grunbeld is, ultimately killed off by an elderly woman. I would just love that idea. But that wasn't the case with Grunbeld, and he remains in the story despite having not done much since then. He fought in the battle against Ganishka and has been helping Griffith battle monsters like the Hydra since the creation of Falconia, but he's mostly been in the background of the story with little to no dialogue. So does Grunbeld have more to do in the story? Was Miura saving something for him special down the line? I mean, at this point, I guess we'll never know. But anyways guys, what did you think about GRUNBELD the Flame Dragon Knight? Is he one of your favorite or least favorite apostles in the new Band of the Hawk? How do you feel about his apostle form? And most importantly, who do you think would win in a fight? GRUNBELD or ZODD? So today we're going to take a few minutes to talk about something called the astral world. I'll give a very brief overview as to what it means and where it comes from, and then I'm going to deep dive into how it relates within the context of Berserk. But before I begin, if you would like to be able to get a hands-on look at what the deepest layer of the astral world looks like, go ahead and subscribe to my channel, because once I reach 100k, I plan to take you all on a big old field trip to the hallowed grounds of ceremony and commemorate that event with a grand sacrifice. I mean, a grand pizza party. Yes, you are all invited to my epic pizza party, so please go ahead and subscribe. Once I hit that 100k, we're gonna deep dive. Now look, when it comes to real-world history and context of what the astral world is, it really depends on what you're looking at and what teachers and philosophies that you're following in order to define it for you. I'm just going to give you a very brief, spark notes, generalized consensus of the astral world, and then I'll deep dive into how it relates to the Berserk manga. In the most basic overview that I can say, the astral world is a spiritual plane that overlaps our physical world. The physical world being everything that we perceive with our five senses. The world of mankind, it's physical, it's tangible, something we can reach out and touch. The astral world exists within the spiritual realm and is considered to be home of incorporeal beings like spirits, angels, and demons. Some philosophies have the astral world being a place where human souls will reside after death and before passing on to either heaven or hell. And in other ideas and religions, the soul exists here both before and after life, as just like the energy and matter that cannot be created or destroyed, nor can the soul. This leads into the theory of reincarnation, and that the astral world is where you return to temporarily before again returning to life in another form, constantly repeating the cycle. Some view this as a good thing, and others view it as something that you must keep doing until you reach a sort of enlightened state. And again, enlightenment can mean many different things depending on what ideas you associate it with. Some might even consider enlightenment the same thing as reaching an eventual heaven. A term that probably everybody has heard before in one form or another is astral projection. This is being able to reach a deep meditative state where you are able to take control of what would be your soul or your energy that exists beyond your physical body. And you're able to explore the astral world traveling deeper into a space rather than a distance. When thinking about the astral world, you have to think of it abstractly. It's not like walking from point A to point B down the street, but rather staying in that street and transcending from point A to point G, K, or Z. You're physically staying in the same place, but tapping into what you could call your soul, which is like a conscious form of energy, and with that you aren't limited by the physical barriers, and you could traverse through energy as energy. At least that's how I understand it. But anyways, before I lose you completely, let me get back into Berserk. In Berserk, the concept of the astral world has existed ever since the early days of the Black Swordsman arc, and just like any good author, Miura leaves a lot of the finer details up to interpretation. But I do like that despite a lot about his lore being later explained, the ambiguity of the early days doesn't really contradict anything that he brings up later on. And just like real-world definitions of the astral world, Berserk's astral world exists within the same space as the physical, overlapping it, and consists of many different layers. To make it simple to think about, just imagine each layer is like a different dimension, and different space all its own. But with each layer, as you go deeper, there is an overlap, kind of like a chain connecting to other pieces going deeper and deeper down, all residing within the same space, if that makes sense. The astral world in Berserk is home of many spiritual and mythological creatures residing in its more shallow layers. Creatures like elves, fauns, marrows, and many more generally pleasant and good-natured species. Coming from a spiritual realm and existing within shallow layers means that on occasion, those creatures would take a more corporeal form and be able to interact and even exist within the physical plane. Kind of like a small gateway that's allowing them in. And this is usually within particular areas of the physical world that are generally regarded as more mystical or open to supernatural elements. The Misty Valley was once home to many elves, and other various places in the world of Berserk show that there was once shrines built and respect given to these astral beings that would wander into the physical. This brief overlap could also be called an interstice, where the astral and physical worlds overlap to such a degree that they exist simultaneously within the same space. As Guts was cursed with the brand of sacrifice, his body and spirit is constantly aligned within an interstice, causing him to be able to sense when demonic beings are close, as well as contributes to him being haunted every night by malicious spirits. And that's the thing too. So the interstice is kind of where the physical and astral meet in its shallowest layers. Thinking of the astral world like a pool, the interstice is dipping your toe into the water. You exist within both at the same time and can interact with each other. Whereas once you are completely submerged within that pool, you rely on your astral self alone. But I'll get to that in a moment. So when you die in Berserk, which, let's be honest, is usually the result of some extreme misfortune and negativity, your soul would obviously be angry and restless, and as you begin to lose your sense of self as a spirit, you basically just become a force of restless and vengeful energy. These souls can attack and possess someone or something within an interstice and act out that animosity and rage through the person they are possessing. But instead of like a conscious soul possessing a person and controlling their body with their own will, instead it's like the feelings and emotions of that soul amplify the darkness within the person that they are possessing. Possessing Farnese had her act out her lustful, bottled-up feelings, and possessing Guts has him acting out his darkest thoughts of killing those around him so that he could be left alone on his crusade of vengeance. Truthfully, human souls should only exist a short while within the shallow astral layers before passing on to heaven or hell or wherever they go, but since most people are not able to find that peace and resolution, their souls become trapped in this spiteful and hateful energetic way. Particular people, like witches and mages, have made it their life's obsession to learn the secrets of the astral world and can also use it as a means to acquire a large amount of power for a limited time. This is the way that Berserk does magic. Through training and deep meditation, just like astral projection, a magic user can take their ethereal selves, like their souls, and shape it into a form that mimics their physical body, giving them control and consciousness over it and allowing them to travel willingly and knowingly throughout the astral world. This is called their luminous body. They use this to search for a spirit in which to make a request to borrow power from. Spirits are generally connected to the elements like water, earth, wind, and fire, and I would say that the elements and the elemental kings are more neutral than anything else. They don't really have an affiliation with good or evil, they just simply are. They exist. Kind of like how everything in the physical world just exists, and it's kind of up to us as humans as we choose how to utilize them. Anyway, a magic user can channel the power of a spirit through their body and create effects within the physical world as a result. And there are some dangers about going too deep within the astral world. The deeper you go into the astral world, the darker it gets. Imagining the pool analogy once again, the deeper you go into the water, the harder it is to maintain your grounded self. You start floating, you start sinking, and eventually you're gasping for air, going farther down than you ever should. Just like how there are majestic, positive astral creatures, there are also creatures born from darkness, yin and yang, literally created from the subconscious fears of mankind. Qliphoth, which I never pronounce right apparently, is the name given to an area where monsters like trolls and ogres are spawned from. Creatures that cause humans fear in our nightmares and are sort of manifested into existence here. Think of it like if we are all connected by matter and energy and we all have collective consciousness that exists within us, Qliphoth is like the place where fears and superstitions are dumped. If enough people over a large enough scale all have the same fears and fantasies of monsters in the dark that can kill us, then this is where they all end up. Deeper than that still, we start to get into giant mythological beings that could be considered gods. And even deeper down than that, things start to become unrecognizable. Physics are no longer in play, and the layers further down become disjointed and more abstract. A perfect example of this being the MC Escher style location where we first meet the God Hand in the series. This is seemingly the farthest down you can get before reaching the abyss, and the farthest you would be able to exist still conscious of yourself somewhat of who you are. but reaching this plane seems to be only possible by supernatural means, such as a BEHELIT. This device, destined to somebody through fate and causality, is only activated by a person's heightened desire and despair, then transporting them straight to this nexus, skipping the other layers entirely. And here, the GODHAND exist, and should you receive an audience with them, you are either here to make a sacrifice, or become one. And finally, the darkest, deepest levels enter into the Abyss, otherwise known as Hell itself. The Abyss is comprised of what is known as the Vortex of Souls, where many of those restless spirits eventually end up, alongside anybody who has tangled with demonkind, darkness, and evil. This is your endless, eternal swirling of souls, all entwined, resonating with their feelings of anger, rage, darkness, and suffering. Ending up in here, you eventually lose all sense of ego and consciousness of who you are. You are no longer in any sense of control of yourself, and you become nothing more than an exemplified feeling of torment that is never ending. Individuality is gone, and you are part of the collective, creating a whirlwind of agony. You can see that fresh souls into the Abyss still retain a bit of themselves, like when Vargas recently died and then was there to pull in the count, but you would only exist in this way for some time before becoming fully part of the collective. And at the bottom of the Abyss, we start to transfer into the idea world, the origin of existence itself, and the true connective tissue between all living and non-living things. And here we find the idea of evil. And I don't plan to get in depth with the idea of evil in this video, I'll save that for another time, but in short, the idea of evil is the result for life desiring a reason for its suffering, manifesting from the core consciousness that connects everything, and working to manipulate time and fate itself in order to give humanity whatever it is it desires. It is responsible for creating the GODHAND and the Apostles, all pushing and leading humanity in a specific direction over thousands of years that would eventually result in the great roar of the astral world. So whatever the ultimate scheme of the idea of evil in the GODHAND is still left vague, but we can infer that the balance between the astral and physical worlds being disrupted was a large part of it. You can imagine that the physical world and the world of the dead and mythological creatures should largely remain separate. One is where we exist during life, and the other is where we go after, or in some beliefs also before life. This separation between worlds was kept in check by things called the spirit trees, in particular areas of the world of interstices that existed, surrounded by a spirit tree that worked as sort of a siphon or to absorb astral energy to that area in order to prevent it from leaking into the physical world in a widespread way. Flora's mansion was a prime location, as well as Elfhelm. By destroying and burning down these trees, it gave Griffith the means to enact his plan to merge the worlds together. But even on top of that, it stated that 1,000 years ago, people were more in tune with the astral world and what it was. People believed in spirits and elves and creatures, and these places where the interstices existed were seen as holy or sacred, something to be revered and respected. But within the last 1,000 years, and in accordance with the plans of the idea of evil, things involving the spiritual have been considered wrong, evil, and eventually heresy. And the introduction of the Holy See, which is sort of a super harsh, strict version of the Roman Catholic Church of the medieval era, has detached humanity at large from the spiritual into a more monotheistic style of worship, worshipping a single god rather than multiple elemental spirits, which weren't really worship, they were more just respected. And as belief can manifest and shape reality, the positive astral creatures slowly started to dissipate from the physical world. So, with mankind's connection to magic and the spiritual weakened and outlawed, it got to the point where people were incapable of even perceiving spiritual beings right in front of their faces, and instead turned their faith into the idea of a prophet that would come rescue them from darkness. Enter Griffith, the Hawk of Light, and yeah, you know the story. And then once people's faith were clearly in line, Griffith used Skull Knight's sword, capable of splitting open a rift in space, that was meant as a weapon to send Griffith himself into the Abyss. Instead, was used to cut open Ganishka and use his body as the world tree, and link the astral and physical worlds together as one, essentially making the entire planet an interstice, reintroducing humanity to the supernatural that had been 1,000 years to build up within their fears and anxieties, unleashing monsters onto the entire planet, and leading people into the only safe haven on Earth, which is Falconia. Ruled by a member of the GODHAND, who is hidden under the facade of his former human face. Now, personally, I don't believe we have a full, complete merger yet, because there still is the question of where the other GODHAND members are, and I think the final spirit tree is located on Elfhelm, which has yet to be destroyed. And that could be the last remaining link stopping the GODHAND, or maybe even the Abyss itself, from engulfing what is left of humanity. But that's just a theory. A Berserk theory. But anyways, guys, I hope this gives you a full, good recap of what the Astral World is and how it plays a part within the Berserk story. I know my explanations might not be perfect, but hopefully I could put it into a way that you understand, or at least explain it to you the way that I understand it. As of yet, we are not sure if or how Berserk will ever continue, but it's always fun to deep dive back into the lore of this story and give you guys some fun Monster Manual videos. Let me know what you think about the Berserk's Astral World and your theories about how it applies to the overall narrative and the GODHAND's plans. Also, maybe I should do a video on the Idea World too, and talk more about the idea of evil. I guess then I could also do a video on the physical world and just be like, yeah, here it is, you're in it. One of the most talked about and discussed chapters of Berserk doesn't even appear in the official volume releases. This is chapter 83, called God of the Abyss Part 2, which was originally released on July 12th of 1996. That's 25 years ago now, as Young Animal magazine was publishing its way through Berserk's Golden Age arc. So it's not a chapter that was never released or never intended to be there. It's even called God of the Abyss Part 2, immediately following chapter 82's God of the Abyss Part 1. It's out there in the world. But the issue with this chapter, according to the reasoning it was omitted from the volume releases, was that it gives too much explanation as to what is going on in the story too soon in the story. And Kentaro Miura thought it was best to take it out so that the audience doesn't get a verbatim explanation to the GODHAND and exactly where they come from and what's going on. Even though this chapter still doesn't fill in all the gaps for you and still leaves you with the existential questions that you need to fill in for yourself. And that's one of the best aspects about Berserk to me, is that it respects the intelligence of its audience and really allows us to come up with our own ideas and interpretations about what the story is trying to say and how some portions of the lore are supposed to work. To this day, the Idea of Evil chapter still works within the story and doesn't seem to contradict anything that Miura has written since. Another reason for its omission could have been that Miura didn't want to limit the direction of his story if new ideas presented themselves, but 360 some chapters later, and chapter 83 still flows as well as it possibly could. If you haven't read it, I would say that it's definitely worthy of a read, especially now in the case that Berserk may never actually return. So if you've only read the volume releases, go ahead and search up chapter 83 and experience it for yourself and create your own opinions on it. As for the rest of this video, disclaimer, these are all my opinions, ideas, and interpretations of how I view the story and I view this chapter. This is not meant to come from Kentaro Miura himself, never spoken to the guy, and I don't have any insider knowledge of Berserk. I'm just a fan like you guys, and this is what I think about it. So at the end of chapter 82, God of the Abyss 1, Griffith is undergoing his transformation from human into GODHAND. To think of how this works, you really have to think kind of far outside the box. First, just the general concept of the three worlds of Berserk that come into play. The characters were pulled from the physical world into a deep layer of the astral world. I recently made a video explaining and deep diving on the astral world and its concepts, so check out that video if you have any questions about how the astral world works. Link will be in the description below. But the third and final world, so to speak, is the world of Idea, and this goes further into just being a place of the afterlife or a place where monsters exist. The world of Idea is pretty much the place that links all life together as one. It's like the origin of all existence. Not an actual place, but a world of ideas, collected consciousness of everything. You have to think about it in a very spiritual way. To me, I kind of relate it to the concept that we don't exist within the universe, we are part of the universe experiencing itself. Think of everything as one, as opposed to individuals. We are all connected, and in Berserk, it's like we're all connected through ideas. Griffith is essentially traveling past the astral world into this collected area located within the core of the Abyss, hence, God of the Abyss, the title of the chapter. Griffith here is not a physical or an astral being. This is sort of like the mental and spiritual concept of who Griffith is. This is the idea of Griffith. The idea of evil is represented as a gigantic heart pumping through this spiritual void of souls. So think about the symbolism of that. All this collected torment and misery is like the blood that pumps through the idea, giving it life and power and essentially creating its very existence. But the main thing to understand about this is that the idea of evil is not a physical being. It is not an antagonist of the story. It is not a villain character. It's not something to be fought or to be slayed. It is literally an idea, brought into whatever existence you call this thanks to the collective thoughts and desires of living humans. It is the result of mankind. It is a concept, and that concept is the idea of evil itself. To call it a god is again more symbolic than to think of it as a god from something like the Bible or the Quran or any of the other religions out there. It's not an omnipotent being that created life. It was created from life. It's called a god because in a twisted, fucked up way, humanity does worship the concept of evil, and let me explain what I mean by that. So if we look at the world from a completely objective point of view, without emotion and without the concept of a god, a higher purpose, and meaning, because meaning is a human construct. To attribute reasons and meaning to things is something that we as people need to do to help explain and justify what we experience and what we go through. What is the meaning of a star, the meaning of a mountain, the meaning of a lion eating a gazelle? These questions don't make any sense from the perspective of just the universe is doing what it does. Basically what I'm saying is that the universe is completely indifferent to us. Good and evil are just words that we use to label particular actions that we find either enjoyable or deplorable to us. But they are more or less decided by being a human construct and an idea. So for instance, the fact that people die young or even die at all, that we get sick, that we feel so much pain, that sometimes the people that do the darkest, most twisted thing live amazing lives. Some people live their entire life in loneliness. There's murder, disease, rape, horrors beyond our wildest imaginations. All of these things that happen, they just happen. But to us as humans, these things are fucking tragic as hell. But to the world, to the universe, to time, they are just things. We lump things into these categories and call them bad because they are bad to us. But the universe doesn't give a shit. Does that make sense? So because we fear these things and we hate these things and we are destroyed by these things, we want to still feel justified in the world by giving an explanation as to why these bad things happen. That explanation is because of evil. And people all have the capacity for that evil. And to live within a dark, uncaring world, humans increasingly embrace that darkness within themselves to selfishly try to survive and reap whatever most benefit they can from their struggles. The evil within the connected consciousness of mankind alone, with the belief in the very concept that evil must exist in order to explain why bad things happen, is the lifeblood that pumps through the God of the Abyss. The Abyss itself being a swirling vortex of torment where individuality is lost and souls are nothing more than the feeling of pain, loss, misery, etc. The idea of evil perpetuates so strongly within the hearts and minds of humanity. We need it to exist in order to explain our pain. So it's as if it is a god and as if we worship the idea of evil because we need it so bad. That is why I believe it's called a god, not because it was a god that created. And as some fans speculate there may be an idea of good out there somewhere, I don't think I really agree with that, because I don't think this is the kind of thing that requires a balance, because fear, anxiety, and darkness is always something that exists outside and inside of humanity, and good is just whatever doesn't fit into that category. We don't need an explanation for good things as much because we take them for granted. We focus more on the negative. And if there is an idea of good, it will come in the form of what Griffith is being set up to be, which is a reason and an answer for humanity's suffering. The idea of evil within all of mankind only gets more powerful over time, the more horrible things happen and the more war, violence, disease, and misery perpetuates. The idea of evil has gotten so powerful that it is answering the call of what people desire on a level of being able to create the God Hand, the apostles, even so much as manipulating fate itself to ensure particular things happen, whether they try to fight against it or not. It can do this because it is doing nothing more than going along with the wills and desires of mankind. The quote that begins all of the Berserk anime episodes of mankind having no control even over their own will also plays into this. If the idea sets up a particular situations and interactions, then the outcome will be overwhelmingly predictable. So humans still have free will, but if you push somebody hard in a particular direction and whisper devilish things into their ear and promise them power and an escape, well, of course they will choose to sacrifice. By sacrificing someone you love, you become an apostle, and it's as if you are truly choosing and embracing evil. You are relinquishing your humanity in favor of accepting the idea of evil. So every death and every apostle born only makes the idea of evil stronger. The God Hand themselves worship evil. They praise it as it does give meaning to all that exists. They no longer fight against it, but accept it and praise it as their God. It doesn't matter that the apostles do as they will and don't obey the God Hand, because by submitting themselves to evil, the idea grows stronger anyway. The apostles are expendable, and the very creation of them is enough to keep the abyss swirling and the idea pumping. Hell, even GANISHKA, that fought tooth and nail to keep his status in the world, still fell right into the hands of causality, and his very choices is what led to not only his own defeat, but the creation of Fantasia, which was all part of the events to give humanity what they desire, bringing all of their fantasies and monsters of imagination into being, and giving them a messianic savior to look up to in Griffith. The idea of evil tells Griffith to do as he will, because his desires will reflect humanity's desires. So again, the idea of evil isn't some mastermind antagonist telling Griffith and the God Hand what to do. The idea is just an idea that all humanity plays into. Griffith was set up to be in a position to give humanity that savior they desired, and whether he brought more pain or salvation to humanity, that doesn't matter. Born from evil, the more powerful Griffith becomes, as does the idea. They can only benefit each other no matter what happens. So naturally, the idea of Griffith plans to continue his pursuit of conquering and soaring as high as he can, choosing to have wings to symbolize that soaring nature that's within him. And even look at the panels. It's like Griffith literally absorbs the power of the evil and torment within mankind's thoughts and uses that to fuel his new body and create the femto form. So you can look at femto as having a core of pure desires to achieve that Griffith had within him, and an outer body shell that is literally created from evil and darkness. So it's natural to assume that if people believe in, perpetuate, and embrace the idea of evil to be real, then they would also desire salvation from that evil, in which the idea of evil creates a world in which that salvation can be achieved in the form of Griffith. Griffith gets what he always wanted, along with giving humanity what they want, uniting them all under one unified roof of Falconia, and giving them their Garden of Eden away from the monsters that they themselves unknowingly willed into existence through their own fear. It's wild shit, and Miura is an amazing writer for weaving all of these things together, and yet having all of this really be the backdrop to what the story really is about, and that's Guts' journey to battle his own darkness and his own trauma, and that is the difference. Whereas Guts' battle is within, most people refuse to move past their pain, trauma, and darkness, and they just accept it as what it is and not what it can be. Guts' fight against fate, and that being a core theme of the series, plays right into the existential ideas that is the idea of evil, where overcoming your shadow self and your beast of darkness is part of rising above what others would willingly give into. The symbolism at the fall of the Tower of Conviction, for example, where everyone on the ground is embracing their fear and panic and giving in to the dark blobs engulfing them, and scrambling for somebody else to save them, while Guts stands on his own 2 feet and fights back using nothing other than his own will to do so. Well, okay, also he has a gigantic fucking sword, but you get the idea. Guts takes the responsibility upon himself, and in a way resorts to his primal nature of just survive, as the others are looking for reasons as to why bad things are happening and looking for some savior to rescue them. Guts accepts the responsibilities and repercussions for his actions. Others look for ways to justify them. So how do we beat the idea of evil? Is there any way? It's like when Isidro asks why people can't just stop believing in monsters and they will all go away, and Shirke explains how deeply engraved it is in mankind's fears that it would be impossible. The concept of evil is even deeper than that. It's primordial. Humans created the concept of evil likely before they could even speak a language or utilize fire. So I honestly don't know. Perhaps it's not about defeating it, but weakening it. Falconia presents itself as a sanctuary, and now that the world is overrun, it's even worse because instead of just wanting a savior, now all of humanity needs one or they will literally be annihilated. That only increases the desire for Griffith, so who knows? Griffith's defeat, or seeing Griffith for who he truly is, could dissuade humanity, maybe. Or maybe a large realization of what Griffith went through to achieve this status. Who knows? I truly hope Kentaro Miura, rest his soul, left an outline at the very least as to where he saw Berserk going and how this concept resolved itself, because I sure as hell don't have the answers. But anyways, that is my little breakdown and explanation of the idea of evil and how I think it plays a role in the story of Berserk. Once again, these are just my opinions and my interpretations of Berserk as I read it. I have never spoken to Miura himself, and I don't have any inside knowledge. I'm just a fan like all of you talking about Berserk on the internet. But please, tell me your interpretation and whatever else you'd like regarding the idea of evil in the comments below, because I would love to hear everyone's version of how they see this chapter and what it means to them. So in this video, we're going to be taking a look at everybody's favorite character in the Berserk series, Isidro! Well, it's not really about Isidro, it's about this cool little dagger that he has and carries around. And sure, he's not as skilled and efficient with daggers like somebody like Thorfinn. Actually, could you imagine if Thorfinn had salamander daggers? Holy shit, that would be a force to be reckoned with. But no, instead we have Isidro. And I know that I've talked a lot of smack about Isidro over the years, but to be honest, maybe it's just my own insecurities. That I too am a short, juvenile ginger kid who likes to throw rocks and may or may not be totally fine hooking up with a marrow on some faraway island someday. Perhaps Isidro is me, and perhaps I am Isidro. The two of us share this common bond of never being like the ones that we idolize, but still we try and put forth the effort each and every day. That at some point there will be a reward for our efforts, and maybe we will find a place amongst the stars with those that we care about and appreciate us. Anyway, if you'd like to see more of my constant existential crisis, consider subscribing to the Real Life Ryan channel. I would really like to get up to 75k subscribers by the end of the year, if that's possible, so every little bit of support helps. I would really appreciate it. You'll get consistent Berserk, manga, anime, movie, and mental breakdown content uploaded straight to your YouTube feed on a near daily basis, so what's not to lose? Go ahead and subscribe, and I'll be sure not to burn you with my fiery ginger blade. The Salamander Dagger was first introduced in Chapter 203 alongside several other enchanted weapons. Shirke calls them magic fetishes, and I have some magic fetishes of my own, but that's a story for another video. Anyway, Berserk was reaching a point where the enemies Guts and his crew would be facing were getting increasingly powerful and more inhuman. As the astral world and humanity's fears manifested were slowly filtering into the physical world, the threat of trolls, ogres, and more were becoming ever more present. So it was time to give the characters some upgrades in terms of their weapons. Now, I've already done a video on Serpico's SYLPH sword, so if you want to check that out, check the playlist of the Monster Manual videos, or I'll put a link down below in the description. But for the character of Isidro, he received the Salamander Dagger. And no, it's not a dagger made from salamanders, well, at least not the kind of salamanders you would immediately think of. Salamanders in the Berserk universe are what is known as fire elementals. These are small, almost invisible astral creatures that work alongside the natural elements of the world. There are elementals for earth, wind, water, and fire. Each grouping can be swayed and manipulated to help you take charge of those elements and use them for different purposes, much like how magic works in the Berserk universe, where you enter a state of meditation to let your spirit traverse the astral world, find an elemental spirit, and borrow their power temporarily to move the elements, which can reach a level that could cause tidal waves or giant flaming wheels. The elementals are kind of what is used to move said element. Think of it as giving the element itself a push in the right direction that you want it to go. The elementals themselves are more or less neutral in design, and it depends on the user how they are manipulated. The salamanders are elementals for fire and basically do look like little lizard salamanders, all sort of swimming and swirling amongst each other. And their placement in the dagger is exactly as it sounds. The dagger itself has a normal hilt with an image of a triangle before the blade. Triangles have also been used as an actual symbol for fire, the 3 angles of the triangle representing heat, fuel, and oxygen. And then the blade itself is forged from lava, the elementals themselves keeping the lava within the shape and form of a blade, which is really interesting for one because it technically kind of means the blade is made of rock, and also that the blade is constantly at about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Sorry, I'm using Fahrenheit, I'm an ignorant American, but you guys can do the conversion in your mind. Imagine just accidentally touching the tip of this blade with your fingers. Yeah. Also, I don't know if I would trust that hilt guard for your hands. However, elementals are known to attune to their user and protect them, so it could be that with the adaptation of using them, they would be protective to their wielder, but I'm not really sure or to what extent it would be. Also, the use of the elementals is dependent on one's faith and belief in their abilities, so you literally have to trust within your weapon to get it to work as perfectly and precisely as you want it to. When talking about the dagger in particular, it is a good weapon to utilize for a shorter fighter like Isidro because it doesn't have a heavy weight and you can wield it pretty quickly. However, as Isidro found out during his battles, the lack of reach that it had was still a deterrent when he was up against taller opponents, and this is where the harsh realization for him comes into play that he cannot be like Guts. He doesn't have the size or strength to be a Dragonslayer wielding madman. But what he can do is work within his own style and benefits, and that means Isidro becoming a dual wielder, using the sword given to him by Morgan for long-range attacks and to close the distance, and then coming in with the killing strike using the blazing hot dagger. And over time, this combo has become super effective and has given Isidro his own specific style of fighting in the manga. Combating against a salamander dagger would just be a testament to avoidance. Like any other blade, you just wouldn't want it to touch you. And if it did touch you, you get the added bonus of not only a cut, but the raging heat of lava. So knock that shit out of his hand or just be really quick and avoid it. Overall, I think the salamander dagger is a good weapon and definitely works for Isidro's character. It would be cool to see more weapons that are similar to it, like if you could forge an actual sword or an axe from these elementals as well. And Isidro has really come into his own over the years. My gripes with him don't have anything to do with his weapon or his fighting style, so I'll leave this video on a positive note and talk about my favorite Isidro moment. When Isma jumps in and transforms into a Marrow for the first time and saves Isidro and then jumps back up on the ship, everyone on the boat, the entire crew, sees her fishtail and they're like, what the fuck, what's going on? And Isidro immediately defends her like, yeah, my girlfriend's a fish, what up, wanna fight about it? I don't know, it's just great. It's one of my favorite Isidro moments, and that's just the kind of support that you need in your life. Good on you, Isidro. Oh, also, I really love the moment in the orgy cave where he says, put that thing away, you horny goat. It's the same thing I have to say to myself every morning. So it's come to my attention that in all these Monster Manual videos and in all of the Berserk videos that I've never made a specific video talking about the brand of sacrifice and its mechanics. And seeing how it's pretty much the staple symbol of the entire series, used to recognize that this is Berserk that we're talking about. People know it's Berserk just by the symbol itself. It's the only image on the front cover of the deluxe editions of the manga, and many, many fans around the world have specifically had it tattooed on them. And here's just a small sample from some of my subscribers that have the brand of sacrifice tattooed on them, which is really awesome. Thank you guys for sending those in. Really, really appreciate it. Even if you're going to be constantly tormented by nightly demons and restless spirits the rest of your lives, but hey, whatever gets you going. I guess it's time that I talk about why this mark is so symbolic to the series and where its origins come from. But before I get into that, if you'd be so kind, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you have not already. I upload consistent manga, anime, berserk, movie, and existential life dread content straight to your YouTube feed on the daily, and I'm the only anti-tuber on the internet to survive a battle with Sasquatch, so that's gotta count for something. Now, I couldn't find any specific reference stating what Miura based the brand of sacrifice off of, but most fans seem to be convinced that it's based on the ancient rune symbols that he took pieces of and then created his own. Whether he took them from specific words or meanings or not, it hasn't been officially stated, at least anywhere that I could find. Please feel free to correct me in the comments down below if you do find some sources that come from Miura himself or any of his editors. But interesting to note that his original brand of sacrifice design featured in the Berserk prototype was noticeably different than the one that we have today, featuring a circular bottom and then an open top. But once we get into the official manga, the brand takes on a much more dynamic and angular shape, still leaving the straight line in the center and the open top up above. Miura may have changed the design in order to look like and match with the Holy Sea idol, which looks mostly like a bird rising out of a double helix-like shape, which has many implications within the story, as the Holy See is the one ruling religion of most of humanity and gives prophecies of a falcon of light eventually arriving to lead everybody to salvation, much like the coming of Christ. So it kind of works in multiple ways. You have the familiar religious imagery to us, as the bird with the outstretched wings is kind of similar to Jesus on a crucifix with his arms out. Jesus in the position of being a sacrifice for mankind, whereas here we basically have the sacrifices of man giving way to the arrival of their Jesus-like figures. So it's kind of the opposite. The double helix is also interesting because, and maybe I'm getting a little too headcanon here, but dealing with the Berserk Abyss, which is essentially the Berserk version of hell, a swirling vortex of souls all meshing together in torment and misery to the point where they lose their individuality and just become nothing more but a feeling of pain. It swirls around like a funnel, similar to the helix around the falcon symbol, similar to the bottom markers of the brand of sacrifice. Essentially, it's all aligned together, and I think Miura, more so than copying any specific rune to make his brand, thought about his own story and his own symbolism that he was trying to make, and made a rune-like symbol to represent this idea of sacrifice, prophecy, and the falcon rising from those sacrifices, which all leads into Griffith and Falconia and everything that happens in the story. I don't know if I'm reaching here, but I would like to believe that Miura thought about this and tried to create the most simplistic and to-the-point design that he could, and wouldn't make it too overly complicated, and yet it makes sense for the full spectrum of the story. Now, essentially how the brand works in the story is it is a marker based on a ritual sacrifice, coming from the deepest layers of the astral world, and I've done a video on the astral world, BEHELITs, and apostles, all of which would probably be very useful for this video, so if you'd like to check them out, I'll try to remember to link them in the description below. But anyways, once a BEHELIT is destined to be with somebody, it will end up within their grasp at the moment that they need it most. That being a moment of complete and utter despair mixed with an intense desire, when all hope seems lost. The BEHELIT will create an overlap of the physical and astral worlds, and the user will come face to face with the GODHAND. And the GODHAND will give them the choice to sacrifice something that represents their ties to humanity. In exchange, they get untold amounts of strength and power and get to live out their days embracing their inner darkness to whatever extent that person is capable of. And obviously, if someone is in that position of desperation, they will, on a 99.99999% probability, choose to relinquish their humanity and live freely within their darkness. So, severing your ties to humanity usually means giving up a person you love the most or an equivalent of such. the ties to your humanity, the symbolic idea that by sacrificing them, you are in turn sacrificing your humanity, your compassion, your empathy, or at least all of that to a degree. The ceremony in which this happens is called the Invocation of Doom, which is just badass. I love it. Now, so far in the manga, we have only seen 2 occasions where the brand is created, and both times it is created by the God Hand member Void. Now, many theories go into Void himself and his importance, but it's not relevant to this video. Anyway, Void seems to just manifest the brand with his power out of nowhere, and at the point of the user agreeing to make the sacrifice, the brand is then sent out like a magic missile, you D&D fans know what I'm talking about, and it never misses its target. And once it hits, it literally burns into them like a literal brand. So you have this burn mark on your body in the shape of the brand symbol, and though some may have theories about where it lands on the body having some significance, nothing has been confirmed or denied in the manga or by Miura, but mostly it seems to land on the body at random, and it will land wherever it just happens to land on the body. Also, it should be noted that the branded one must literally be important and representative to the user's humanity. In the Black Swordsman arc, in order to save his life, the Count needed to brand somebody again, and he wanted it to be Guts, but the request was refused because of 2 reasons. Guts didn't mean anything to the Count significantly, and Guts was already branded at the time. So you can't be branded just out of hatred, and you can't be branded if you've already been branded before. Now, I know some people will say the Count branded his wife because he hated her. No, the Count loved his wife. That's what drove him to despair in the first place, because he couldn't believe her betrayal. When you find out that your wife, whom you thought was loyal, was actually getting train run on her by a bunch of heretics and a Baphomet statue, well, any normal man would fly into a rage, sure. But the Count killed all the heretics, but he could not bring himself to kill his wife, despite her betrayal, because he still loved her. And that's precisely why she worked as a sacrifice. Anyway, once branded, the branded ones are then ritualistically killed in a feast-like fashion, literally eaten alive by other apostles. Now, it's a bit of a question as to how many apostles show up for each ceremony. Notably, for a God Hand ceremony, the amount is much larger, as the sacrifice also is much larger. With Griffith's sacrifice, it was the entire Band of the Hawk, but the God Hand sacrifice only comes once every 216 years, and it was the final God Hand ceremony, at least of this generation. It also seems that even if the branded wasn't predominantly evil themselves, by the mere misfortune of being involved with demonkind at all, upon their deaths they are also sent to the vortex of souls, swirling within this feeling of torment for all of eternity. Sorry, Judo. Now, when it comes to Guts and Casca in the story, both were branded for sacrifice the same way as the rest of the Band of the Hawk were, but thanks to the intervention of the Skull Knight, they were taken out of the part of the astral world where the ceremony was taking place and brought back into the physical world. But this would go on to cause a lot more problems, because Guts and Casca, though escaping the ritual, are still branded. And as of yet in the manga, there is no conceivable way to remove the brand. And even if you could remove it from your physical self, like say the brand was on your hand, like with Judo, if Judo escaped and he cut off his hand, well, it wouldn't really matter because the brand is still attached to your astral body, or kind of your soul, so to speak. So even if you remove the physical, it's still imprinted on you forever. Sorry, Judo. Anyways, while being branded, Guts and Casca are still subject to being sacrificed. This means that all manner of apostles, restless spirits, they're literally drawn to the brand like a beacon in order to kill and eat them. They can sense the brand and sniff their way to it, so to speak. This caused many restless nights for Guts, as creatures of darkness are more prevalent at night, and spirits can torment and even temporarily possess him. The brand will also begin to bleed as a creature of darkness is nearby, and actually even causes a fair amount of pain along with it to the branded, to the point where being near a God Hand will cause pain so intense that it's practically debilitating, and could even kill you. But Guts, being the absolute unit that he is, actually used this feature of the brand to help him locate apostles during his 2-year revenge mission in order to kill them. When the brand would bleed and he'd feel pain, he'd know that they were nearby. Later on in the manga, when Guts meets Flora and Shurikei, both well versed in magic, they are able to place a talisman over top of the brand which weakens its effects, at least temporarily, and it's something that needs to be applied several times as it will only last about a day or two at best. And there are also talismans that are set up around sacred locations like Flora's Mansion or in Elfhelm, that by the sheer amount of them that are there, that particular area is safe from the effects of the brand. Again, it doesn't eliminate the brand, but it dulls the effects of its attraction to evil. Couple more things to note regarding the brand. Some fans say that the mere fact that Guts and Casca are still alive means that Griffith's sacrifice to ascension into a god hand is incomplete. And I don't personally see that as the case. The ritual was completed, Griffith is Femto now, and Guts and Casca are still sacrifices. They just have yet to die. Basically, what I'm saying is that the act of them being killed isn't as important as Griffith making the sacrifice itself. But they are still destined to die and be killed, and that's what matters. They are not, and never will, truly be safe until something comes up in the manga that could possibly erase the brand. There's also a moment where we get a shot of corpses underneath the Tower of Rebirth in Midland. In this moment, we see all the corpses have brands on their foreheads, and there's two strange things about this. All of them being branded in the same location, number one, and their bodies are still here, which means they were not eaten by apostles. Now, my personal theory on this is that these are remnants of the very first sacrifice, which was before apostles would have been around, so it was done in a different way. Nothing has yet to be confirmed in the story or by Miura, but whatever happened here is very different than the traditional branding and sacrifices as we've seen it before in the manga. Also, the Egg of the Perfect World. I've made a video specifically on this character and a video on the incarnation ceremony itself, so I'm not going to go all into that here, but essentially the Egg of the Perfect World is a very special case of one destined to become an apostle who did not have anybody to sacrifice. So, long story short, he was willing to sacrifice himself in order to bring about a better world. Working like a giant BEHELIT, activating to the desires of all of Albion, crying out for a savior from the darkness. A darkness that was created from years of tortured and murdered people at the hands of the Holy See, all rising in reaction to Guts and Casca's brands, and for them being in that location. As chaos starts to rise, we even see the symbol of the brand within the fires that are rising down below, basically showing us that all of these people, and this current world in general, is up on the chopping block to be sacrificed to make way for a new world, led by a rising hawk of light that was Griffith. Segueing all the way back to the beginning of this video and the very design of the brand of sacrifice to begin with, the rising hawk fulfilling the desires of all mankind and given strength through their sacrifices. So, if you were to receive the brand of sacrifice, you're pretty much fucked. Basically, you're just gonna die within a few minutes, getting devoured by a demonic entity. And if you are somehow lucky enough to be rescued by a thick skeleton man, then every single day of your life is just going to be constant struggle for survival. But hey, maybe that's the point. Berserk shows us that life may be pain, turmoil, and non-stop battles, but you continue forward anyway, not just for yourself, but for the ones you love, for the ones that you would never sacrifice, to choose the pain of humanity over the emptiness of evil. Welcome back everyone to the Monster Manual series. Today we're going to talk about a group of creatures who met their end at the hands of our fearless leader, Lord Grifisu, and have so far had a relatively short run in the Berserk series, but left a pretty interesting impression nonetheless. Now, if you have ever wanted to be a giant, beautiful, and powerful king with your own gaggle of trolls and pets, then apparently by simply subscribing to the Real Life Ryan channel, you have a 70% more likely chance of achieving this dream, and a 99% chance of not having to sacrifice anybody else to do it. And speaking of sacrifices, I in no way plan to sacrifice my subscribers once I reach 100k, so therefore there should be no hesitance whatsoever in hitting the subscribe button to help get me there, because I promise, things will be fine. just fine. Anyway, the Jotnar, which is the plural form of Jotun, were first seen in the Berserk series in chapter 356 when showcasing a bit of what the current worldscape in the manga was like. Briefly though, like many of the creatures featured in Berserk, they have roots in actual human mythology and legend, and the Jotnar are primarily known through Norse mythology. I think it's really interesting how Norse mythology, out of all the others, seems to play such a strong role still in our modern day fiction, even now. I mean, obviously we have Thor and Loki and the Asgard stuff that's been adapted through the Marvel Cinematic Universe and whatnot, but with the return of Attack on Titan's anime, I can't help but also think of how Ymir is such a prominent name taken again from Norse mythology as pretty much the father of all giants, the original one, to make way for his continuations after he was killed, and definitely relates to Jotun as well. Because the Jotun are no different. Coming from this lore, they are actually some of the closest depicted in Berserk to what the actual legends were, from what I can find anyway. And from that, it's that the Jotuns were similar to giants in a way, but didn't have to really be giant at all. They were powerful creatures with some magical enhancements, and were said to be perceived as either incredibly beautiful or completely grotesque. Perhaps, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and it just depends on how you want to see them. But it also seems that they were pretty much enemies with the Norse gods, and Odin had attempted to kill Ymir and wipe out the entire line of Jotnar that threatened the way of the gods. Funny how similarly in Berserk, if we consider Griffith to be a god-like being, not unlike the gods of Norse mythology, in that sense, Griffith is a warrior, he's a leader, a strategist, and actually fights on the front lines rather than only sending his armies. Granted, he's kind of immune from harm since nothing and no one has been able to be on his level, but his followers don't know that, and that's the important part, for them to see their fearless leader throw down alongside them and propel them all to victory. The blast of the astral world unleashed countless amounts of monsters upon the earth, monsters born from the deepest subconscious fears of mankind, and these monsters act accordingly, having no allegiance to mankind or to the GODHAND. And immediately what we see that make the Jotuns so threatening is that along with their sheer size and strength, they also appear to be vastly more intelligent than your average astral creature. They can work and strategize within groups, and can innovate on the battlefield, and even recognize that they can use other creatures to fight for them. Oh yeah, and they totally eat people. As if you didn't have enough of that already in the Berserk world to be afraid of with apostles. Yeah. So first we have the size of these motherfuckers. An exact height chart hasn't been made, but judging by the size of the human skeletons that are on this one's necklace, I'm going to say that they are anywhere from 15 to 20 feet tall, maybe even bigger. So these guys are gigantic, and with that there will also be the added strength and power of a creature that massive. Getting punched by one of these guys would probably feel like getting a freight train driven straight into your face. But then we also have to factor in their intelligence. These guys aren't just savage monsters throwing hands willy-nilly, they actually are able to fasten weapons and armor out of existing objects, such as an entire tree being used as a club, creating an axe, or this guy using the end of a boat as a helmet and then using the anchor of said boat kind of like a twirling chain scythe. Yeah, that's kind of scary. They've made shields out of multiple human shields or paneling from housing, basically anything a primal human being could have created or fastened, so can they, but on a scale that's 4 to 5 times larger than your average human. And then you have the fact that so far in the manga, they have only been shown to work together, enhancing the terror and difficulty of trying to defeat these things. Sure, maybe Griffith's group made it look easy, but Griffith has all of his heavy hitters here at one time. A huge group of apostles, GRUNBELD, IRVINE, and motherfucking ZODD! Not to mention all the human soldiers that are here with him as well, and Griffith himself, who is the one that goes for the Jotun leader. The Jotnar, like I said, also decided to capture and utilize other astral monsters within their battle. The trolls, who have always been shown as nasty, wild, chaotic little monsters, were put on leashes and used like ravenous dogs to attack their enemies. And they also captured a live Hydra and brought it to the battlefield. And this is no joke, because a Hydra is way bigger than even a Jotun, and it took multiple Jotun just to pull this thing out, attaching ropes around its many heads, trying to pull it into the fight in order to let it loose on Griffith's army. In this case, that Hydra was in for a rude awakening, getting put into an unconsenting three-way with GRUNBELD, IRVINE, and ZODD, and was completely eviscerated. Yeah, no comment. But the JOTUNN also seemed to understand hierarchy, as they too had a leader in this situation. Not enough time was given to learn anything about him specifically, but I like how he sat in his throne that looked like it might have been made out of bones, and presented flags that were made from stretched out, skinned humans. That's pretty brutal. He sat here commanding his troops as he drank out of a bell from a church tower until he was eventually face to face with Griffith himself, and let's just say that encounter did not go well for him. And though Griffith seemed to effortlessly defeat the JOTUNN army, that shouldn't suggest that you could do the same. If you were to fight against these guys, you would have to be an incredibly lucky individual in order to return alive. Now, even though the JOTUNN are massive and strong, they are still flesh and blood. They can still be killed by conventional ways, severing the head, piercing the heart, that sort of thing. But good luck trying to reach their vital points with your little human body, staring up at a 20-foot monster using a full fucking tree as a club ready to beat your ass down. I imagine they have vulnerability in the genital region, perhaps, so maybe you get a little stabby in the balls and that would help get you ahead, but do you really want to be that guy? Do you want to be the guy that touched a JOTUNN's balls? I don't know. Maybe your best bet would be to try to avoid attack as much as you could, slice the tendons on the back of the ankles to bring them down to their knees, and then try to aim for the head. But this is also assuming that you were only fighting one and didn't wind up in front of an army like depicted here in the manga. Whatever the case, fighting a JOTUNN would be like taking on a Titan with no rappel gear, just hoping to get lucky. So far, the JOTUNN have only been featured in 2 back-to-back chapters, but also have been mentioned to be the biggest threat Falconia has faced since its formation. So maybe there's a little bit more to be seen when it comes to the JOTUNN later in the manga if it were to continue. Would love to see Guts and company also have a crack at them as well, but other than that, that will do it for this edition of the Monster Manual. So let me know what you think of the JOTUNN down below. Do you enjoy the chapters that they were featured in? And what do you think about their designs and abilities? And do you think we would ever see them again if Berserk somehow returns? So today we are going to talk about one of the strangest and most mysterious apostles Berserk has ever given to us. And that is none other than our masked and cloaked baby boo, Rakshas. And honestly, I'm a little surprised that I haven't talked about him yet because he is one of my favorite apostles in the entire series and still would have a ton of potential even after already making quite an impact, especially in the Fantasia arc. Before I get into it though, if you're not subscribed to the channel already, consider hitting that subscribe button and turning on the bell notifications. I am 3/4 of the way to 100k subscribers, and once I reach that goal, I'm going to activate my Crimson BEHELIT and bring you all in with me to the deepest depths of the astral world, where I plan to I plan to give you all a wonderful pizza party. It's gonna be lit, there'll be plenty to go around, the Snail Apostle will be there. Don't you want to meet him? He's a nice guy, really. So go ahead and subscribe to the channel because greatness awaits you very soon. Now when it comes to Rakshas, the first thing that's interesting to know is that his name is most likely a reference to something called the Rakshasa that comes from Hindu and Buddhist mythology. Makes sense since the Kushan Empire in Berserk itself is directly inspired by the real-life Kushan Empire in the early 1st century that largely followed their Eastern belief systems. The Rakshasa are kind of like demonic spirits that were also known to be man-eaters that were feeding on human flesh for their sustenance, and some sources say that they were once horribly wicked humans in their previous lives. They also apparently have the ability to change their shape and their form, as well as dabble in magic and illusions. Some sources saying that they prefer illusion over traditional weapons when it comes to battle. And what's funny about that is that all the actual lore of the Rakshasa is very fitting for the character Rakshas himself. Being an apostle, he is of course a man-eater. He's a demonic being, only becoming an apostle because he, as a human, assumingly, must have chosen to accept and embrace his darkest tendencies. And Rakshas in the story also seems to battle in a way that you could call very illusionary. Rakshas is extremely unique for a number of reasons. First of all, let's start with what we know about his human self. All we really know is that he was once a Kushan himself, and even a member of the lucrative Bakuraka warriors, though for unknown reasons he was exiled from the Kushan Empire, and at some point he must have encountered a BEHELIT and made a sacrifice in order to ascend to becoming an apostle. But there are many more things about him that are a lot different than traditional apostles that we see in the story. For starters, other than GANISHKA himself, he is the only Kushan apostle that we've seen so far. Now, there are hundreds upon thousands of apostles out there, so I'm sure there could be more, but these two, GANISHKA and Rakshas, are really the only Kushan apostles that we've seen the entire run through. Also, what's unique about him, and another similarity with GANISHKA, is that Rakshas seems to not want to bear true loyalty to Griffith and the GODHAND. Upon meeting Rakshas for the first time, he tells Griffith that he wants his head. And I mean that he wants to cut Griffith's head off, not that he wants to get the sucky from him. He's not like Lord Genin. R.I.P., I guess. So he has one of those classic relationships with Griffith in that he chooses to serve him, but only with the stipulation that at some point he will try to kill him. Rakshas has never actually attempted this in the story though, so you could argue that it was just something he said to inflate his own ego and not make it look like he was being subservient to Griffith, even though he truly is. Because Rakshas seems to have a very cocky attitude, but for good reason. But opposed to that, he also seems to be very insecure about not having his mask on. When one was broken in a fight, he ran until he could acquire another one. It could be that there's some internal attachment to the masks that he has, or it just helps him hide his weak points. Because the other odd thing about him is his appearance. We don't really know what Rakshas looks like at all. He appears as a cloaked man wearing a mask, but that cloak is actually his current body, one in which he can move, stretch, and contort in a variety of different ways, and basically battle as if he's gliding through the air and moving his inside vital points, so attacking him is trying to punch a piece of cloth, with the only weak point being hidden somewhere that can move wherever it wants to. His only weak point so far seeming to be his actual face, his head. The mask itself like a distraction of where his head would be, sort of playing into the actual mythology of the Rakshasa, fighting as using illusion and magic over traditional weapons. It also really reminds me of the Yu Yu Hakusho character Elder Toguro. He had a similar ability where he could stretch and move his body however he pleased, including his vital inner organs, making it extremely difficult to land a direct blow because he could just move his brain into his fingertip and you would just cut a tiny piece of flesh that was stretched super thin. This also makes Rakshas one of the only apostles that doesn't seem to have a human form. Most apostles seem to look like a slightly deformed version of themselves and then can transform into their full demonic self. Rakshas is always just a floating cloak man with a mask. His only apostle transformation, if you want to call it that, is becoming a much larger version of his current self, attacking in all directions with his cloak-like body, and even seeming to have the ability to fly, kind of like floating himself through the air. Make sure that you take him down with a makeshift bazooka if this happens, just like the Chad Rickert did. Another thing I have to mention is Rakshas's stealth and how he seems to know everybody's secrets and witnesses a bunch of big events from the shadows. Playing into his history of being a Bakiraka, he is incredibly skilled already at getting the upper hand on those around him. He had discovered that GANISHKA was an apostle and as well knew about his DAKA machine, even leading Salat to it to let him know about it. He also hitched a ride on the ZODD Uber service so that he was there at Ground Zero when Griffith ripped open a tear in reality to the astral world. During the Fantasia arc, Rakshas secretly follows Rickert around and decides to kill him before he could leave the city, resulting in the battle between him, Salat, Daiba, and the Tapasa. Battling and trying to kill Rakshas would be incredibly challenging. The only characters thus far to even harm him are Rickert, who had a goddamn rocket launcher, because it seems that giant fiery explosions is a weakness. So there's that. Also, Salat did manage to land a single cut on Rakshas's true face with a knife that he had stashed in his toes. Yeah, that man is wild. But yes, apostles, though strong, they do have the same weaknesses of any other living being that their heart or their brain would be your prime targets. But Rakshas's vitals are kind of like finding a needle in a haystack when the needle can move wherever it wants to. And yes, that's a quote from Yu Yu Hakusho, but it fits really well here. All in all, Rakshas is one of the coolest apostles in the series just due to his pure design, abilities, and attitude. Let me know what you think about him and this beautiful mask-wearing bastard down below. Tell me your best Rakshas moment, and what do you think his true intentions are when it comes to Griffith and the God Hand? One of the most important moments or sequences of the entire manga of Berserk comes with the restoration of the character of Casca, done through a ritual that fans have come to call the Corridor of Dreams. Virtually half the manga is focused on Guts' objective of getting Casca to Elfhelm for the sheer possibility of healing her mind. I don't need to reiterate the entire story, but the events of the eclipse created such heightened and indescribable trauma that Casca's ego and mind was broken to the point where she entered a state of regression, becoming infantile in her persona, and it seemed like everything that made her Casca was gone and would be gone forever. A lot of Berserk, as chaotic and violent as it may be, is actually about healing oneself and those that you care about. As you can say, it is not your fault for the horrible things that have happened to you in your life, but it is your responsibility to learn how to manage that suffering. And I think no better sequence in the manga best describes this process than the Corridor of Dreams. And it relates heavily to a lot of the philosophies that Miura had incorporated into his manga. Now, I have already done a full deep dive analysis on these specific chapters themselves in the story in a video that I released almost a year ago, part of the Berserk manga analysis, so I will link that video down below in the description if you want my full thoughts on the entirety of this sequence. This video is going to focus more on the mechanics of how the dreamscape works and what I think Miura might have been trying to say by putting this in his story. But again, this is all my personal opinion, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. Before I get right into it though, I do want to take a second to shout out a Patreon supporter of mine, Adam Jinrakai, and his manga called The Shonen Beat. I've done a few reviews for this series so far on the channel, and I highly recommend that you guys go check out some of this manga that I will have linked down below. It is a shonen style story that focuses on music as its primary form of expression and as its battle system. It's literally about taking down the oppressive establishment using music, but in a world where you can use music also as an attacking sound wave. And some really fun and engaging characters are here to explore and follow as they form their band and face the threats that are determined to keep them down. Shonen Beat has several chapters available completely free to read so far, with many new ones coming out, so go ahead and check it out. It is linked down below in the description. And if you enjoy it, consider following Adam on Instagram and Twitter as well for updates, as well as his Patreon page, which is filled with a ton of awesome perks and behind the scenes looks at this series. It's a manga that I truly enjoy, and I definitely think you guys will get some value out of it if you checked it out. And with that being said, let's get a little bit dreamy. So in chapter 347 of Berserk, we are introduced to the Flower Storm Monarch, who is essentially the person in charge of Elfhelm, a beautiful elf-like woman who guides Casca, Shirke, and Farnese to an area inside of the giant spirit tree where basically it looks like a giant bed of mushrooms. Since they grow within this immensely powerful tree, the spores from these mushrooms, when inhaled, make those here drift off into a sound sleep, but one that connects them within each other's dreams. So there is magic at play here, but the only magical thing that's really happening is allowing access into a connected dream world. But if we analyze what Berserk has always mentioned and talked about within its lore, it's not much different than the idea of connected consciousness within all living things. And this is not the first time that dreams and the astral world seem to have been connected. I believe one of the first times we see this is during chapters 126 and 127 called Revelations, where a message from the astral world was delivered to all of humanity in the form of a dream, first predicting the oncoming devastation of famine, disease, and war, and then a shining white hawk descending down to save everybody from these atrocities, to unify and protect everyone. So the story had already established that being asleep and dreaming meant you were more in tune to the astral world and available to pick up on its messages, able to connect to one another and receive information. The King of Midland saw a vivid image of Griffith in his delirious state just before drifting off to his death. It's even taken a step farther when our boy, motherfucking ZODD, is having a nice little nap after casually slaughtering a bunch of little bitches that thought they could take him on in a fight. He too envisions Griffith, while asleep and thus able to connect to the astral world, and we also get one of the first instances of an attack being able to wound on multiple planes of existence. ZODD is attacked within his dream in the astral world and awakens with the same injury occurring on him in the physical world. Now, taking this back to the corridor of dreams, the spores allow them to connect within a person's dream, but a specific person. To traverse this world, Shirake and Farnese use their luminous bodies, which is exactly the same way that they would navigate the astral world. So what exactly is the difference between a dream world and the astral world? Well, for the context of the story, it seems as though the only real discernible difference is that in the dreams, the one doing the dreaming determines the rules and layout of that world. Right before entering Casca's dream, Shirake's dream is very light and childlike. Farnese's showcases her needing to provide a lot of work and effort in maintaining things, which is how she feels in real life. And Casca's dream looks like a barren wasteland representing the emptiness of her mind state, alongside the gradually increasing intensity of danger the deeper the characters try to go within her mind. So it is my theory that with the dreamer making the rules of their dreamscape, it is 100% unconscious. So they are not literally deciding the rules, but instead the rules reflect their current state of mind. That's why I believe that everyone that saw the dream of the White Hawk interpreted it into their own unique way, a way that would be most comforting to them. Just the same way many religious people interpret their respective religions personally and differently. And perhaps ZODD was able to battle and accept being attacked within the dream, as that too is how he lives his life, purely through strength and combat. The Corridor of Dreams is also, though used for healing, not an exact science. Casca is the only character we see it used on, but it wouldn't be right to assume that what was needed for Casca's restoration would be the same for anybody within this dreamscape. Danan states before they enter that they would need to decipher the clues within Casca's mind in order to come up with a solution. And this is very important and relates to real-life philosophies, most notably that of Carl Jung, who Kentaro Miura has based a lot of the themes on throughout the entire story of Berserk. Carl Jung believed that dreams were incredibly significant in understanding oneself, and especially when it came to healing the mind, stating that dreams are attempting to express what the ego does not know and cannot understand. Kind of like there is this polarity between our ego and the conscious mind and the unconscious. Not unlike his teachings on the shadow self, that of which is represented as the Beast of Darkness and mostly showcased through Guts' character. The idea of looking inward and facing oneself, often the darkest part of yourself, to be able to gain a full understanding of who you are and what answers and explanations are waiting for you if you are not too afraid to face them. Jung took the time trying deeply to analyze his own dreams and even daydreams and imaginations. There's something called The Red Book by Jung, which is a publication of this experiment. I have not read it myself, but after researching for this video, I am absolutely going to read this from start to front because this shit is crazy. He called it the confrontation with the unconscious, trying to understand the images and imaginations of his own mind. Jung had quoted, "I did my best to not lose my head, but find some way to understand these strange things. I stood helpless before an alien world. Everything in it seemed difficult and incomprehensible. But there was a demonic strength within me, and from the beginning, there was no doubt in my mind that I must find the meaning of what I was experiencing in these fantasies. I was frequently so wrought up that I had to do certain yoga exercises in order to hold my emotions in check. But since it was my purpose to know what was going on within myself, I would do these exercises only until I had calmed myself enough to resume my work in the unconscious. As soon as I had the feeling that I was myself again, I abandoned the restraints upon the emotions and allowed the images and inner voices to speak to me fresh. To the extent that I managed to translate the emotions into images, that is to say, to find the images that were concealed within the emotions, I was inwardly calmed and reassured. Had I left those images hidden in the emotions, I might have been torn to pieces by them. As a result of my experiment, I learned how helpful it can be, from a therapeutic point of view, to find the particular images which lie beyond my emotions. And again, when it comes to Casca specifically, and her need to be healed, in a sense, find her soul. Listen to this other quote by Jung from the Red Book. Jung says, "My soul, where are you? Do you hear me? I speak, I call to you, are you there? I have returned, I am here again. I have shaken the dust of all the lands from my feet, and I have come to you. After long years of long wandering, I have come to you again. Should I tell you everything I have seen and experienced and drunken? Or do you not want to hear about all the noise of life of the world? But one thing you must know, one thing I have learned, is that one must live this life. Do you still know me? How long has the separation lasted? Everything has become so different. And how did I find you? How strange my journey was. What words should I use to tell you what twisted paths a good star has guided me to you? Give me your hand, my almost forgotten soul. How warm the joy at seeing you again, you long disavowed soul. Life has led me back to you. Let us thank you for the life that I have lived, for all the happy and all the sad hours, for every joy and for every sadness. My soul, my journey should continue with you. I want to wander with you and ascend to my solitude." Now, I know those are a little bit longer quotes, but I think they have a lot of importance when it comes to Casca's story, because Casca's dreamscape was a specific process of restoration, with Casca's own mind fighting against everything that had happened. Because when looking at Casca's situation like an instinctual survival, the entire reason her regression was in place was never supernatural. It was her body's way of protecting itself. Since the trauma here was too much to bear, her mind regressed so that she would not have to face it. The body cares more about survival than anything else, protecting her from that pain. In a more relatable effect, this is what anxiety does. It's keeping you away from danger in order to protect you, because it doesn't understand that by facing that danger, you will become stronger. The body doesn't care about becoming stronger, it only cares about its survival. This is why facing trauma is a choice that each individual person needs to make, and the Corridor of Dreams was meant to give Shirke and Farnese the clues needed that would help Casca be able to heal. Casca still needs to be able to do it for herself, but this is like asking others for a little help, a little push to get the ball rolling, which is something that I also think we all need to understand is okay to do. Casca's subconscious creates the layout of the world, envisioning Guts not as the gigantic, powerful man that we see in the physical world, but as a wounded hound riddled with scars and arrows dragging a casket behind him, representative of the weight of all of his dead friends that he is unable to leave behind, and most importantly, the image of Casca inside of it that he is dedicated to protect. It shows that even if Casca in her regressed state is fearful of Guts, deep down in her unconscious, she, more than anyone else, sees the true him. And inside the broken doll of Casca is a small chibi version of her that guides Shirke and Farnese across the wastelands and towards each important memory. Like a puzzle, they begin to piece Casca back together, restoring each memory, and as they get closer and closer to what made her mind break, the obstacles get more treacherous. Now, I won't reiterate the entire sequence since, like I said, I already have a video on that down below, but another thing that I think I should mention is that within the dream world, magic is able to be used as it would in the physical, and that the danger they face is also very real. Just like being able to harm on a physical and astral level, inside the mind, your belief is what makes it real. Time also seems to move differently in the dream world as well, but it doesn't get too specific as to how in the manga, so it's left up to our interpretation. And it also seems as though the Corridor of Dreams cannot be exited until the main subject wakes up. When Casca awakens, so do the others, which really makes me wonder that if they couldn't restore all of the fragments, would they be trapped within the dream world indefinitely? Something to think about. Anyway, I think the most important thing that Miura did with this sequence is to not make Casca's restoration a magic switch that was to be flipped. Not only is it requiring a ton of self-exploration within the dream world, but also culminates in a not-so-perfect conclusion. Finding the final memory fragment and the source of what broke Casca's mind reveals the events of the eclipse to Farnese and Shirke in vivid detail, and also through symbolism shows us the small shred of hope and love buried within the trauma taking the form of a demon child. The child morphs into what would be Casca's doll's heart, something that proves her love is still accessible but heavily guarded, perhaps even showing a mother's love to be unconditional, being able to love something that is so deeply buried within so much pain. Regardless, by the heart still protecting itself, it shows that there are still barriers for Casca to overcome, still bits and pieces that she cannot remember upon waking, making her flash into a panic attack at the sight of seeing guts, each time remembering a little bit more of that fateful day. It is a process and one that she must continue to overcome and face daily, and really, that's so much of what Berserk is trying to say. Facing oneself, and not blindly putting our faith into those who claim to lead us, or taking the easy way out, just like embracing our hatred and primal desires like every other apostle. Being able to pick up the torch and fight back instead of praying for someone else to come save you. Continuing to pick ourselves up and fight the wolves instead of just laying down to die. The idea of letting our dreams and our unconscious mind show us the path towards understanding and answers is not a cheap and quick fix, but a difficult and enduring battle within itself. It's hard to face those aspects of ourselves, to forgive ourselves, and to still believe in hope and love. But with the right amount of will, a little help from others, and openness to listen to what our inner soul is guiding us to do, someday we can come out on the other end. Someday we can heal.
We are at the tail end of October, and I have been enjoying making all of these spooky-themed horror content for you guys, so obviously I wanted to do a classic monster manual video because what better way to celebrate the season than to go back into the Berserk universe and talk about one of its many scary monsters. Of course, my first thought was to do the jack-o'-lantern creatures or the scarecrow from when Guts and company first arrive on Elfhelm, but then I remembered I already kind of included them within my Golem video. So then I was like, what other scary monsters are left in Berserk? The Rape Horse? No, I did that one already. The Trolls? Well, that was the first one I ever did, actually. The Sea God? Yep, I talked about him and all of his frisky tentacles. Thought of getting Morta pregnant when we still don't have a canon age for the character? No, that's too scary. So what's left that's spooky? What horrifying, nightmarish, barbaric, satanic entity from the bowels of the chaotic astral realm am I left with at this point? Actually, I haven't done the Hydra yet. Yeah, that's a pretty rich and interesting lore and history. Maybe we can do... Nah, son, we're gonna be talking about cock. What is scarier than a giant 15-foot cock raging and flailing above you, looking down on you as though it's about to peck its way into every orifice that you have on your body? Berserk is filled with dangerous moments, including cocks, but this cock is the cockiest of them all, and it's once again based on some actual mythology. In looking up cock on the internet, I found a lot of interesting search results, and some that were very surprising. I found that cocks can be both large and small, and that there's even a cock in the Bible. For real though, the cockatrice is mentioned in the Bible, so that makes them just as canon as Jesus himself. So if you believe in the Lord, you also have to believe in the cock. Some say it was an obvious mistranslation from not fully understanding the Hebrew text, but we all know the truth. And so does Jesus. What I found interesting is that we initially imagined the cockatrice to be a giant dragon-like creature as seen in some media, but the truth is, and ladies, listen up, this is really important, the truth is that most cockatrices are smaller than you would expect. I know we have these big expectations because of what we see on the internet and what we hear in stories, but in traditional lore, most cockatrices are actually tiny, and I think that you guys just need to accept that. Even in D&D, they are considered small in size in the comparison charts. They traditionally have dragon-like features with scales and wings and all of that, but with the head of a normal cock. But some lore even goes so far as to give them any reptilian form, so they could even look like a snake. So it can be a long, slippery thing with the head of a cock. They can also spit out toxic fumes, so the last thing you want to do is get close to the cock's head because it has the ability to spit it. And remember that spitting is definitely frowned upon when it comes to cocks. Remember this very well. The most interesting piece of lore to me is that it kind of has a Medusa-like effect as well, so if you stare directly at a cock's head, make explicit eye contact with the cock, it can actually cause instant death.
And the best way to kill a cockatrice is to actually show it its own reflection. So imagine that. The cockhead is so ugly that looking directly at it, even if it's your own cock, causes instant death. Relatable? Maybe for some. In Berserk, we don't get to see the cockatrice reveal until we're deeply penetrated into the story with chapter 332. This is when we are reintroduced to Rickert and Erica. They are with a small group of people running from trolls, all trying to survive within this new world apocalypse of monsters brought on by Griffith. The Band of the Hawk shows up and fends off the trolls, but there's one thing that trolls aren't usually well versed in, and that's utilizing the cock. The cockatrice in Berserk is gigantic and mostly does just look like a giant chicken, covered in feathers but with a wingspan which is much like a dragon. The design is also classic Miura with his phallic enemies, including a waddle that looks like a huge throbbing pair of
2 balls! What is that? That looks just like an enormous...
Wang! Pay attention.
I was distracted by that enormous flying...
Willie.
And yes, I used that clip for a 3rd time in a Monster Manual video. It showcases the deadly breath in the manga, just like in classic lore, but here it's more similar to Bill Cosby paralyzing its victims so that they can't move before the cock decides to attack. It even looks like the waddle gets swelled up with anticipation before it bursts out of the head. Luckily though, Irvine shows up and tries to get the raging cock to become a little bit more docile. I don't know about you guys, but when Irvine shows up, I tend to get more excited, not less. But it does seem to do the trick, as Irvine's exploding arrows give the giant prick the little prick it needs to take it down. Now, that might have seemed easy, but even Irvine had to transform into his apostle form in order to get the job done. And even this form kinda looks like a
penis. The male reproductive organ.
And you just have to remember that the entire planet in Berserk right now is overrun with these menacing cocks just looking to swallow whatever they can. But the cockatrice is an astral monster like most of them and is susceptible to stabbing weapons. But if you had to fight a cockatrice one-on-one, well, first of all, it's about 3 to 4 times your size. It's stronger than you, it's faster than you, it can fly, it can spit deadly paralyzing poison. So as a human being, I would recommend running, but then again, a regular cock can catch up to its prey pretty quickly, and they're faster than you think, so outrunning it on foot would probably be nearly impossible. Being smaller than the cock, I would recommend stabbing upwards towards its breast, that way you can try to reach its heart, maybe with a long spear, all while focusing on its swelling balls so to make sure that you don't get doused in its magic juices. It would be pretty difficult, but it's not the most powerful astral creature that Berserk has to offer. But anyways, there you have it, guys. That is the spookiest, scariest monster I could possibly find in Berserk for this season. I haven't covered it yet, and I really hope that you guys enjoyed this video. There. No! This video's fucking stupid. No one's gonna watch this shit. God damn it. I guess I'm just running out of fucking ideas, man. YouTube was a mistake. I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I just need some fresh air, man. It'll make me feel better. What's that? Hello? What the hell? Is anybody in here? What the fuck? Whoa, shit. Oh shit. Somebody in my bathroom? If you're naked, I'm still gonna swing. Where are you at, you punk ass bitch? Fuck you up, man. Huh, I don't see anyone. Despite a limited amount of screen time, there is one apostle from Berserk that I think we all can remember for a very specific reason or reasons. Reasons that we think about while we sit alone at night. Reasons that make us think those dark, wandering thoughts that no matter how hard we try, we can't get them out of our heads. As we wander through the cold, dark abyss of life, only two glorious beacons of light shine to illuminate our path. And as we draw closer towards their warm, comforting embrace, we think peaceful thoughts once more. That this may be our own little slice of heaven to wisp us away into a world no longer harsh and cruel and threatening, but instead one that gives us the pure, relaxing bliss in which we all desire. That is, of course, until reality once more strikes into place, and what we believed was our loving solace actually transforms into a fiendishly ultimate, powerful, soul-sucking monster from hell that will snap you in half like a praying mantis, devouring its prey without a second thought for your well-being, physical or mental health, a hell so fitting for those distracted by the trappings of beauty and forced to face this brutal chaos of reality. Yes, this video is about the female apostle. Now, the idea of a beautiful woman luring men to their deaths isn't anything new, but long before Pornhub and OnlyFans, there were stories in mythology featuring various female demonic entities that have existed for some time. Though I don't believe that Kentaro Miura based this apostle on anyone in particular, the sentiment is still there. The most famous example is probably the sirens, primarily from Greek mythology. Beautiful creatures that exist within or around the sea, singing songs that would comfort and intrigue sailing men, ultimately causing them to be enticed towards their death, either causing them to crash their ships into the rocks or just killing them personally. Though for some time, there wasn't any real description about their appearance, but in some interpretations, they have been given bird-like appearances as well as full bird-like bodies with just a human head. But other interpretations basically have them being very similar to mermaids, or I suppose an evil version of a mermaid, as to coincide with the whole sea and ocean aesthetic. But essentially, it is something tempting and alluring for men that, of course, would be without the sight of a woman for quite some time, and would be desiring that comforting embrace. And another famous female creature that preys on men would be the succubus. Now, I actually kind of already touched on succubus in the Incubus monster manual because they're basically the same exact thing. Just one attacks women and one attacks men. The succubus attacking men, of course. It's a demonic figure that attaches itself to you in your sleep and drains you of your sexual aura and energy. Like, literally, it survives on semen. And if you're just some demonic entity that goes around living on semen, well, maybe it's time to take a long, hard... maybe it's time to take a long, hard look in the mirror. But really, I think the biggest influence of the unnamed female apostle comes from this right here. There's a scene in Conan the Barbarian starring my main man Arnold Schwarzenegger where he is seduced by a beautiful woman in a hut. And if you guys understand the level of Arnold's riz, I think you know that this is probably just an average day for him. Anyways, Conan starts taking this chick to Pound Town when she suddenly reveals her true demonic form. And like any self-respecting man in this instance, seeing an evil woman's true intentions, well, he goes to get about 3 more pumps in and then tosses her into the fire. I'm pretty sure Miura saw this scene and thought, not only was it a brilliant display of a man saying, "Begone, thought," but it also would be a great start for a dark fantasy manga. That, or maybe the first time he saw Conan, he just walked in smack dab in the middle of the scene and thought it was the beginning of the movie. Regardless, its influence is shown in the very first page of the Berserk manga, where we have Guts balls deep into some demon cheeks, letting you know right off the bat that this is going to be a story that you're going to remember forever. Now, I've gone into explicit detail about why this scene exists, and how it does follow the narrative, and the reasons why Guts would do this, considering most feel that it's very out of character. In fact, my most popular video on this channel is, why did Guts clap demon cheeks? That's linked below for you if you haven't seen it yet. So let's not once again go into it here. All I will say is that originally, before Miura knew where the story would be going and before the Golden Age backstory, this scene accomplishes exactly what the beginning of Berserk's tone would be. It lets the reader know right off the bat that this is an adult story that's going to get explicit and dark, and if you're not prepared for that, well, turn back now. But also that means that despite not having an official character name, the female apostle has several credentials that no other Berserk character can say that they have. Other than Guts, she is the first character that is shown in the manga, she's on the very first page, and she's the first apostle that we see. Also the first apostle transformation, and Guts' first kill in the entire Berserk manga. And that's quite the impressive legacy to have, despite not having a name and having your head blown off in the first few pages. But we would actually see this apostle again in the Golden Age arc that takes place before her initial appearance. This apostle was present at the eclipse, and famously is the one who has taken our dear beloved Corcus away from us. We don't get any semblance of her personality other than her desire to compel Corcus to come towards her before ripping his head off. Interestingly enough though, unlike many of the other apostles shown in the manga, her human form is objectively gorgeous. She's got long blonde hair, a fit body, and abs you just want to lick, or at least I do. She's got it all. Most of the apostles, even in their human forms, have this off-putting, weird, and exaggerated features about themselves, but this girl has managed to keep her good looks even after whatever sacrifice that she made. But that was probably part of her desire. Just as Rosine doesn't seem to have a full human form and always somewhat resembles an elf to fulfill her fantasy, this apostle most likely always had intended on being this siren-like creature and thus remained beautiful. It makes me wonder if, as a human, maybe she wasn't beautiful, or maybe she was screwed over by men many times and this is her chance at vengeance against that entire gender. Whatever the case, Corcus falls into her snare, and she promptly does away with him. Her apostle form, though, is really weird. It kind of looks like an alien xenomorph, a little bit. Like, it kind of looks like she has a harder ectoskeleton, but it could just be her flesh. Her mouth grows gigantic to devour her prey fully, and her arms and legs get super lengthy. But then, growing from her back, it looks like little wings, tentacles, boils, and I don't even know what else. Just a lot of weird shit's coming out of there. If anything, I would say it's very bug-like, which coincides with the praying mantis idea. She also was featured in both the '97 Berserk anime and the 2012 movies during the eclipse scenes, so you can watch her kill Corcus twice. But one really odd change is that in the third Berserk movie of the Golden Age trilogy, there's a scene where two men are supposed to see an apostle in the distance, and in the manga, they see the Snake Baron apostle. But in the movie, they see this female apostle transformed walking through the trees, but why is she so gigantic here? Like, what is this implying? When she transforms in the manga in the eclipse, she maybe doubles in size, so take her height times 2, maybe she's 9-10 feet tall. But in this scene, she's above the tree line. So what is going on? And this change changes nothing about the narrative or the story, so why even do it at all? Did they just not want to animate the snake for 5 seconds? To this day, it confuses the hell out of me. But I guess you can just think that in the movie canon, the female apostle can become so gigantic that she can fulfill all of your mommy dom fantasies and step on you. When it comes to powers and abilities, it seems to be pretty self-evident. Increased size and strength, lots of ways to ensnare you and just bite your head off, sharp fangs, sharp teeth. Unclear if she can make pseudo-apostles, but it's a possibility. But she's susceptible to all of the same weaknesses as any other apostle. A strong enough blow will harm her, and as Guts proved, she can't exactly live through a cannon blast through the mouth. But the problem is, you're going to want to blast something else into her mouth, and that thought alone is going to be just enough time to distract you while she pounces and kills you. So, what is the moral of this story? Well, maybe don't let naked women distract you from your goals? Unless, of course, you are surrounded by countless demons in a hell-like dimension and you just want to spend the last few seconds of life you have burying your face in some tits. In that case, I understand. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think about the female apostle down below. Maybe an underrated apostle, or just there to serve the purpose of opening the story. But to the Corcus fans out there, that opening scene gets even more justice to it, as Guts beats her at her own game, intentionally or not, and gets revenge for our favorite fallen warrior of the Band of the Hawk. We miss you, Corcus. May your light shine on forever.
So long.
promise of a better dream, singing to the wind, shaping. The rainy winds will wash away what you won in your crown. There is an end, but it's endless, so anyways we're fading. I'm waiting so long, I'm waiting so long, I'm waiting so long, I'm waiting.
You might be thinking something right now. Who in Griffith's name is frickin' Borkov? Well, what if I told you that an apostle named Borkov actually has more of a significant reputation than even somebody like the likes of GRUNBELD, a character that has single-handedly changed the course of the entire Berserk manga, and whom without, we may be looking at a very different series. A character that is responsible for one of, if not the, most crucial and traumatizing moments of the entire manga, and never once has he asked for any praise or credit. He's just out here doing his best in the hellscape of darkness and misery, and I respect him for that. Yes, this video is about Borkov. When Kentaro Miura started the Berserk story, he plunged us deep, very deep, into a dark, chaotic world with an already established main character that was out for vengeance towards all of demonkind, specifically looking to track down the GODHAND. Other than being severely psychologically damaged, Guts was also shown to be somebody who had clearly gone through a large amount of physical pain in battles as well, and had damage to show for it. Most notably, he had a lost right eye and no left arm from the elbow down. Though Miura chose not to give Guts an eye patch like the original design from the prototype, he did decide to not just have Guts missing an arm, but to replace it with a metal prosthetic that could basically magnetize to the hilt of his sword, allowing him to still swing at full power. But even more so than that, the arm itself hides a powerful hidden attack at the pull of a string that can blast a cannonball straight into an enemy's face. In fact, I talked about this last week that Guts is shown using this in the very first few pages of the manga as he lays waste to a thoughty apostle that he had a brief entanglement with. The arm cannon itself, which I do have a video explaining in more detail, which I'll link below if you're interested in that, but it has gotten Guts out of a lot of trouble that could have otherwise gotten him killed. Now, I don't want to say it's a good thing that Guts lost his arm, but the addition of the cannon has, without a doubt, helped him win a wide number of battles. But when Miura began writing the backstory for the opening arc and he showed a much younger and fully appendaged Guts, he did have to come up with the reason why Guts lost his arm in the first place. And so, enter Borkov. It is hard to keep track of just how many apostles were at the eclipse, and I am still waiting for the reveal of how powerful the snail apostle actually is. But as Guts is rampaging through the creatures in front of him, trying desperately to make his way to Casca, only one apostle was capable of stopping him dead in his tracks. Borkov clamps down onto Guts' arm, and it's not only able to stay latched, but Guts can't even move himself forward. And remember, this is a fully enraged, has nothing to lose going full force Guts. But Borkov is so strong that he can't even begin to escape his jaws. We're talking about some intense crocodile-like force bite grip here, and he's lucky that Borkov didn't attempt to do the death roll. Even multiple stab attempts from Guts do nothing against his teeth and just ends up breaking the sword. Also, we all know what comes next, and we don't need to go into it here again, but this is where Borkov deserves a level of recognition. If not for Borkov, Guts could have gotten to Casca much sooner, and sure, there are other apostles that show up to hold him down, but the fact that just one apostle was able to hold him in place and not even budge one little bit is insane. And yes, it's true, Guts is responsible for cutting off his own arm to escape, but he was still forced to do that because of Borkov out here, just doing his best. And our boy definitely swallowed that arm. And that makes him literally the only apostle in the history of Berserk that has managed to consume some of the sacrificed Guts. How Borkov isn't praised as Apostle of the Year is beyond me, because that is more than all of the others have ever managed to do. But even if that event is significant, that's still no indication that Miura ever planned anything for Borkov afterwards. At this point, he was just one of the nameless apostles like all of the hundreds of others in the Eclipse. But similar to how he made the female apostle significant later on in the story, he did eventually bring Borky Boy back, and he shows up as a member of Locus's Lancer crew during the assault on Wyndham to rescue Princess Charlotte. Though there's only a few panels of Borkov, he does follow Locus's commands and is part of the attack, taking down numerous DAKA in the process. And it's during this scene that he's first name dropped as well. Locus commands him specifically to charge through the DAKA forces so that they can begin to make their escape. And just look at him there, doing his best. He's also shown up numerous other times as well. It's kind of like the Where's Waldo of Berserk. If you look for him, he might be there. He's during the epic battle against Ganishka's Shiva form, tearing things up, doing his best, and we get this significant moment of him battling in the Colosseum in Falconia, a place that was built for the apostles to be able to enact their bloodlust and violence away from the eyes of humanity. Borkov faces down an ogre as hundreds of his peers cheer on his awesomeness. He does get bonked in the head once, but then he charges that bitch ogre at full force and rips his guts out. Yeah, look at him, doing his best. Now, once again, I assume that he was brought back into the story after the Eclipse, not just for the design, but I can only assume that Guts will come face to face with him once again and get some justice for his lost appendage. But some interesting things to note as well. As of now, Borkov has never actually spoken in the manga that we've seen, and except for this, which might be a translation error, but when he gets bonked in the head by the ogre, he seems to be just saying part of his name. He just says, cough. Like, what is that about? Is he some kind of Pokemon? Can he only say his name?
Pokeball, go!
Borkov! Also, we pretty much have only ever seen him in his apostle form, though this image from a group shot is suspected to be him, but he's still ridiculously covered in armor. And that seems to be his prime strength. He's very hard, and he's virtually impenetrable. Basically a walking tank, but with a mouth. His apostle form is a six-legged, stocky creature with a gigantic mouth on the front of its body, and like most apostles, he has a second head that is protruding from the top of his body, also seems to be covered with the hardened substance that his body is made of. As well, he holds a lance and a shield as he fights, so he has incredible range of attack, the speed of his body's run, and a nearly impenetrable build. So fighting Borkov would be incredibly difficult. Maybe you would have to attack him from the inside, find a way to get him to open his mouth, and then just shoot a cannon off. Otherwise, you're probably getting run down or devoured. Ultimately, though, I do think we are going to see him once again in the manga, because to bring him back after so many Eclipse Apostles were never seen again makes me think that we will see his own undoing, probably by the very thing that Guts would not have if not for his initial attack. But in any case, if these two finally meet again, you can bet our Borkov is gonna do his best. Despite an extremely limited amount of time in the story, Chich is a character that many fans resonate with and consider to be one of the best and most wholesome moments of the entire manga, and they're absolutely right. Not even appearing until chapter 329 and only really being featured and interacting in chapter 330, Chich shows up within a flashback bringing us back to the days of Guts' youth. Days before the Band of the Hawk and when he was truly at his most lonesome without any support or camaraderie that he would eventually find himself to be in. Now, when it comes to many of the astral creatures and entities of Berserk, Chich is often mentioned to be an elf, but that's not actually the case, though there hasn't been an official term to call her species other than a spirit of the flower, and that is because her essence is directly attached to the flower that she is nearby. She's first seen in the manga living within a prison cell that Guts is thrown into. It's cold, dark, and a depressing atmosphere other than the little bit of light shining through the window that allowed this little flower to grow. The flower itself is based on a real one that exists called the, and forgive my pronunciation here, Capsella bursa pastoris? I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's also called the shepherd's purse. It's native to Europe and Asia, but it's often considered just to be a common weed, representing something people would dismiss or ignore. or not even notice if there was a little spirit attached to it. Interestingly enough though, some people do use it for cooking and also within traditional medicine, not the least of which is using its leaves in order to stop bleeding, which is exactly what happens in the manga. Even her design resembles that of the actual flower, her body looking like the leaves and the hair made of blooming flowers. And like her energetic, innocent personality, her facial design resembles that of a small child. Chich explains to Guts how the light has allowed the flower to grow, and thus allowed her to exist here as well. Now, at the time that this happens, both within the story and in Guts' life, visits from astral world creatures are not common. The physical and astral worlds overlap from time to time. Something from the astral world can sometimes seep into the physical, but it's a very rare occurrence, and in this case, it is due to the flower itself. You can view it as kind of a tether to the physical world, which is allowing Chich to interact here when normally she wouldn't be able to. Also, when it comes to Guts, he is delirious, he's wounded, specifically not being fed in order to weaken him for an upcoming fight, and he's also somewhere in between the 11 to 15 year age range, and children naturally have a better perception of the supernatural, being more open to its existence. Also, there's no specific religious ideology that's holding Guts back from his ability to perceive her in this moment. He is clearly able to perceive Chich as she is, and even interact with her. And it's written in this clever way because on the surface it can seem like a contradiction. If Guts had interacted with spiritual creatures before meeting Puck or even apostles like ZODD, this seems like something that he would have brought up or thought back to. But because of Guts' weak delirious state and not having any knowledge that these things actually exist, he considers her to be like a fever dream or a hallucination. He's not in his right mind at this moment. After all, how could this even be real? And this event happens far enough back in his history that by the time he's in the Black Swordsman era meeting Puck, it doesn't really matter anymore if this moment was real or not real. Chich as a character is as silly and positive as you would expect from her design, a true light in the darkness. She got her name from the sound that the rat made in her cell, the rat that was eating her flower, and when Guts killed the rat, because, well, he needed some food too, desperate times, that allowed Chich to feel more comfortable, so that and Guts not attacking her allows her the opportunity to check him out a little more thoroughly and want to help him back. She begins to take the leaves off of her flower and brings him drops of water and to heal his injuries. Chich has the power, like flowers themselves, to absorb the sunlight. She calls the sunlight Popo and utilizes it as energy. Remember in elementary school when we had to learn all about photosynthesis? Well, this is some Chichosynthesis. She can warm Guts up, make him heal quicker, and just be adorable in order to raise his spirits, but it all comes at a cost. Chich is a small spiritual entity, energetic and kind, but is also terribly fragile. Her existence is directly tied to her flower. When its leaves are all gone, she will disappear. Now, I think there's a very clever way that this is presented in the story because in the flashback, it's shown that she is so happy and eager to help Guts that she winds up using every single leaf on the flower. When Guts wakes up, the flower is wilted, dead, and Chich is nowhere to be found. Gone when the flower is gone, just like she said. This is also as Guts gets healed up a bit, and perhaps his hallucination of her is gone now as well. Maybe she wasn't real at all, or maybe she died healing him, and that's how the perception seems to be. Guts promised to take her flower to a field where he saw a bunch of them outside of the cell, and even not knowing whether she was real or not, he still keeps his promise. Standing there alone in the field of flowers, there's no spirits and no Chich, but only a memory of her kindness. And for years, this was a moment that brought tears to many eyes of Berserk fans, that such a selfless, beautiful creature could exist in a world of such evil and monstrosities, both human and demon alike. However, it's the placement in the story that makes the Chich moment not just a cute, somber backstory, but also an important plot element. Chich says, without her flower, that she will disappear, not that she will die. In a recent Berserk chapter, Elfhelm is destroyed by Griffith, causing the destruction of the spiritual trees there, and as a result, the disappearance of all the astral creatures living on the island. They're not dying, but have lost their tether, keeping them able to interact in the physical world. Griffith had ordered the new Band of the Hawk to go around destroying and burning down the spirit trees. So, is it not strange to consider Chitch's flower, spirit trees, and the giant spirit tree of Elfhelm all parts of the same idea, but at different levels of power? So, Chitch chapters not only teach us about Chitch, but also the idea of the connection some astral entities need in order to exist in the physical world. Basically, what I'm saying is, I don't believe that Chitch is dead, nor do I believe any of the Elfhelm inhabitants are. They are just isolated within the astral world without a way to remain in the physical. It is fairly likely that we will see Chitch again in the future, and that bright shining smile will absorb all of the popo and maybe heal Guts once again. Or maybe I'm just being too optimistic. She's probably dead. But I would say there's a highly likely chance that she's not. I don't think Miura would throw a random backstory this deep into the manga without a purpose, and so that's my theory with it. But the chapters themselves are nice to see, and it's always good to remind us that positive, happy astral creatures exist within this world too. And even having only one real chapter to interact, Chitch left an impression on many Berserk fans. So anyways, guys, what do you think about the character of Chitch? Like I said, we only get one real chapter with her, but her impact is felt even many chapters later. Let me know what you think about the character and the backstory down below in the comments. Also, guys, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you want to see some more content, manga, anime, movies, and whatever else. That's all on here. If you want to support the channel on a deeper level, I do have a Patreon, channel memberships, and merch store linked down below, as well as all the various social media links where you can follow me. Other than that, guys, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll talk to you next time.